For centuries, Portugal was at the forefront of discovery. Explorers navigated the 7 seas in search of new territories, trade routes, and riches around the globe. Today, surfers descend on Portugal's coast to find some of the best waves in Europe.
Esta terra vai viver.
Here, underwater canyons funnel Atlantic energy into windswept dunes and rugged cliffs to form heaving barrels and high-performance ramps. The world's elite return to the old continent, the third in as many months on the 2025 campaign. Italo Ferreira and Caitlyn Simmers are back in the familiar yellow jersey at Super Tubos, where each has won before.
I'm really hungry to win again.
I don't turn up ever to lose. I want to win a world title.
I've given it my all, and I am coming out of it with no regrets.
Won this before. Can you win this again? Yes.
The search for the final 5 continues at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Cero.
It's good morning from Portugal. Peniche is the spot, the best in the world in town. The yellow jersey performance from Italo. Brilliant yesterday. It's another day. The Atlantic already making its presence felt. You can feel the energy, you can hear it around the contest venue. Preparation, warm-up waves, chance for a free surf before hostilities resume this morning. And our arrivals coming in, trying to bring that energy. Europe not always a morning place compared to some of the destinations around the world, but when the championship tour's in town, it's all about getting down, dialing in, sharpening the blade, and get ready to go. Leo Fioravanti, one of the surfers here representing Europe, who's hoping to carry big support, as is Yo, and she loves an early morning, which is good news because she will be coming up. See her getting ready here. Elimination round, not where she wanted to be. She will be going out and representing this country. Beautiful sunrise over the east inlands. And we're here, we're ready to go. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Jesse Mendes. Good morning, mate.
Good morning, my friend. It's another day, and you see a little bit more urgency. Everyone's coming in early, different than yesterday, you know? It's the days that people start losing, so it's very important.
We're down in the dark. We're kind of getting out in the parking lot. We can feel the wind, a little bit of rain, but actually things cleaning up, and there's a few lines out in the ocean as well. It's all coming together quite nicely.
Yeah, it actually is, and I mean, there's the left bar is pretty fun all the way down south of us, and saw some Wrights right in front of us as well. There's plenty of opportunity. Hey, it's not the best conditions ever, obviously, but we're gonna have some sun surf and hopefully some big punts.
Let's go and say good morning to AJ McCord for the call.
Good morning, Paul. As you can hear the announcer behind me telling all the surfers to get out of the water because we are on. Starting with the women's elimination round, going into the men's, and then the women's next round on standby. Alejo Muniz with me now. You do not have to surf today, but you got in a free surf. Describe the conditions for us.
Yeah, today is not the super tubos we all hope for, you know. There won't be barrels, but there is some opportunities out there. On the women's side, I think they will go really strong on turns. And on the men's side, they will go to the air for sure. I have a few friends there, so good luck to everyone.
When you were watching this morning, both catching waves yourself and then watching some of your friends who have to compete in the elimination round, what do you think is going to be the thing that gets the biggest scores, moves them on to the next round?
Today, I think the airs will be like really good scores and not sit there for too long. You know, there is a lot of waves, but not many good ones, so you have to give yourself some opportunities.
Thank you so much, Alejo. We'll send it back to you, Paul.
AJ, so fresh from the lineup, Alejo Muniz. I think pretty honest assessment from him there. Try and find the good ones.
I mean, it's that's the name of the game today. Like, the conditions are tough. There's a lot of opportunities, like he said, but not many good ones. And that's all because of that wind and kind of messy conditions that we have. As much as the wind got a bit lighter, but we did have the wind blowing on shore basically halfway through the day yesterday and all night. So you can see it right there, but a bunch of texture. But to the good sides of things, when it's usually windy, like, we have more opportunities, more waves coming. Swells developing a little bit closer to the shore, so a bit of both. So that's why we see Bella already up and right in the first 20 seconds.
Into it with the first turn off the top, the rookie Kenworthy. And then right behind her, Hopkins having a look as well. So some major talent in this first heat. It's Bella Kenworthy taking on Yolanda Hopkins. Brisa Hennessy also finding herself here in the elimination round. So 2 heats of that. And avoiding that third place position name of the game. First time for Bella over here in the CT. And her third event of the season. We know about her talent for a long time. Thinking some of the performances that she's put in the past. She knows how to hammer a lip with that explosive, electrifying kind of new brand of surfing. Didn't show us loads of it yesterday. Maybe just didn't quite find the way she was looking for. And this morning, it's all about just kind of almost forgetting what happened yesterday. This is a brand new ocean.
Yeah, I've actually saw also Reina's kind of having a chat with her after her heat. I could see she was kind of down, which is pretty normal, you know, like, you get kind of bummed after. So for her, me looking at starting early, I probably see Reina's telling her, hey, just free yourself up, get a few waves, warm up, you know, and get into the rhythm, because yesterday she didn't have much opportunity, which a lot of people didn't. You know, you see one person kind of running away with the win, and then the other two kind of struggling. That was the name of the game yesterday, but today it seems like it's going to be pretty similar. So maybe find your rhythm early, like, give yourself freedom of putting yourself in a few opportunities early in the heat and find a rhythm throughout. And hey, maybe sometimes you get lucky and you lock yourself into a good one right off the bat.
So straight into it. First thing is something that Hopkins will be very comfortable with. Generally, she's the first person down the beach. I mean, 5 a.m. wetsuit on is modus operandi. Loves getting down early. She's got a bit of work with here. She'll crack that lip and just loses traction with the board almost inexplicably there. That's a pretty stock kind of set up maneuver for her. She clips the lip but goes down, so not the start she was particularly looking for there, but she's tenacious. She'll stick at this.
A little bit too much energy right there. You see that wave, like, had the lip, but very weak lip. So she tried to apply a little bit more pressure than she should have. And that's what happens. The board goes overboard, goes behind that lip line, and you just end up losing your foot on it. But that's why you get some waves sometimes. When the waves are kind of like on the bad side like this and crumbly and early morning cold, like, maybe write some waves, you know, like, get warmed up and get the nerves out of your stomach.
Yolanda Hopkins coming so close to qualifying proper for the CT. It all came down to that heat, didn't it? Over in Brazil in the last challenge event of the season against Vaini Fierro, whichever surfer made it through was basically on tour, which is, I mean, a high stakes heat. And I actually talked to her a little bit about how she kind of dealt with that and washed it off. And, you know, she's talk about a lot of her preparation and everything about her surfing, but the mental game as well. She, I think, taking a really mature approach to that. She's like, yeah, it happened, but I'm going to be around for a while. It's still my goal. I'm not, you know, nothing's been derailed by what happened there. I'll get back next year. And that sort of positive mental approach that she brings, I think, it's been key to the successes she's had already so far in her career. Of course, being an Olympian, representing Portugal. And right now, as a wild card, it is a chance. You're not on tour. You don't have your spot there, but you're allowed to show, basically, I feel like my surfing belongs here. And I think that's where she's coming from in terms of her motivation, obviously.
Yeah, and I feel like it tells the judges a message of you deserving to be here or not. Obviously, she's beat Carissa before previously in a few years back, and the judges are taking note, and they're taking note of we'll talk about that after this wave from Brisa.
Hennessy, nice bottom turn and does well there. Just will she hang on to that? Won't be deemed complete, but I just thought the way she held the bottom turn was on a tricky section was really technically well done. And then, whoa, there's a hit from Hopkins, quickly gets out. And looks already, in terms of rhythm, we're seeing a lot of these kind of one punch, real quick waves.
We're going to see that mostly with the tide getting lower, you know, like I think it's smart of those surfers. Actually, for Brisa to identify that bigger wave with more wall, beautiful bottom turn like you mentioned, and extending, good amplitude on the turn, and that's what's going to be one big turn. That's a nice turn there for Bella.
Bella with a quick crack herself. Hopkins paddling back, almost in front of her, and slightly wider of Yolanda. Brisa Hennessy as well.
We almost have a triple paddle battle right there.
This, you don't get many of these. And it is a short paddle. It's really about avoiding the worst of the whitewater explosions that'll hold you up a bit. This was decent form.
That was a decent form for her. Nice bottom turn. And here's Yolanda. A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more tight in the pocket, but shorter wave. And this was the money for so far. Like, was able to extend that turn in the beginning, get in early sometimes. It's nice, make the turn look good. I was actually talking to her coach, Leandro Dada, yesterday during Iago's heat. He was watching his son. Obviously, he's not working with him at the moment, but we're talking about how sticky this lip is and how important it is for you to get up there early to make the turn look big, make the spray go up in the air instead of getting sticky and caught on that lip. So projecting down the line, that was very well done for her, but the wave was splitting a little bit shifty, and she just got stuck a little bit in the end.
Bella again here on the backhand, sticking to these lefts, and then the two-turn combo, and that it is a weapon for her. The backhand turns, she can go super vert and aggressive with the flare as well. Right now this morning, I think essentially get a couple of makes, right? Get some scores, build something, and then look to try and go up through the scale, because we've seen a few mistakes this morning, but this is better, getting a nice combo.
For sure, she's looking solid on her foot. Like Luz, I think her backhand, for me personally, it's her strength. Like she's able to get vertical and nice and keeps the speed throughout and the good pace throughout the wave very well. But it's going to be interesting. This is going to be kind of like a little good scenario for us to figure out what the judges are more tending towards. You know, she had that one big turn in the beginning, in the previous wave with a 3.83, and Yolanda with a 3.33, and now she had a smaller wave with two turns that were with a lot of flow. The finishing was nice and critical, but on the smaller side of things. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judges are going to get, and we're going to have kind of a scale set for this heat.
So the judges are going to have to get their nimble fingers to work, because it's pretty frantic, furious. A lot of waves being ridden already. Here's Hopkins on that right again. Opens up. Would love the second section. I wasn't really there.
Yeah, and it looked like one of those waves that was going to double up down the line, but just going kind of running away from her, fading into the sea and losing the power. All the surfers kind of sitting in the same spot, which is interesting. I saw a lot of waves way far down south. The lefts look pretty fun. I wonder, in the next heat, we're going to have at least one goofy. So I wonder if she's going to take advantage of that situation, because we have waves kind of going around everywhere. And they're all stuck here on this main peak.
Kenworthy reversing it around, backhands, a little pop above a whitewater section. And that's what we were talking about. She does have that extra flare. And after a couple of more sort of stock turns, this time getting a little boost in.
And a combo with this first turn. Like, nice setup, and just finish it off with a pretty sick air reverse. It's on the small side, but came out pretty clean. That's completely technical, mostly on the woman's side. We don't see it. That might be the first air we've seen it all year long. So, I mean, if I'm the judges right now, talking about being progressive, and that's very technical. Came out clean, like rotated all the way around. Didn't feel like it was sticky or anything. I think the judges should reward that pretty nicely, and that's a big turn from Brisa.
Yeah, hammer there from Hennessy, belts that section. Really been impressed with the power that she's been putting into her turns the last couple of seasons, particularly. And Brisa took on the section there. She squared up against it. It made it look good. Well, that was a cool exchange. So different brands of surfing available to get scores. So we saw Bella Kenworthy showing us a little extra, a little more flair. Everything can look a little bit similar in terms of the sort of standard turns, showing us real difference. But this is a quality wave, Jesse.
Yeah, that's the point of difference, and it's clear in her head what she's looking out there. Like, she's looking for bigger waves with the critical section. Look, that lip coming against her, actually fading out away, very hard to time it, and she does that perfectly. Lip line comes out pretty clean. Like, so far in my eyes, this is probably the best score of the heat. I'm yet to see what the judges are going to think about that air. It was on the smaller side of airs, but for me, it's very technical, mostly on the woman's side. You don't see that happening so often. But since I don't see it so much, it's hard for me to predict what they're going to go.
Yeah,
it's a smaller wave in size, but hey, as technical as it gets.
20 minutes to go here. It's been frantic. A shorter period swell provided multiple opportunities for these three to go at it. And the judges at the moment with a little to think about in terms of our forecast, what we're expecting throughout today. Still with a west swell, Jesse, a little smaller, a little wind on it as well, but we do have lines coming through and we're just basically making the most of what we got.
Yeah, we have to, because we have a lot of winds coming with the big swell. Sometimes, you know, wind and like cross-shore wind with small swell, it's okay, but with the size of swell that we have on the next few days, maybe not tomorrow morning, but tomorrow towards the afternoon, it starts to get pretty big, and we have a lot of weather coming, so we kind of got to make the most of it, unfortunately, because we all want to see barrels. All the surfers want to get barreled, but it's not the case scenario for this event so far.
That's what we're looking at through today before things get real big and massive and a bit unruly.
That's what I'm like. Look, like in the morning, Monday, tomorrow, 4 to 5 foot faces, and then in the afternoon, we have 12 to 18 foot faces. So that's a massive increase.
Fire in the hole here in Portugal at the moment. It's incoming. So we're expecting a major storm system to come through and hammer this coast tomorrow throughout the afternoon. That's why we showed up this morning. First rule of surfing, look what's in front of you. And I think a pretty wise call just to go and use what we got. Clean conditions, some good scoring sections. It's not particularly super or tubing, but it's totally contestable. There's our tides in terms of what we're looking at. We're a little bit away from the bottom of the tide, so here's Yolanda Hopkins finding a little punchy lip and just clocking that. Expect her just to keep doing that. Coach John doesn't seem overly stoked with what he's seeing.
That's true. I mean, that was a nice turn, but I feel like we might have missed the 517 from Yolanda. That's why he's probably bummed. She already has a solid score and a backup. Like, why put yourself in another situation where you're going to get something very similar to the backup? Doesn't really make sense with 18 minutes left.
Yeah, she doesn't like to sit. I think we've seen that as well. She just wants to keep catching waves here. Maybe she just thought this section might open up a little more for her.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, it does that. If he held it and get a little bit more coping, she could have got a good turn out of it. But it wasn't the case. That's why probably her coach wasn't super fired up on it. But
we're asking a question about where the judges were going to go with that backside reverse from Bella Kenworthy, and they've answered 4-5, Jesse.
4-5, yeah, it's interesting one. It's hard to digest for me, but they showed that obviously it was a technical maneuver, but it was still on the smaller side of the airs and a smaller section. So they want to see that progressiveness in a more critical part of the wave. And as I mentioned before, that wave from Bella, which I didn't really know what to digest, how to digest, it was the best wave of the heat so far, the 417, compared to all that single turns that we had it previously. So
Hopkins again here gives that a good crack, just desperate. She's kind of clawing to get back on the face and just doesn't quite get there. But I think this will be the tactic from her. She'll keep going waves here. And her wave count already.
You need that energy. You need that energy today. There's a lot of things happening, and nice crack right there, going up in vertical and generating that speed down the line. Didn't wipe up speed so much, but that wave is just, with it onshore, what it does, Paul, it keeps crumbling in front of you, and it's as much as you try and get there in time, it seems like you're always paddling against current, you know, like it always seems like you're just a second too late. But every once in a while, it's going to hold up, and that's when you're going to get a big score.
Brisa with a little look, a wise call not to go. She never really particularly committed to the paddle, just sort of looking down the line and realizing that was a softer one, and between the closeouts, just come in pretty straight, and then the softer ones which disappear. In between that, you can get something which shapes nicely, diagonally, runs across the sandbar section, a couple of turns. Will allow the judges to open up the scale under the 16-minute mark in this. And it is Hopkins at the moment with the lead, but it's all pretty tight between her and Bella. There's not a lot in it at all. If you look at those numbers, Brisa, her requirement still remains modest. In terms of the surfing that we've seen from Brisa Hennessy, I feel like her confidence on land doesn't necessarily still reflect how good she can be out in the water. She really is someone that, given quality waves and good opportunity, she will absolutely shine. She's going to have to try and do that in a tricky lineup this morning and against some pretty tenacious competitors like Yolanda Hopkins. Will just keep catching waves, relentless here. I mean, she's not resting at all.
It's crazy. Like, if you think about it, she just got her 7th wave right now, and it's been 15 minutes of the heat. That's a nice crack right there, but still lacking a little bit of finding more of a hollower section to give her the opportunity to do the same exact turn on a cleaner face, because it's going to be more impressive. But back to what I was saying, 7 waves in 15 minutes. It's like almost a wave every 2 minutes, and you got to think about it. Every time she gets a wave, she probably loses about at least 30 seconds she pedal back out, and sometimes even more. So she basically hasn't sat on the lineup for over 30 seconds right now. Like, she's been riding waves every time she gets back out, and so far it's paying off.
Just over 14 to go in this. Let's go and say hi to Strider. Morning, mate.
Good morning, Paul. How you feeling?
Tickety-boo. All good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty spry. You know, good morning. It's beautiful down here. It was a little chilly, but, you know, just watching the warm-up this morning, there was some really high-performance surfing going down. So Renato saying, yeah, let's get this thing on. It's just like, you know, from the watch on the beach, just everybody going above the lip and really having a good time with these ramps and these kind of onshore, a little bit of an onshore, but definitely a lot of wedge in the waves.
It looks quite frantic at the moment out there, like Hopkins catching an absolute ton of waves. Are we seeing sets? Is it just kind of waves all the time? What are we looking at in the lineup?
Well, you got the beach break, you know, scenario. So we do, you know, and the little bit of swell that we have, there's really short intervals. So there's a lot of waves arriving, but you do have to take your time and pick the right wave, because that's the kind of thing, you know, you're sitting out there and you're seeing all these waves. You got to kind of calm yourself down and find the right one. And you can see, like Bella Kenworthy, finding those like wedges that give you enough to lift off the face. This new generation, and having all the training that they can do, like in the basins and the wave pools and all this other stuff. And having that skater background, you can just find yourself that section and just lift off and just find yourself rotating above it and coming out with it. And I feel like that's kind of a next step here with all this younger generation. They just love that aerial attack, and I can't wait to see more of it. And with that huge swell coming, it was a no-brainer to get things going this morning, just so we can get out there, get warmed up, and feel the vibe before it gets too big.
Love it, mate. Let's see it. Here we go. Kenworthy into it. We just had a quick backhand from Hopkins. Didn't uncover too much. And Bella Kenworthy, again, looking to get involved there. And just picking up on Strider's point about the progression from her. Has been a point of difference so far. And I just wonder, with that score already, that 4-5 for her, for a little hop on the inside, if she can do something like that out the back, she'll be inspired.
Yeah, she should. She should be able to. She's very connected to those turns, and obviously putting out on a heat on her first ever event on a CT level here at Peniche, it's very impressive. The second turn here, getting a little bit of more cleaner face, gets up in vertical nicely. It's going to be interesting. She might be moving into first. She doesn't need a big score, 4-0-1. So let's see what the judges think about that one. This is a missed opportunity here for Yolanda. Bottom turn a little bit too much. You see it, she got in a bit late. She had to be more letter on that first section, because the most important part of that wave itself was on the closeout. The wave had more cope and had more lip for her to attack, and she just misread that a little bit. So unfortunately for Yolanda right there, missing a good opportunity, mostly seating with third priority. That's kind of a gift that you can't really let it go.
We're underway here this morning. Women's elimination round in the water. At the moment, it is Yolanda Hopkins carrying the hopes of Portugal on her shoulders. She's been super busy, catching a ton of waves. At the moment in the lead. Not a big lead, though. More live action from Portugal right after the break.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Welcome back to Portugal. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Day 2 of the waiting period. Women's elimination round in the water right now, ahead of the storm. Reasonably calm airs this morning. A little ruffle to the lineup, and some waves on offer as well, and an opportunity to stay alive in competition by avoiding ended up in 3rd place in this at the moment. Under the 9-minute mark, Hopkins of Portugal in the lead. A busy approach, relentless, covering everything really. She's all over it here, and she's grubbed up a lead, but it is not big numbers that we're looking at. It really is anyone's at the moment. Here is your heat leader, Yolanda Hopkins. Nice looking shiny face. There's a belt, releases the tail, and doesn't go complete there. She'll be a little annoyed with herself because that was a nice looking clean section, Jesse.
That's what you're looking for out there in a day like today, and she actually was able to get up vertical, exchange that nose to the tail, getting a good release, and just landing a little bit too much with the lip. You want to be in front of it sometimes. It gets sticky, it gets hard for you to ride out. She wasn't able to absorb the impact on that one.
Hopkins now on the inside. She'll deal with a couple of whitewater rolls. You can see from this shot that there are opportunities out there with a bit of size still, so some nuggets to be found like this. Here's Kenworthy, and that was very nicely done. Late to it, made it really stylish and controlled. You see, we're not seeing frantic shapes being thrown. The style's really cool and smooth from her, and she's making quite difficult things look easy, which is good surfing.
Yeah, that's great surfing. Sometimes the not being dramatic, it's a problem for the judges because you want to have that element of surprise, and she's just a smooth operator, as you see right there. Beautiful timing down the line, came out clean. That's the difference from Yolanda's previous wave. She was able to get in front of that lip, so she came out pretty clean. Beautiful work for her right there. And that's a big turn there for Brisa right there.
And we've seen a theme really the last 3 waves, set waves at least, from our surfers, basically going closeout sections, waiting and hammering one punch onto a closeout and using the power of the white water to make things look dramatic. Hennessy going complete there. Let's get another look at this.
Pretty similar to what she's previously done, the 417 that she had it. Very, very similar. Maybe this one a little bit more vertical, but not as dynamic down the line. But man, so close. Very hard to do. It's going to be a very tough feat right now. Like with those last 2 waves that I saw from Bella and Brisa, it's kind of anyone's game.
Hopkins' super active approach has earned the high score of the heat so far. This is the 517 she dropped earlier, Jesse.
Yeah, and for those of you wondering where the 517 was, because I haven't seen it as well so far, but that's what it was. Bigger wave, kind of similar approach to the last 2 waves from the girls, but just a little bit more meat right there on the bone. Like she drove through that turn, hit the lip line, the wave was thicker, so it gets more impressive for the judges and it's more critical. So that's why she got rewarded at 517, but her backup's only at 3.33, and the girls have a better backup than her, so it's pretty close heat with the next 2 waves coming up.
Yeah, that's very much in her wheelhouse, that kind of turn. She really likes that up and down type of surfing. She'll take off kind of late onto closing out sections and just be quick and just force the issue, really. It's been a hallmark of her surfing to go to difficult places on the wave and be explosive. And at the moment, it's good enough for the lead in this, but it's really narrow margins. Let's go down and talk to AJ some insights into Yolanda Hopkins.
Well, Paul, it's not all that surprising that Yolanda Hopkins has come down here to Super Tubos and gotten into a rhythm early on in her heat. The last 2 mornings, she has been the first woman here at Super Tubos in the free surf, getting in all the waves. I was checking in with her coach just behind me, and he said that he loves the way that she's gotten busy in this heat. However, he wants her to find a little bit more of a balance because she's actually taking off on waves that he called unnecessary. He wants to make sure that she starts focusing in on the better waves, because with the lead, that's a great spot to start. But of course, with these two surfers behind her, he knows that they can catch up all too easily. So he wants her to start focusing more on the better waves in this heat, like the one that got her that 5.17. And Jessie, I think that has to be such a hard balance to find. You want to find the rhythm, you want to stay busy, but how do you walk that line in the middle of the heat once you have the lead, like Yolanda Hopkins does right now?
Yeah, I do agree with you, AJ. It's a tough balance right there. So far, it's been paying off well, but I actually mentioned a little bit ago that her coach looked bummed, and the reason why, she already has a backup of a 3.33, which is, for a day like today, is not bad, mostly in the situation of the heat we have in front of us. Why put yourself in another 5 or 6 waves that look the same, exact like the same? So maybe be a little bit more selective and give yourself an opportunity to actually nail the coffin and give you a differentiation from your opponents, because right now it's anyone's game. And last wave from Biza, incomplete.
Yeah, not enough forward momentum coming out of the white water. Judges been pretty clear about that.
Yeah, mostly on a day like today, like you want to, like it's very messy, so you want to see surfers that have control coming out of it. I was in doubt, like it was a situation that, you know, it's subjective. It's people, some people think she came out, rode out clean, and some people didn't. So judges right there identifying that as she was coming out of that whitewash, she kind of just got back like inside, and it was a tricky one.
I mean, total contrast to Yolanda's approach. Brisa's been really patient. That was just her 4th wave. This was a terrible choice.
Yeah, as you're gonna see, she gets up in vertical, and right here she loses a little bit of balance, so she needs to get very low, which she does. And as she was coming out of it, it felt like she was finding that balance back once again, and the whitewash came from behind and hit her tail, and she just kind of fell backwards. So didn't give that enough momentum forward.
So that was the incompletion that we just saw. That was the one, and then she, with priority, she's only ridden 3 waves, ticking down, a couple of minutes to go. She just took that wave and surrendered that prio. At the moment, she's got a bit of work to do here. We've seen glimpses from Brisa, but just not enough. She hasn't been busy enough, Jesse.
Yeah, maybe that's the name of the game right now. Just putting yourself in opportunities right there. Yolanda got 10 waves, and one of them was a 5.17. What was the difference in between those waves? You can barely basically tell out there, you know, like maybe a little bit more size, and that's about it. I think Bella in this heat definitely being the best surfer, most progressive, but just finding the smaller waves. And the judges really want to see the critical sections. Right here was that second wave from Biza that could have made a big difference for her and maybe put herself in the 2nd spot right now, or even 1st. But the judges thinking she didn't ride out of that clearly. Didn't have the control, and Bella up and riding.
Here we go, Kenworthy projecting forward down the line. Very nice again with that drift. She just got that technical difference and just showing skills, really, the control of the board. And even on quite short sections, the little punch to drift, which always looks cool. I think the style's great from her.
Yeah, so far, technically speaking, like I mentioned, I think she looks the best surfer in the water right now. But just maybe not being smarter on the selection. The girls finding chunkier sections. This was very nice, got up in vertical, but once again, a little bit smaller section than the opponents maybe. As you see, she's gonna hit that lip line, get a little drift on the fins right there, coming out clean as she did the whole heat. Like, she's been on perfect timing. But the judges obviously telling us that they want to see chunkier, bigger sections.
It's anyone's, mate. It's so tight. Final minute here, and it's just 4s really for both Bella and for Brisa's. Had a little bit of a shock in just in terms of trying to get a backup. She does have the 4 in already, but she hasn't really been active enough. She's got 2nd prio under Yo, and Yolanda will say hello.
Yeah, Yolanda's happy right now, mostly because Bella's last score didn't affect the situation, so she actually dodged the bullets right there and actually has the opportunity to sit on Brisa as well.
And finally, she sort of calmed down a bit.
Yep.
So getting the signals to chill, she's put the lid on, she's kind of turned it down to simmer, and she just kind of, all right, maybe priority would be a good thing to hang on to for a little bit.
Well, for her defense, she hasn't had 1st priority throughout this whole heat. She put herself in that situation, but every time she was back out, she had 3rd priority, so she was just swinging and trying to better her spot.
She'll use it for the block here. Hopkins playing smart at the end of the heat, having a look around and just making sure, and exactly what you want to do, lead the heat, get priority, and then right at the end, just slam the door shut on anyone else around. And Portugal will be absolutely delighted. They're Olympian. Yolanda Hopkins in the elimination round with the win. Kenworthy, who I agree with you, Jesse, I thought she looked great out there. Maybe not getting the real quality waves, but
it's a lot of times, but it's not about just the surfing. It's about having the heat IQ and identifying what the judges want to see.
Risa Hennessy will bow out of competition here. We'll keep rolling with the women's elimination round. Coming up next, Tatjana Weston-Webb, Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva will bring Strider in for the call. We'll be right back.
You just dropped the iPhone. It's just an excuse to dive in Berlenga. We're going to Berlenga's Island, just 10 kilometers off the coast of Peniche, but you feel like you are in a different world. Tem alma de Berlenga aqui, ó.
Este senhor que era o meu avô, foi o primeiro barco que vi para as Berlengas em 1958.
E o que é que as pessoas dizem, tipo aquelas que vêm aqui a primeira vez, qual é que é a reação?
É pá, ficam encantadas para já, quando vêm aqui, vem esta janela virada para ali, parece um quadro.
When I come here and I make some shots of Berlengas, I realize even more how beautiful this is and how unique it is. You don't hear anything, you're just completely disconnected. That's why I love to come here with friends.
Welcome back to Portugal. It's Sunday morning and it's time for business. Women's elimination round, having a look at Tatjana Weston-Webb, Lakey Peterson, Luana Silva, those three going at it here and all about avoiding getting the last place finish, not what you want in Portugal. It is the weekend, it's a Sunday morning. Some people up early for work, some people are still crawling back from the party. We saw a couple of lurkers this morning when we were making our way in here, Strider.
Oh, definitely, you know, it's been, it's Europe. Everybody's having a good time, whether you're in the water surfing, like Luana there on that one, or you're just getting home.
Yeah, we were up in the dark and you know, we're making the most of the swell that's coming through. Big party last night in town, so people enjoying themselves. Always with that festival vibe too. This event really well supported. The absolute die-hard fans are down here early in the morning as well, watching it go down. If you're in elimination round heat, not really what you want, and a bit of a rude awakening, but if you can find some opportunities early on, it'll feel good.
Oh, quick. Look at those snaps. Lulu doing just really quick work. Look at this finding a way with a nice looking corner on it and just quick two in a row right off the top into that bowl. I like it. That's the type of surfing you want to see. That's the type of surfing that the judges want to see, because that quick transition surfing with those cupped out waves and those little critical sections is where you're going to get some points.
She's always had the style and the skills, Luana Silva. What does she like to be able to kind of stick around on tour when she has got there? Consistent performances?
Confidence. Yeah, she's just, I think the headspace hasn't been there. I feel like it's there now, you know, after the World Junior title and having that kind of feeling of winning. but she's definitely shown that she can win, and that's what she's got in her head. And unfortunately, you know, she came up short, so now she's in this dreaded elimination round.
Speaking of Portuguese fans, they got a firm favorite. Her name's Yolanda Hopkins. She's won her heat. She's with AJ.
Thanks, Paul. Yolanda, we were talking before this event about just your mindset coming into 2025 and how you were excited to get this wild card and really excited to get back on the Challenger Series. Describe for us just how you're approaching this year of your surfing.
I mean, being so close last year was a bit annoying, but it kind of gave me a bit more fire, I reckon. It's the longest I've been home, just training since like pretty much Christmas. I've just been home, like just doing the same routine and like getting strong and fit and spending more time in the water. I feel like my surfing is on point, and I feel like what I showed in Brazil is just like the tip of the iceberg, and I hope to show more this year and just ready to smash it.
You told me you wouldn't have accepted the wild card unless you thought you could win the event. You make it through the elimination round. How critical was that for you this morning?
It was pretty important. Yesterday was quite tricky conditions. I started the heat kind of roughly. I got stuck in the sandbar and everything. It was rough. It was like whoever got the best wave ended up winning. I wasn't in any of the good ones, and I feel like my surfing was there, but just not like actually getting the good ones. It was really important making to the round of 16. I mean, last time I kind of went right through it, and I managed to go against Carissa and beat her, which was like a really big step on my career. I hope just to carry on with the same mentality, and obviously, like I said, I accepted the wild card. I want to win, and I believe I can win, so that's what I came here to do.
Love it. We have so many fans here in Portugal. Para nosotros, nos diga sobre sua bateria.
Foi uma bateria um bocadinho mais difícil, as condições estão um bocadinho difíceis, o mar caiu bastante, mas está uns cantinhos, está fixe para mandar aquelas manobras como eu gosto, e tive sorte, eu encontrei 2 ou 3 lá fora e consegui bloquear a rapariga da Costa Rica e correu para o meu lado desta vez. Eu espero apenas continuar e que teremos aqui o povo português a apoiar a mim e ao Kikas, que é isso que nós precisamos.
Parabéns, see you in the next one.
See ya.
Yo-Yo getting on a roll here in Portugal. The good start to this heat from Luana Silva. Bit of quality from her, a 6.17. The very first wave that we watched. What a way to kick things off.
Yeah, and you know, like Tatiana, she's found herself a little section there, but she needs some more open face. Trying to find maybe a 2-banger. This one though, she perfectly, gets up into that corner. She could have, I think she went for the completion there, trying to maybe warm up a little bit. We want to see a little bit more freedom in that surfing. We saw with Luana. Luana had a lot of just quick transition turn, but the board looked free, the body looked free. It didn't look like she was holding back at all, which was really nice. And then she came away with a really nice score because, you can see that we talked about it. The judges are looking for that wave with that nice critical section. And then you put the board right up in there and get that thing going and pushing the fins around and, get some Christmas trees out the back, and then you start to feel good about it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rushed surfing, haven't we, this morning? It just felt like Luana's just looked really composed and stylish. Nakey, power, great section. Up super vert, look at this thing. It's dreamy in terms of scoring opportunity. If she can get up there, doesn't quite get a full-blooded second maneuver. The first one was nice and spicy.
Yeah, it looked pretty good from the front on angle there, just like that. The choice of waves, if you can get the opportunity for 2 turns. But look at this cup. I mean, it's a beautiful section and throws it right up onto the lip there. Doesn't have much left out on the end there, but just finishes with flow, so that'll be nice. And she's going to get a pretty good score out of that turn right there. You can see, though, it was a little bit late, to the party. So timing just a little bit hard to get up there where you want to be in that perfect section. So if she could have got it a little earlier, but falls out of the sky. Pretty solid work. Definitely, the second best wave of the heat so far.
A nice looking section presenting itself for Lakey Peterson. Multiple finalists out here. It's almost like a spray went down rather than up in the air. It was sort of an unusual section, but she did so well to make that geometry work for her. And already I feel like in this heat, looks like surfers are going for a little bit more quality in terms of just going wave for wave in that last one. Trying to go a few more sets and just find something a little cleaner, nicer looking.
Yeah, well, I feel like you can put the bets on the table as many times as you can, but you really kind of have to sit back sometimes when you've got a bad hand and you wait for the good one, right? And that's what's kind of happening out there right now. There's a lot of different waves coming, but if you see something that looks nice, you go for it.
Lakey again driving down the line here, aims at a section. Didn't seem to be able to get the weight shift onto the back foot there. She'll throw that away.
She was looking for the air reverse right there. You can see the shoulders and the body and the mind. I think she got a little ahead of herself, but you can see her intention is to get the fins free, blow the tail out, and do the reverse. So I think we're going to see that out of her in this heat.
Elimination rounds this morning here in a place where no one really wants to be. You've got your prep coming into this. About a little pause since Abu Dhabi. You're dreaming about getting drained here in Portugal, getting the vish, and then suddenly you have something of a shock in your opening heat, and it's all about sharpening your pencil, setting your alarm, and coming down and going, all right, things got real quite quickly.
Well, but when we got down here this morning, we felt the wind. It was dark out. You couldn't really see what was going on. But then once the sun came out and the entire lineup was filled with the men and women, there was some amazing high performance surfing going on out there. And this is what you want to see. Let's see what Luana does here.
Lulu, backhand from her. Look how smooth she is. It's so clean. The body position's just great from her. Not really a legit section. Touchy. Meanwhile, right behind, late drop off the bottom. Snatches a touch at it, but does well. Emerges after disappearing from the white water. That's basically how she won this event, right? It was just attacking that lip on the inside.
It's hard out there right now. I think tide's going down, huh? And so it's kind of sucking out the gutter in front of it there. So you can see coming off the bottom how quickly the wave's coming down. So it was kind of the same scenario with Lakey, where she was just trying to get up to it to match it and get back down with a completion. And that's what the judges want, though. You see those wedgy section right there. The IC replay. You can see it going down right here with Luana as well. Trying to just get something flow out of it, looking for a second maneuver, but it wasn't there for her, so she goes for the dive.
Yeah, still about an hour and a half, then 2 hours away from the low here. You're right, mate. So it is going to get drier, essentially, shallower and steeper, and those lips will be harder to hit. On the flip side of that, if you do get yourself a good section and connect hard, judges will enjoy the technical aspect of it. So far, pretty evenly poised in terms of wave count. Silver really just trying to build on that, work on the backup really, but with the 6 in the bag, you'd be thinking, or you'd be hoping, I'm not coming third with a 6 in this heat.
Well, she wants to, you can see her searching, but she has to be careful because there's so much time left, and she's got, Tatiana, who's deadly on the beach break here, and you've got Lakey, who's really good above the lip, throwing the fins out. She can get progressive, so you really do have to wait and find a good wave to stack up your backup.
No opportunity there for surfer. 16:40 to go in this. It's the second heat of the elimination round for the women. We've got men's elimination coming up real soon. At the moment, your world junior champ, Luana Silva, in the lead right here. More live action from Portugal real soon.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surfing destination. By EDP, official energy company of the Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero. By IC Polarized, anchored in style, under $50. And by Millennium Bank, official bank of the WSL in Portugal.
Stop 3 on the Championship Tour in 2025. Back to the old continent of Europe in the Atlantic. Officially last day of winter, I believe, today. Clocks changed tonight. Spring's in the air, kinda.
Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it.
It's chilly out there, bro. I was down on the beach and that wind was coming through me. It didn't even, oh, Lakey, bang. Wow, that was nice work right there. No, it was just one turn, but beautiful section and perfectly timed. I mean, comes off the bottom and strikes it. I like it. I love that little tail drop out of the lip there too. Little drama. Feeling good about it. Wow, that's fun to watch that. See, these are the type of waves. It's just you get one turn off, but it's solid. Lulu goes for the twofer. That was not a bad backup right there. That'll make her happy. A couple turns. Comes off the bottom, right in front of her opponent too. Quick snap right there. Looks like she kind of held back a little bit just for the completion though. But looking good, looking solid. Got the fundamentals together. Puts it up. She's going to have a good backup. Put herself in a nice, comfortable place. I think Lakey's wave is going to jump her into second place. So that was a solid turn on a critical section, you know. And that's even just one turn will get you a number if it's good enough. I mean, we've seen 10-point rides go down in one big air, you know. So, oh.
Touchy with a hammer on the backhand, really sweetly timed. A bit of sunshine poking through this morning, and she lit it up with a great maneuver just for a short section. But I'd have wanted to imagine another one of those, two of those comboed.
Yeah, then she's going to get that 6-point ride, you know, or something like Lulu has. But you know, I like that. I like to see how she rides this wave, not just on a sense of maneuvers, but freedom. She looked really clean and freed up right there, and there was no stiffness, there was no worry. All the ways before this looked like she's been a little bit kind of like hurried and kind of stressed a little bit, and that looked free and nice and clean and quick off the top. So that's the Tati we want to see, and maybe it took her a bit to settle into it. So I think her next couple of waves will be telling.
Under the 12-minute mark here. The number in for Lulu Silva. 363 doesn't prove her position. Just a little bit of room in the scale as it opens up a touch. But tell you what, Lakey, as you thought, getting really involved with that 4-7. Look how close they are. 0.2 separates Silva and Peterson. Tachi's going to have to try and fire up here, as is Fred Murray. So you can see that brace on the right ankle there. So that injury still coming back from that is Fred. He's going to have to try and show his strength in the elimination round for the men. Coming up real soon. Meanwhile, a little hurried from Lakey, just rushing things a touch, thinking about fours. Anything that's not a four is not of interest to her.
Yeah, it's hard. You see a little wave, like it gives you a little bit of opportunity. And you could see her kind of pushing in those two turns, whereas that one big turn is going to be worth more. So sometimes less is more. And if you can strike your position with power and style and flow and put it into the critical part of the wave and wait for it, you can actually come away with a bigger score with just one maneuver.
A couple of lines making their way in here. Let's see what opportunities they can provide for surfers in what's been actually a heat that's just upped the quality a little bit from what we saw first thing. I'm almost going to say the wind's backed off a bit.
It has backed off. It's cleaning. You know, we got some fun-looking waves out there. Ooh, this was an interesting situation.
Tachi, look at this, glassy left-hander for her. Doesn't quite get the first turn. And then, again, goes up, puts it up for a second maneuver, but the connection that we kind of expect from her, when she gets to her feet on a wave like that, we're kind of hoping and we're thinking we're going to see a little more.
Yeah, well, again, a little rushed on that, right? The backhand wave looked like free, and then now she's this one. But I think that was because Luana Silva actually had priority on that wave, but was a little bit too deep and could have kept her off. But then she had to kind of get to work after. She was a little late to the section. So, yeah, that was unfortunate because that could have been a good score for her. The setup, well, we'll see how that one fares out. But it's hard because of you're looking at your opponent, they have priority, and then you've got to get it together to put your wave together when you get the wave. After that, it was like a last-second whip.
Nice to see a bit of size and a bit of shape as well with that clean face. So surfers able to identify with that slightly more selective approach what the good ones look like. And reflected in the scoring as well. Was that 6 that came in early on? It's been a high score for Luana Silva. Was able to get that crown of the World Junior title over in La Union in the Philippines, start of the year. We talked about her from confidence point of view. She, maybe compared to some of the other athletes on this tour, definitely doesn't express that outwardly, but she's got justification for being confident because the surfing is such high quality.
Are you talking about Luana?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's so clean on the lip and the way that she's actually puts together those turns and really in the bigger waves, she shines like at Sunset Beach. She looks so, beautiful out there on her surfing. So I feel like she's got everything she needs, and I feel like, that with growth and time, her confidence on the beach will shine through as well.
Leandra Adora's got a couple of surfers in this seat, working with both Lakey and Luana. How does that play out? Two separate tactics, two different plans?
No, I think it's just a headspace thing, and really they go into the conversation and have a good talk about what they just need to do, once they hit the water. I think both of them, obviously, one's a veteran and the other one's just coming up, so there might be a little bit of a different conversation of where to tap into that energy. But I'll tell you what, really fun to watch.
And of course, Tatiana Weston-Webb, who was working previously with Ross Williams, now working with Adriana De Souza in her corner.
It's pretty fun, huh? Having a world champion backing you up. Although she did really well with Ross, too. It's always good to have somebody.
He was good at pipe, wasn't he, on the broadcast?
Oh, he's the best.
He was great.
Yeah, he's fun. He's cheeky, too.
He was having a giggle, wasn't he?
He made a couple of comments that ruffled some feathers.
7 to go here. Luana Silva with the lead in this still. That's the requirement for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's so capable of that. Won this event back in 2022, basically by belting tricky sections, by hitting this lip really hard. She's going to have to try and do that here. We're still waiting for that classic touchy connection. What she got here, she'll load up with speed. There's the venom and the release. And there's the incompletion.
But that was what we wanted to see, because that was it. That was quick. A whip into that lip line. Oh man, if she would have rode out of that, that could have possibly been the score in my book. That was quick, fast surfing into a heavy section. That's a tough go right there. And time's getting to that point to where you're going to be wanting to sit around your opponents, right? Because this is the, once it gets under 5 minutes is when you really got to start thinking about that. And out in the water now, the athletes are getting warm, but before the heat, Lakey Peterson saying she had to go into the sauna to get warm and stay warm, because it's like in between, you go out for your warm-up surf, but you actually get cold when it's not a warm-up, but after you get out of the water.
Hanging in a wet weddy.
Wet weddy, the cold, that air just goes right through you here. You feel that, like, whoop. And so, yeah, they do have a sauna in there to stay warm.
Got the hot tub and the Red Bull athlete zone as well, but dealing with the climate here, it's definitely the coldest stop on tour by far. Tatiana Weston-Webb looking to fire up again here in the rip on this left. What it's going to do to the wave, it's going to chew it up for her.
Yeah. I like that she's taking the swings, though. I mean, there's no shortage of riding waves for her right now. I mean, 9 waves under her belt already.
Second heat, the women's elimination rounds, and it was this quality early on from Lulu.
Yeah, she started out looking really clean and confident, and with a score like that, you're going to come away with it feeling good about starting out your heat. Lakey doing tail drops. She did 2 of those to get 2, high floors, which has got her into that second place position. And Luana, this is her backup wave right in front of Tatiana. Be hard to, get that out of your head when you see your opponent. Tatiana seems like she's got a little bit of weight on her shoulders at the moment in the water with a little bit of pressure. She's had a rough go this year, and this is a time for her that she needs to jump into the driver's seat.
Checking out some stats, heat wins in Portugal. No surprises, see Riss leading that. But Tatiana Western Webb in the water right now. Also, Lakey Peterson, Sally Fitz got a 10th career heat win here yesterday. She was absolutely stoked to get it too. But the experience at this venue, we keep talking about how vital that is. Can Tati use that experience to good effect here? She's struggling a bit.
It's this, we talked about it a second ago, but now Lakey is all over Tatiana. I mean, she's not going to give her any room. And I think, Luana's going to be free to catch whatever she wants for the rest of this heat. But Lakey's going to stick as close as she can to Tatiana. So if an opportunity comes that she looks like she can get a score, she's going to try to take it from her.
Three and a half to go. Western Webb rolling the dice again on her left with some glide and some speed and a section. And another incompletion from her. It's almost becoming like a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy for her. She keeps going down, pushing really hard. Almost the harder she pushes, the harder it is for her to stick that turn. She's still got 3 minutes. She's got to stay in this.
Yeah, we'll see if that was just like a moment for her to transfer and get away from Lakey. But look, Lakey right back on her, paddling towards her. So, Lakey didn't like that wave. Thought, nah, that's nothing. It's not gonna be a 5. I'm not gonna even look at it. And they'll be back out there waiting for it.
Lakey Peterson with that prio, and she knows exactly how to play this in terms of proximity, where she wants to sit, how to try and control this 2.5 still here, and in a slightly broken up ocean. You'd think maybe something to sneak through, maybe get away.
It's interesting, the way that Lakey was surfing, she did look like she had a little pressure on her as well. And then with Tati in her year so far, she looked like she had even more on her shoulders. So that one turn that she did on the backhand, she looked free. Maybe she can find a right and get to some business. But right now, it's going to be tough. There's a lot going on in the lineup.
I mean, they all look kind of anxious. I guess the heat no one wants to be in, right? Elimination round, and it's early morning, it's cold. Really, the pressure of the clock now as that ticks away. It's the surfer in third. Really wants to try and find something, but she's just not had much form. You think the 4.73 from her, that was a sick wave, and since then, look at the numbers. They plummeted. She's just had a bunch of throwaway strides, wash off that energy somehow. How do you do that?
Well, she's just taking the swings, right? And she's trying to get what she can. She's just trying to move away from her opponents, trying to keep things moving, but whew, right now it's not going to be easy. She's got third prio, and that is not where you want to be sitting on the list. I'll tell you that right now.
What she wants from her point of view is a wave to come, and for Lakey to do something like that. So went for the block, didn't do a lot with it, so she'll go up in terms of seconds. She'll try and get away here. Luana had a look at a right, which will also provide a little more elbow room.
This is going to be interesting. Is Luana going to go sit on her and not let her have a wave? Because that's what it kind of looks that way to me. This is pretty brutal right now. Oh, 49 seconds. And Luana looks like she's going to sit on her. This is the block right here from Lakey, because Lakey doesn't need the wave, but didn't want Tatiana to have the opportunity. And this is winding down. This is a bone-crushing blow for Tatiana if she doesn't make it through this heat, because she's had a rough go so far this year.
Yeah, and you'd be thinking, if you are in that kind of form, being a previous champ at a venue, your chances of rekindling that feeling, be pretty confident about your relationship with the wave. You've not seen it in this heat. Final 10 seconds counting down. Last chance really for Tachi. Couldn't scratch onto that. Your heat leader, Silva, showed us quality from the very beginning with that 6.17. think she'll be mainly relieved to get out of this, but she can also look back and pick out some of the quality that she showed, and that confidence should grow within her.
Yeah, I think she's got it. I think she's got the skills and the confidence in the water, and you know that's shown through on her first wave, which was something we got to see right away, and I feel like she's going to finish out this really well. Unfortunate for Tatiana right there.
Disappointment for the 2022 champion of the event, Tatjana Weston-Webb. We'll head to El Salvador. Coming up next, men's elimination round. First heat will feature Marshall, David Silva, Fred Moraes. We'll bring in Kaipo and Mitch for the call. We'll be right back.
MEO, Rip Curl Pro, Portugal, and Luana Silva on her way out of her heat, surviving the elimination round. Touch and go there, the World Junior Champ on her way to the round of 16 for the women. And now, let's get into our men's elimination round. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar.
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Yeah. Waves are fun. Way better than we thought.
Way better than we thought. Kind of tragic. We see a couple of favorites. I think on tour, Brisa Hennessy and as well as Tatiana Weston-Webb eliminated from competition, taking home 17th in the stop number 3.
Yeah, and 2 of the higher seeds, as you were mentioning right there. I feel like overall we've seen some good performances by a lot of people that need results right now, but as you said, top seeds that are desperately looking for their first win this season still hasn't happened, Kaipo, and hopefully for them in El Salvador, they have a better result over there.
Well, now it's time to take that stress this morning that we've seen with the women, transfer that to the men's elimination round on the way right now. And first up is going to be Jake Marshall, David Silva, and our local wild card, former C-tier Frederico Moraes. Again, 3rd place out of competition, taking home a 33rd, equal 33rd. And for the tour surfers, that's a paltry 265 points. That's a throwaway. First wave here, Jake Marshall, the Encinitas surfer, just quick to his feet and a nice glide off the top. Kikas, Frederico Moraes on this replay.
Yeah, he hasn't been surfing that much, Kaipo, about a week in the water, I would say. Nice carve right there for the local boy. And then Silva, he was the only out of the 3 that actually paddled out straight in front of the judges. The other 2 surfers to the south. I see a replay right there. Good combination. That's the BOH so far, Kaipo, 4.83 for the Brazilian.
Live action here with Frederico, quick on the backhand there. Put a lot of pressure on that slowly healing ankle. He's got some hardware in there. He's wearing an ankle brace. You can see that white ankle brace on his back foot.
And as you were mentioning, that's an injury that you've gone through before, and it takes a long time to really recover well. Just your muscles around those bones that were broken. And of course, strengthening those muscles in cold water is very difficult, Kipes.
Yeah, so you can see the reinforcement there for Frederico. Didn't look like it was holding him back at all on that left. We're waiting for that score for our wild card here, Frederico Moraes. A number of years on the championship tour for Frederico. and fell off tour actually last year, trying to get back on as a full-timer. Here's a replay.
Yeah, solid combo right there from what should be his best wave. And, you know, just talking about his previous results right here, I think most people can recall when he beat Mick Fanning as a wild card more than a decade ago at this beach. And looking at his career, a lot of multiple QS wins. He's won the Hawaiian Pro over there at Haleiwa. Of course, an outstanding career. And when we talk about Europeans, he has to be one of the most decorated surfers of all time. Getting back to the Challenger now, especially with the injury, has a couple more months to go to potentially go back to Newcastle and make a run over there.
Yeah, that's when the Challenger Series is going to start up. The Changas start in June 2nd at Newcastle. But yeah, Federico Moraes, quarterfinals, his best finish here back in 2015.
Yeah, and good results overall. 44% of the winning heats, and you see right there, Silva made the round of 32 a couple of times so far in this event.
I look at 2-foot beach break right now, and I think in DVD is going to play into his cards, because this Brazilian goofy foot is ultra fast, super light footed, is able to skim across sections, no problem. So analytics for me, Mitchell, coming into this heat, he's going to favor David Silva.
No doubt, and especially as you said, coming from Sao Paulo, tends to surf beach breaks. His backhand is easily one of the best on tour, and we've seen him make finals before at the CT level. I gotta say, he surfed incredibly well in Abu Dhabi, especially under pressure. That alley-oop that he did during the night session, needing a score at that moment. This guy really has been pivotal in those important and decisive moments in his career. Kaipo, we've seen it at the CS level too. Right now looking for another backup.
Here you go, Jake Marshall. Oh, and that sharp eye lost grip on that backhand lipper, and he goes down. He's going to have to make up for that. Plenty of time on the clock, though, for Seaside's Jake Marshall.
Anytime the board flips around, though, I always just get cautious about the fins, and a lot of danger right there, especially at a beach that has so much water moving around.
What went wrong here?
Well, it just seemed like off of the bottom turn, everything was going well, and taps it right there, and catches the outside rail, and that's what I was talking about. You get those fins to the knee, the back of the leg, those tend to hurt quite a bit.
Only a surfer knows the feeling, right, Mitch?
Even with the wetsuit on, you know, fins can be sharp enough, they could go through him.
Whether it's good or bad, only a surfer knows the feeling. Jake Marshall last year, quarterfinals here at Super Tubos.
And he beat John Florence in that event last year.
Yeah. 26 years old, Encinitas, California, 4th year on the championship tour. Him and his buddy Taylor Clark over here. Also his shaper hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, prepping up for this heat.
And, you know, I still go back to always mentioning that Marshall's one of the most complete surfers on the planet. Very underrated competitor and just strategic competitor too. Here's Silva now.
DVD on the backhand, and that was the quick hooks that we're used to seeing from this Brazilian. Electric in his approach, and you can see how fast he's able to get through these sections right here and connect the dots, put it all together. Miguel Pupo likes it.
Yeah, well, not only one of his best friends right there on tour, but a fellow Paulista, and should be really stoked with what he saw right there from DVD. You know, I feel like his equipment choice for these kind of conditions is perfect, really, Kaipo. Smaller beach break conditions, a little gutless every now and then. It's just gliding so well over the water. That first one was beautiful from that angle. Floats the boat right there for the second one. Round the corner, and today really spray is the name of the game, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's on these Slater design boards. I'm not sure if that's a thruster or a quad. Good point. He's ridden both.
Yes,
actually, and he's actually when he was qualifying for the championship tour, he rode even a 2+1.
Yep,
a twin fin with a trailer to much success over in Manly Beach. Back in 2022.
And I want to say when he won in Galicia a few years ago in Pantin, he might have been actually riding a quad too. And, you know, that's not an easy wave to really glide the way like he's doing right now. But I really like epoxies for today. I saw Italo free surf this morning and he was riding something very similar. It just seems like not only do they glide, they maintain that speed throughout the entirety of the wave.
Yeah, and you can see that evident in the replay of DVD, David Silva. Well, another Brazilian to talk about is Luana Silva, as she made her way into the round of 16 with a victory in the elimination round. Let's hear from Luana. She's with AJ.
Kaipo, Luana taking a sigh of relief after that first heat, making it out of the elimination round. Such a challenging one to have to surf in. How did you navigate it?
Yeah, I feel like usually when you get knocked off the first round, you kind of have a little bit of like more fire that same day and you want to surf again. So I was kind of a bit like nervous this morning because I wanted to surf again yesterday just to get it over with. I was just so fired up and so like just angry of like my performance yesterday. I just wanted to shake it off, but I'm glad I did that this morning.
With doing that this morning, what do you think are the strengths that you were able to lean into that you can also carry forward?
I think I just stuck to like my rail surfing, which is my strength. Just power surfing. I'm from Hawaii, so it's easy to harness some power from there. It's really tricky with the low tide coming in, so any corner that you'll find with 2 turns, I think it'll be like a nice score. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you the next one before we let you go. Para o Brasil, como você navegou as condições?
As condições estavam bem difíceis hoje de manhã, mas eu tentei achar alguma valinha que abriu e deu tudo certo. E eu queria mandar um oi pro meu pai que tá acordado de... Tá dormindo agora no Havaí. Oi pro meu pai, meu irmão, minha família toda que acordou cedo no Brasil também para assistir essa bateria. Obrigada a todo mundo pela torcida e vamos com tudo.
Parabéns, Luana.
Obrigada.
Yeah, Luana Silva, and moving on. All that weight off her shoulder coming out of that heat, you can tell she's got a sigh of relief going.
Yeah, and she just mentioned she want to give a shout out to her dad and her brother watching back home. It's probably nighttime already there in Hawaii, so getting close to sleepy time. Kaipe says, seems like a couple of rides during the interview. Marshall, nice combination right there, Kaipe. That should be competing for the best wave of the heat. Deep bottom turn, as he mentioned. Board's being shaped by one of his best friends, Taylor Clark, who's also an outstanding surfer. Excellent timing for the second one. And in a real short space, that was great stuff by Jake.
Yeah, great connectivity by Jake Marshall, and he earned himself a 5.33. David Silva's score dropped during that interview as well, 5.5 for Silva on the right. Frederico Moraes in the white jersey, holding on to priority with 18 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
And Jake, for a lot of people that don't know, one of the most decorated surfers in amateur surfing history within the U.S., multiple-time national champion, of course, USA Surfing too, but he went under the radar, I want to say, for a few years, Kaipo, right when he was about qualifying. Made the final in 2021 at the Open. Next thing you know, he qualifies for the tour, and he's been a staple for a couple of years now.
Watch this. Alley-oop on the roof. A little too far out the back there for David Silva. Saw that coming.
Yeah, not really the pop he was looking for. The section didn't seem to be there. He's in the lead, though, and with a comfortable position so far. 4.83 as his backup. He's already hitting double digits, so already being in that double-digit mark in the first 10.5 minutes, real good stuff. And, of course, considering how difficult the conditions are and how much the tide's going to drop, it's tough.
Great point. 8:18 right now with the tide receding until 9:50 as we take a look at our judging components and maneuvers and what the judges are looking for there.
Well, the most important one today, it's at the very top, progressive and innovative approach, combinations and variety, and of course, they will be considering single major maneuvers too.
Yeah, if I was talking to Super Coach Doug Silva just a little while ago, and he said, hey, if you've got a single maneuver, you got to make it explosive if you only got one turn.
Look, if it's a closeout and you have enough speed to be able to go up there to lip bang that thing.
Couple lefts getting surfed right here. Quick one for Frederico Moraes, and maybe a nice backup score previous with Jake Marshall on the left.
You know, and I think we can go back to a lot of days in Brazil being similar kind of conditions too. Oh!
The collective O getting released from the set for David Silva. Got tripped up right there after just a big slash on the forehand.
He was looking forward. He hadn't finished the turn yet.
Yeah.
He was already thinking about number 2 right there.
Again, only a surfer knows the feeling of this right
The collective O too, especially goofy footers who are thinking, just fit in one more, you're gonna easily improve on the 4.83.
Yeah, this is a bummer because this was a quality turn.
And how was the timing too, but we talk about how short he is, but how much power he has, and those see, he was already looking down the line.
Yeah, yeah. And he realized he was reaching. That was pretty unfortunate for David Silva.
And you know he's going to get grilled by his coach when he comes into, you had the chance. If you were going to improve, it was going to be on that wave. And then smart stuff right here by Jake. how quick is he in transition
Yeah.
too, especially going on the backhand. Seaside surfing 101 right there.
Yeah, 377. He did improve upon his heat total, Jake Marshall. So 5.33 is 3.77 for Marshall. Keeps him in a strong second place. Frederico Moraes is on the search right now. Good thing for Frederico, he's got priority, but he needs, in the scheme of what we've seen today, a relatively big number with that 5.6 to advance.
It's a good point. You know, anything above a 5 by today's standards is going to be pretty significant score. Just the one tap right there on the IC replay. You know, and your expectations coming into the event with the injury, knowing that you've only served maybe a week or a little over that, you shouldn't be too hard on yourself if you're not achieving those kind of goals. Have short-term goals in the heat, have long-term goals during the year, Kibes.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before, Mitch. I've gone through an ankle break and had a similar surgery with screws and pins in there. And you can feel, like, he's so fresh, he can still feel that hardware inside his
100%.
body.
That was recent. That was in December.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not even 3 months removed from that injury.
It's pretty impressive that he's even out here surfing. David Silva speeding down the line. DVT.
Whoa.
Showing off that speed that he's able to harness. We'll see if that improves his scoreline. He'd have to do more than a 4.83 to do so.
Yeah, one single major maneuver, but I just don't think the section was really going to offer something close to a 5. But overall, surfing with a lot of speed. I like what I'm seeing. Just aggressive. His wave count is up. This is already his 7th wave. And how about just laying it on rail right there? Seems to me like he's riding the correct equipment in terms of the board. Also with the fin selection. Still, though, I don't know if he's riding a quad or a thruster, but the thing looks great.
Yeah, it does look fast. Well, David Silva speeding to the lead right now. Can he hang on to the lead? We'll find out. We'll be back with the conclusion of elimination round, heat number 1 for the men after this Bonsoy brew break. Okay. Back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. We're in the elimination round for the men. Remember, lock in your fantasy picks, especially pay attention to the women, because when we get into that women's round of 16, you're stuck with your picks. So check it out. You can do that either on worldsurfleague.com or on the WSL mobile app. Lock in your fantasy lineup. How you doing, Mitch?
You know what? I'm actually cheating at this event. I haven't even locked in a single surfer. I'm going to wait until this round ends to actually pick my team.
I like that theory.
It's the first time I've ever done it, though, and I don't feel good about it.
It's a risky theory.
Yeah. I'm trying to avoid as much friendly fire as I can, though.
Yeah. No, hey.
And then, in my defense, the forecast does look very difficult.
You know what? So, a couple things on fantasy. 1, friendly fire. 2, conditions, and we have no idea what's in store for us. It's a tricky one. Here's Frederico Moraes. This happened during the break.
His best wave by far. Great combination, especially with the timing on the last turn, too. Teammates love it. Coach loves it, and they should. As I said, short-term goals in the heat, Kaipo. He's achieving them.
Wait a minute. Watch this.
Yeah, he's leading by a significant margin in this one, and seems to be the best wave of the heat so far, Kaipo. Samuka loves it. He should. Scores in, Kaipo. It's a strong one.
Yeah, 6.93 for David Silva. on that right. We're still waiting for last score for Frederico Moraes' left, but David Silva, as we thought coming into this heat, just because we know what his skill set is in smaller waves, running away with it.
Yeah, 8 career QS wins, 2-time WSL South American junior champion. He had an outstanding career as a QS and a junior surfer. It's translated well to the challengers. It hasn't necessarily been the same thing in terms of consistency on CT21. He finishes number 14. You know, his best ranking so far in his career, but overall, 5 years on tour, you want to be a top 10 surfer before you retire.
Yeah, 30 years old, great family man coming from really humble beginnings in Guarujá.
Yeah.
You know, it was not gifted anything and had to earn everything. A pretty inspirational story when we talk about David Silva and the commitment that it took for him to become one of the world's best.
And there's people that do this because they love it. And of course, Silva's one of those guys too, but he actually sees it as a career because it's something that actually feeds his family, and being that source of inspiration for others is major too.
No, DVD's one of that crew from Brazil. You don't win, you don't eat.
Yeah.
You know, he's supporting his entire family on his surfing career.
And even still, guy comes up to you every single morning, says hi, he's humble, and he's one of the hardest working men in the sport. And those are the guys you root for. They're the underdogs that basically need to do well in order to support themselves.
Here goes Silva again, looking down the line for a ramp, pops up that trusty alley-oop, but again, lands a little too high out the back. No harm, no foul, he'll keep the lead.
Also want to say too, a lot of the Brazilians did very well when they were able to find sources that resourced them to be able to travel outside of the surfing industry too. Main sponsor is a building company.
Yeah, and you also got to acknowledge his support squad, Pinga, who's brought up so many Brazilian surf stars. He spots them at a very young age and gets them the support that they need.
I would say probably about a third at least of the Brazilian males on tour have probably been recruited by Pinga.
Yeah.
There's a lot more coming up. Arthur Villar is one kid that I'm looking at right now that I'm just saying
From
eventually.
Bahia Formosa, it's right from Italo. And speaking of Pinga, Italo Ferreira also a product of Pinga's coaching and support.
Yeah, and it just comes down to those people that are willing to give you an opportunity and a chance. And shout out to all those men and women that do incredible stuff behind the scenes to be able to get them there.
And shout out to the spirit animal of the Brazilian Storm, Jadson Andre, another guy who has helped so many Brazilian surfers, you know, cross that threshold into the CT.
And he was the guy that you always talk about it. Every single event, win or lose, you got your wristband on, you're eating your free lunch or free breakfast. If you got free dinner over there, you're eating that too, because in the end, you got to be able to save every single penny up, because that's really what's translating to your travel expenses.
Yeah, I bring Ziploc bags. Here we go with Jake Marshall getting a little caught up there in the end.
Maybe that's a little excessive. A couple security guards are going to see you and be like, hey, kid, where are you going at with that?
Brother's got to eat, Mitch.
Oh, man. No, but seriously.
Those ingredients aren't going to eat themselves. You know, we don't want to waste anything.
I remember a couple QS events on the East Coast, traveling with Dylan Southworth. We wouldn't have breakfast just because we knew the Pizza Hut buffet would be at a certain time of the day and would be so cheap. That would be the only place we'd eat all week long, knowing that we'd have to do that to be on a budget. Looking at Jake right here. Strong first turn and complete on the second one, though. Timing's been good so far up until this wave right here for young Marshall. With 7 minutes to go, he's still in second place. And, you know, speaking of the difference in socioeconomic backgrounds, every now and then, you come to learn that regardless of where you're from or your origins, everybody's still here for the same goal, to be a world champion and to travel the world doing something that you enjoy and love.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I mean, you got to remind yourself, right? We wake up in the dark, we get down here at 5 in the morning, whatever the time is, it's dark, it's cold, it's rainy, but then you realize how lucky you are to actually have this as a lifestyle. Seth Moniz loves this lifestyle. He's going to be up against Joao Chianca and Marco Mignot in heat number 2 of the elimination round, getting centered right here.
Very evenly matched heat in terms of the rankings too. Joao and Seth, 20 and 22 respectively, and Marco started off extremely well at Pipeline. To me, he was one of the best performers on the first day of competition over there. Needs a big result right here, though. Traveling with his dad and his coach, Jason Aparicio. Awesome guy.
And Marco just comes from just such a great story, such a great surfing family.
Great surfing town.
Yeah.
Sayulita.
And just the fact he spent so much time growing up on a sailboat, with mom and dad. Mom and dad surf, sister surfs, brother surfs, cousins. Former QS warrior.
And Naomi had a real successful career. So did Diego, his cousin. Back to your point, though. You wake up every day grateful, knowing that you get to do this for a living, having grown up that way. Not many people can say that you get to do this for a living. You might not make the most money out of every athlete in the world, but your lifestyle is second to none.
Yeah. And like I said, you bring your Ziploc bag and you get some free sandwiches.
You're giving me ideas now, and I don't think it's a good thing.
All right, down to 5 minutes, and let's take a look at what's happened so far. This is our heat recap for heat number 1 of the men's elimination round. Jake Marshall had a great start.
Yeah, he did. 5.33 on this one. Tight space. Strong combination by the surfer from Southern California. And then Silva behind him, Kaipo, opened up with a 5.5, then got his best, a 6.93. Just very explosive in transition, a lot of speed within his surfing so far in this heat. And once again, spray today is your friend. You want to really look for the critical sections and try to accentuate things just a bit more. This being his best wave so far, the 6.93 close to a 7. Really explosive combo, but I think the main thing is just he's surfing just a bit of a quicker pace than the other two surfers so far, Kipes.
Yeah, it's a noticeable difference, right, at the pace that he's scooting down the line. Federico Moraes now with under 5 minutes needs a 4.54 to get into second place and advance. Moraes holding on to priority right now, so he's first in line when a set comes.
And this is where I pose the question, are you willing to risk that ankle right now? And having gone through the surgery, through those close to 3 months already of rehab, getting to this point and try to go for it on a closeout section. That's where you got to be thinking long term. Do I want to do it right now? Or do I want to try to requalify through the Challenger Series at the end of the year?
Well, Portuguese flag is out for the favorite son of Cascais.
That Grom's
Federico Moraes.
Gnarly. It's cold outside. He's wearing shorts. I was wearing 2 jackets outside right now. The Portuguese are a different breed, bro.
Yeah, I'm an island boy, man. I've been freezing here. Here we go with Jake Marshall. Nice couple of turns there.
Really smart.
Wants to improve upon a 3.77. May have done it just barely, but smart surfing to get it done.
Any point counts right now, though, with 3 minutes to go. Just adding pressure to Fred and trying to force him to be on the right wave at the right time. So really smart surfing right there from Marshall. As you said, might be over, might be just under. Good quality wave, though. First turn was strong, too, from that angle, especially. Nice little wrap. And finish things off, so...
Hey, the seaside workouts are paying off right now.
For sure. I mean, that's Cote 101 right there. And, having to surf with all those guys on a regular basis, imagine TC, Raul Machado, and, of course, Jake has got to be up there with one of the greats of all time from San Diego now, too.
Yeah. Chris Cote, another seaside local and a voice of all kinds of action sports. Another guy. Gosh, I think about seaside. I think about also Doug Silva, coach here, came up surfing seaside. John Glom, another seaside local.
Zach Keenan.
A
lot of great surfers from the area.
Here's a chance. Kikas, Federico. Yeah, there you talked about it, Mitch. Didn't want to push it too hard, and the dog takes that personal right there.
Well,
but I understand. You talked about it. He's got a fresh ankle on the heel right there, and you could tell that there was a little bit of hesitation there, and we all understand why.
We're speaking from experience. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't just be saying it to discredit him, because it's one thing having an upper body injury where you're just paddling, something like that. And everything that your weight goes on to right there at the end, that's gnarly.
Yeah, your back foot.
And not just for the year, for your entire life.
Yeah.
So
you want it to heal correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. With the minute 20, I don't think you should be risking that right now. Make sure that you have the longevity of the year of your career, too.
Yeah, the long term, to your point, for Federico, is to prepare for the Challenger Series, and he's got another 3 months until that kicks off.
Yeah, so get back in the gym, try to rehab as much as you can. You haven't surfed that much either. Like, make sure that you're doing things the appropriate way. You got the opportunity. You didn't surf bad.
Yeah.
People know that you're here. People know how talented you are. So you got the shot on the Challenger Series, and especially with the schedule again, having an event in Aceita, finishing in Saquarema again, which is a great event for him. He still has a big shot of qualifying.
This is true. And Jake Marshall is just going to run the 30-second drill right now and make sure he's there for the block on Federico Moraes.
Well, big result for Silva, of course, avoiding a loss right here in this round 2. And for Jake Marshall, he only lost before the round of 16 once last year. Had one of the most consistent years we've ever seen out of a championship tour surfer. Of course, still looking for his first event win. Same thing for Silva. Got the job done though here, Kaipo, and you know, just looking at the conditions, you had to go out there with lower expectations. If you got anything above a 5, you were doing your job well done.
And this one's just for fun for DVD, David Silva. He's going to come in and he's going to have the rest of the day off. Our Brazilian support squad there. Appreciating that. And David Silva giving some thanks to Above.
Whatever goes together, grows together, Kaipo.
I like it. There's the numbers. 6.93, 5.5 for David Silva. Jake Marshall got it done as well. Federico Moraes, we're hoping that he continues to heal, and we'll see Kikas when the Challenger Series kicks off.
Yeah, congrats to him. Great career. We're going to see him in Newcastle, but Silva and Marshall moving through.
We're moving through to a break, but when we return, it's going to be João Chianca, Seth Moniz, and Marco Mignot out in the water.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Rolling in here. What a beautiful place, that overview. We're talking about Peniche, Portugal. Super Tubos here. Heat number 2 for the elimination round. On the water, João Chianca, Seth Moniz, Marco Mignot, it's Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call here. Thoughts on this heat, Mitch?
Well, Chumbinho, former champion at this location. Moniz, no doubt, one of the best on tour when it comes to barrel riding. Underrated at small beach breaks, though. He's done very well in Huntington Beach at the Open. And, of course, you have last year's runner-up at the U.S. Open and champion in Saquarema at the CS level, Marco Mignot up there now.
Here we go, starting with João Chianca.
Yeah, this was a 3, so it's a little stuck right there. Rebounds off of the white water. That's going to be a quick and decent start for Chianca. And then an incomplete attempt for Marco. Seems like João was up and riding briefly once again, too, and he just seems energized this morning, knowing that not only are conditions tough, but there's a few intervals every now and then between the best waves out there. Seems like Moniz here, one of his first waves.
Sethi, throws the fins, but does not get back over his board. So a couple of misfires from all of our surfers to begin this heat. Still lots of potential out there. I think with the rookie Marco Mignot, however, Mitchell, we're definitely going to see some airs.
Well, this is his bread and butter, too. I think a lot of people, knowing that he comes from Saelita, tends to surf a lot of waves similar like this, but you look at Moniz, 317th so far in his career here in Portugal. I feel like if we get to those good days later on in the period, he's going to be difficult to beat. He's made the final at Pipeline before, and of course, Margs, Bells, a lot of those waves, real good for him in terms of talent, too.
But just right here, wasn't able to stay centered.
Yeah, so that was the throwaway. Seems like he has a other decent score, too, but as of right now, competitive thing between Chianca and Moniz.
Yeah, Moniz, another surfer on sharp eyes. Like Jake Marshall, Taylor Clark also shaping some assess boards.
Yeah, and when we talk about surfing families, it's really tough to avoid the conversation about the Moniz. You know, I had the pleasure and the bad chance of having to surf against 3 of those guys at the same time. Isaiah, Josh, and Seth every now and then. And Tony, Kalia, all of them had incredible careers.
The same heat or just in
no,
different
just
times?
at different times.
Oh,
no, in the same heat, that would have been horrible.
Yeah,
I would have been
sent you in.
Yeah, I would have been like, you know what, guys, I'm going to take 4th. That's fine. But overall, not only are they a great Hawaiian surfing family, they've done a lot for the sport. Tony, excellent surfer, got a lot of covers back in his day. Excellent pipe surfer, and you look at what Josh did in his career, what he's still doing right now, and what Seth's been doing so far since 2019, multiple years on the championship tour now.
Yeah. Regionally, Josh just 1 spot away, but that can change to coming out of the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region onto the Challenger Series. I would love to see Josh on the Challenger Series, and eventually, really, a dream would be to have both Josh and Seth on the championship tour.
But for anybody that's listening, if you're kind of close to that spot of qualification, you should still be ready.
Yeah, 100%.
Injuries happen. You never know. You might get the call up last minute. Hey, I need you to get on a flight right now. Your heat's in 2 days.
Yeah.
So there's always that chance. And as you said, I think having that brotherly support and, of course, that emotional support like we saw from Crosby and Griffin yesterday, it makes a big difference.
You know, the Moniz family just continue to push each other, and the legend of the family. We talk about Tony, we talk about Kelia, Sis, but the legend of the family, Tammy.
Yeah.
Mom.
She runs everything.
Runs everything. Homeschooled all the kids, but was so disciplined. They got to surf, but had to do their studies at the same time. True surfing family, Hawaiian royalty, the Moniz. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. David Silva was looking quick out there, Mitchell. He's with AJ.
Kaipo, and we were just talking about the challenging conditions, but how you managed to surf the way you wanted to in that heat. Just what were you able to showcase?
Yeah, this ocean is very hard to surf today, but I think so far to take for the 2 good waves in the start for the heat, I think so it's more relaxing than after that. And then I'm very happy to make for the heat because it's the important points. And then go to, I'm very happy to make for the heat.
Yeah, coming off of the finish in Abu Dhabi, how are you carrying that momentum to try and get a few more heats here in Portugal?
Yeah, after Abu Dhabi is amazing because I go to the air, it's huge air, and in the pool is more motion for this one. And then I'm very happy to start in the Abu Dhabi, go to 9, and then go to the next the good result here.
Para o Brasil, você está a surfear com muita força e muito rápido. Como você encontrou seu ritmo esta manhã?
Cara, esse ano está sendo bem legal, está sendo bem divertido. Cada evento que está passando, eu estou me encontrando um pouco mais. Abu Dhabi foi um evento bem incrível para mim, por ter dado aquele aéreo, me motivou bastante para o resto dos eventos. Então, Portugal é um lugar que eu gosto bastante, então é um lugar que ainda estou me encontrando. Eu quero muito fazer um bom resultado aqui, mas é isso, acho que bateria por bateria a gente vai se encontrando e vamos nessa.
Parabéns, we'll see you next one.
Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Not only does he surf fast, he's able to do fast interviews as well, Mitchell. David Silva, you gotta love the guy.
And I gotta give a lot of props to all these international surfers that have learned multiple languages to really get that kind of exposure, and especially here on the championship tour, having the English broadcast. You know, they've adapted well. Props to all of them because it's been a long journey to get to this point.
It sure has. And that's another impressive thing about a global sport,
yes.
Right?
There's a reason why it's called the World Surf League. And having it be international now, Kaipo, I mean, so many good stories we've seen worldwide because of it.
Yeah. Here we go.
Including this guy.
Mignot. Eyeing up down the line, pops it up.
Whoa.
And has to throw that one away in some very shallow water.
And so far, he hasn't been able to get a score above a 1. And, you know, we talked about him being a specialist in beach breaks, how he was able to win in Saquarema, and of course, making the final at the U.S. Open. Hasn't had anything good so far in this heat, and seems like just wave selection has been a bit of a struggle for him. Mostly a lot of good lefts out there, few rights, where that seems to be his standard going to the air. This is the last one, the IC replay, just the attempt. And maybe spinning a bit too much right there, not centered over his board. So that's just going to be an incomplete wave for Marco. And this is the last one we saw from Joao. Deep bottom turn, love the way he explodes right there once he goes to the lip line. And the cool thing about that wave, Kaipo, personally, I like that he didn't go for the throw tail. He kind of cut it just a bit short, knowing that he wanted to make the wave. And this is Seth's last, so still waiting on this score. It wasn't a bad combination, but did he ride out of that? It seems like no at the end.
Negative. That's heartbreak right there.
We've seen multiple waves like that throughout the day, though, and they're going to be consistent with the incomplete waves.
Well, what's happening right now is this draining tide is making it so difficult to ride out of those final maneuvers because it gets so shallow. The water's moving out to sea as well. So when you're straightening out and trying to make something out of already, like, you know, we're on the back end of a swell. It's really, really difficult, and I think all the surfers are going to have to adjust to that.
Well, look at the difference in the tide, 8.4, and around 4:01 p.m. this afternoon is going to be the high.
Marco tosses it up, and again, struggling because that end section right there, this shallow sandbar, is really, really difficult.
He's laid back a couple of times in a row now, though, so it just seems that he's not projecting forward enough. His body's not centered over his board, and being a rookie right now, especially after such a strong performance in the opening round of Pipe, he's looking to make up some room in these next few events, especially considering that we're in Europe right now, represents France, and then of course heading in El Salvador, local language, you know Spanish, and of course being one of those guys that's competed there before, you want a good event.
Interesting story, right? Lives in Mexico, represents France, Marco Mignot, as well as has a Canadian passport too. He's got dual citizenship.
Yeah.
Truly, you know, when you talk
Global
about
citizen.
a citizen of the world, we talk about the World Surf League, that's an example right there.
No doubt, and you know, his family, once again, who's his brother, who's his cousin, like all those guys had incredible careers.
Lola's a great, yeah.
You know, an amazing longboarder, and they've all done a lot of great things for the respective regions too. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are like, oh, if he lives in Mexico, why does he represent France? Hey, you compete for your nationality, and especially if you're getting a lot of support, you keep on doing that. You got bills to pay, and there's nobody really to answer to but yourself.
Yeah, so pretty low-scoring affair right now, nothing breaking the double digits. There's the coach's corner with Marco Mignot's coach, Jason Aparicio. And here's Seth Moniz. Seth.
Ooh.
Finding a wave that's going to give him a little opportunity, little mistimed on the end, got 2 turns out there. We'll see how the judges put that together.
Well, he'll improve on the 183, and as you said, low-scoring affair, so any point makes a big difference right now. But yeah, a bit off timing. It seemed like he slid the fins just a bit too much at the end.
There's Seth's coach, Doug Silva.
I saw him this morning, and I told him, brah, out of everybody in the event, coaches, athletes, staff, you might be the best-dressed person on tour.
Oh, fashion icon, Doug Silva.
What's crazy is that he's wearing like so many different colors within the same outfit too, and I'm like, I could not be rocking that the way you do. Only you can do that, Douglas.
Yeah, he's one of the bright personalities in surfing and someone who comes from a long surfing heritage. I actually meet Doug. Grew up together.
Way back,
yeah, we go way back. Sometimes we just don't realize how many decades have passed because we're still feeling like we're Groms, Mitch.
Oh, definitely act like one.
Thanks.
Which is good.
Thanks.
You want that kind of mentality, especially when you're surfing.
Because only a surfer knows the feeling.
Exactly.
Stay a Grom.
Hey,
don't grow up. It's a trick.
That's I always use that hashtag Groms for life for everything.
Sets coming through here, and
wow.
Priority with Joao Chianca. Good size wave here for the day. Nice hook off the top. Late to that one, gets bounced.
Seemed like he got a little stuck on the bottom turn right there for the second one, and just under 17 was looking to improve on something close to a 4.
Yeah. So speaking of Doug Silva, I think we have Strider Wazalewski outside the Red Bull athlete zone with Doug.
Definitely found the man himself on the stairs here watching the waves. Looks like there's some tough conditions out there. Guys going over the handlebars, not a lot of completions.
Yes, much like Dubai, not a lot of completions. So, yeah, we're back in that. I don't think we completed that last right, which obviously hurt our score. But the positioning for that right he was on was exactly what we assessed before he paddled out, and just needed to really finish that last wave. So let's see what's, yeah, we knew he was going to do lots of those, so it's either going to be a 0 or a 4.
Talk to me about the conditions, like low tide, a lot of gutter. Was there a game plan?
Well, yeah, the tide just is going out really fast thanks to our full moon. We can make assessments 1 heat, 2 heats before, but by the time our heat comes up, it's even going to change even more. So we have to have a couple different outs before we paddle out. And just to create that space, get to your feet as fast as you can, get going down the line as fast as you can, to get those at least 2 maneuvers in, move that back foot forward and ride it out, point to the sky, and thank God.
You've been noted by the booth as a fashionista. Who's your stylist?
My online shopper.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's you?
Yeah, me and my wife. She's pretty good at it too. So, yeah, we like to shop online. It's therapy.
Well, we love you, Doug. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the words.
Appreciate it. Aloha. Thank you, Strader.
All right, Doug Silva outside the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Inside the Red Bull Athlete Zone, we have Jesse Mendez. Jesse.
What's up, crew? I mean, as you can see it on the screen, the forecast, I mean, the waves don't look that great right now, like with the outgoing tide, just like how Doug mentioned right now, and saw some of the greatest minds of coaching right here to my right. You guys might be able to see Tommy Witz, Snake Talking, and Luke Egan. And I try to pick their brains a little bit to see what they're going to tell their athletes. And as soon as I asked them, as much as it sounds like a lie right now, they all looked at me and answered in a split second saying win, like with a very strong voice. So I'm here trying to digest what does that mean. And I guess it's just with the conditions that we have to offer right now, just have your strongest mind out there and be open to just go and kill it, because it's what you have in front of you. And Snake's doing a swing right now, wanting to play golf.
Hey, Carnalito, when you won in Cascais a few years ago at the QS level, you surfed in real similar conditions. Being this dumpy, what's the most achievable goal in terms of completions out there?
Oh, I mean, it obviously changes with the conditions, but what I seen offered, it actually pretty similar to what we had, maybe a little less windy to what I had when I won Cascais, but you're just trying to find clean water. And like, you know, that kind of bowly section that comes towards you that you can open up and get there early to kind of give that big spray and a good look for the judges, because anything you hit the lip here, it kind of seems sticky. Like it doesn't really show, it doesn't look appealing to the judges. So that's what I'll be looking out there, and maybe a ramp. So Leo's right here. He wants to kill me. Any tips, Leo, for anyone in the water?
It's grindy.
It's grindy. That's what he said.
We all went through this to get to World Tours. So.
He said low expectations. Remember where you came from, and we've all been through this to get to the tour, so go and grind.
Yeah, I love
That's advice.
Love it. Thank you, Jesse Mendez. Yeah. One day we're going to dig up that WSL vault with Jesse and get his podium speech from that Cascais victory that you were talking about. It's pretty cool where he's just like, I'm back. Chambino. And God, it is, hey, to these guys' points, this is where you came from.
Yes.
Is surfing waves like this in the qualifying series to get to the Challenger Series, to get to the Championship Tour. Don't forget, sometimes you just got to
humble beginnings, bro. Humble beginnings.
Grind that axe, and that's exactly what's going on right now.
Look, everybody that's in a QS event has at least had to surf one heat like this, and you know, props to all these men and women that go out there and still post more than 10 points. Oh, that's what I was talking about, though. Anytime the board flips around, I just get a little nervous with the fins. That's what Marco did on this wave, though. This is going to be his best, and nice little combo right there. Smaller wave, but in fitting in two in a tight space. Jason loves it.
Yeah. And this is when, you know, and it's almost counterintuitive, but this is when equipment is so important.
Valuable.
To have that magic groveler that allows you to get 2 turns in some gutless waves, it's so, so important. And those boards don't come around that often.
No, they don't.
You get that magic groveler, you're taking care of that board.
But you always have that in your board bag, though,
Yeah.
just in case. It's the wave, or sorry, it's the board that you basically want to write, I need 2 5s, give me those 2 scores.
Yeah.
But yeah, humble beginnings. I love what Leo said right there. He grinded for a long time to be able to qualify for the Championship Tour. Every now and then, even on a Challenger, you get conditions like this. You have to be able to do that. I want to say Newcastle necessarily isn't the best location. There's probably going to be a lot of heats where you're going to have to grind out one like this.
Yeah, well, we're getting grindy over here. We're taking a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of Heat 2 in the elimination round. Marco Mignot just went to second. Seth Moniz come back. We'll find out after this break.
Welcome back to the MEO Portugal Pro here, the Rip Curl. It is on. We're out here on the sandbar. We're probably 200 yards away from where the tide would be on the high, and that's why it's so difficult for these guys to finish off their rides right now. We're guttering, we're at the lower tide. It's hard to make the waves, but this is where the crunch time goes. As the guys were talking about earlier, remember your roots. You had to do this to get here, and you're gonna have to do this to stay here. Back to the booth.
Thank you, Strider. As we look at the tides right now, local time, 8:58. We're still got another hour of draining tide. Seth Moniz here looking for a ramp, has to settle for a little glide, catches the rail there, and an illustration, back-to-back incomplete rides, illustration of how difficult it is out there.
It says 2 feet, the low tide, which is so incredible knowing that you have that bank right there that is basically so shallow that you can't paddle out on, and then you have such of a high tide this afternoon, it might not even be breaking. Looking at the replay here, Marco, that would have been a sick rotation if he pulls it. It just seems like he's been a little off balance every single time he's pulled a rotation in this heat, Kaipo, but at the moment, 8 minutes to go, he is leading. 3.6, the low score, that's what he's trying to improve on. How important that 4.47 though, that tight space right where he was able to get the 2 into the lip though. Tight heat though, 8.07 ain't gonna cut it at the end of this one.
Yeah, it's anyone's heat right now, and what's at risk is that dreaded 33rd for the 3rd place finish in this heat. Marco identifies this one, looking for another ramp again. Pops it up, lands on the roof. He's gonna ride out of that, and he's gonna increase his heat total with that effort, and he knows it.
Yeah, and give yourself a pat on the back every now and then. Oh, that kid's got his jersey on, that's cool.
Yeah, Marco Mignot with this number 73 on his jersey. He was like, look at, Seth Moniz. Marco saying, Gabe already took number 10 on his jersey, so Marco's like, okay, 73, 7 plus 3 is 10. That's where I'm going. And
he added, it's chill. I like it. I was like, Wright, you're such a cool guy. Like, can we just have you on the entire time now just to be the hype man of everybody? 7 plus 3, it's 10, it's chill. Gabe already had 10. I'll just take 73 instead. That's pretty rad.
Yeah.
Personalities on tour, Kaipo, it makes a difference. Speaking of personality, decreases speed just slightly once he's about to get to the lip on this one, and that's why the rotation, the pop wasn't as high. You can see right there, just takes a little bit off right at the end. The spin just as difficult though, this time fully centered on the board, lands on the lip line, and a much cleaner wave right here for him to actually get the completion. Should be improving on the 3.6 by a good margin, Kipes.
Yeah, that's some athleticism, popping in air like that, basically in a shore break.
And you improved, and you not only corrected your mistake, you learned from that experience within this heat alone. So he had 24 minutes to improve on it. Now he has 6 minutes to improve on the low 4 he has.
Yeah, and he just got a 4.93, so again, increasing his heat total. Marco Mignot, Joao Chianca hanging on to second place. Seth Moniz with priority. Moniz needs a 4.26. Again, Seth doesn't have to swing for the fence. He doesn't need to win this heat. He just needs to be in the top 2.
Yeah. Right now, the number's still relatively low, and we know how good Chianca is. He's won out here before. Not in the same kind of conditions, but everybody at this level is so good, and anybody can pop an air in at a given time. Here's Seth now going left.
Sethy boy on the left. Nice snap there with the sharp eye. Good start. Gets quick 2 turns in. That's what Coach Doug Silva was talking about, getting the job done. Heat leader Marco Mignot, a little caught up there. Tail drift.
Yeah, that wouldn't change anything.
Yep.
It's going to come down to Moniz's left right here for Chianca, and he's going to have to pull a 5-minute drill. Team Mignot right there.
You think Seth gets the 4.26?
It's close. Second turn, not as crisp. There was a lot of quality in the first one, though. Personally, I like it. There is a lot to compare to in this heat, though. You have the 4s, of course. A lot of different surfing going on, and I think that's why the criteria, especially on a day like today, where they really put progression first, might make a big difference. So Marco gets a little caught just once he dropped in. It seemed like his inside rail got a little on the edge. And this was a wave we didn't see, waiting on this score from Chianca. Beautiful first carve, great timing for the second one.
That's going to increase the need for Seth Moniz.
And at this point of the heat, that's the most important score out of the last 3 waves, because he's in the position right now where you're still trying to safeguard number 2.
So Seth's going to need more than a 4. I think Seth's, my opinion is Seth's going to need more than a 4.26. Waiting for those scores, and Marco Mignot up and riding. Good looking wave here. Nice wave selection comes into this one. Eases, kind of pulls it back a little bit to make sure he goes for the completion.
And not pushing too hard with the carve either. And as you said, not going extremely big at the end, just making sure that you're improving on the mid 4 you have. And just under 4 minutes to go, this is going to be a real close finish, Kaipo.
Yeah, really tight. We're waiting for some important scores from the judges. Judges reviewing those rides, and we could see a shuffling of positions at this point, but everything's up in the air because the judges owe us 2 scores for Mignot, 1 score for Chianca, 1 important score for Chianca, and 1 important score for Seth Moniz.
Not enough for Seth. Look at the last one here. See, it cuts it a bit short and a different angle too. Reverse wasn't bad though. Looking to improve on a mid 4, could be able to do it. Not a whole lot of pop on this one, Kaipo, but good progression. Actually, from that angle, looks a lot better than from the front one.
Yeah, and you know, really to complete this story here, we know he's all the way through, and Jorgen Kuzne applauding Marco Mignot. It looks like he's pretty solid in first place, but that last wave of Joao Chianca, we can see it on the screen, a 4.37 did increase the need for Seth Moniz. Moniz with priority in the blue jersey now needs a 4.5-point ride.
And the last one of Mignot not improving, 3.83, cutting it short at the beginning, cost him to improve on that score right here. And now Chianca up and riding.
Chambino throws that away.
And now where's Seth? That's the question, 2.5 to go. He needs to be on a wave soon, Kipes.
Moniz holding on to priority, taking a peek over at that wave. He's going to have to adjust where he is on the sandbar because look, and looking like a lot of the energy's to the south right now.
That is a accurate point right there. Seems like he's actually moving the other way. He probably looking for a right now. Could potentially be looking for a ramp. I'd even say just go for a big closeout re-entry. Might get the score right there.
One maneuver can do it. And Joao Chianca just staying in Seth's peripheral, even though he's under priority of Seth Moniz. That's some sport, that's some gamesmanship, if you would. Just stays right in Seth's zone.
And Marco moving right over too, adding pressure. It's a tight heat. You know, 9.4 heat total so far for the leader, 7.3 for Moniz, but he only needs a 4.54. Anybody's game still, Kaipo. And you've done the 2-minute drill thousands of times when you're free serving. Just making sure you're getting your training, your reps in, and one turn can make a big difference right here. And all three guys kind of in the back in the rankings too. So keep a result right here if they make it out of this round.
Shianka takes off on that one. I don't think that's going to change the situation.
Smart move though, adding some pressure at third priority. Here's Seth.
Seth Moniz finds a nice left. One hook off the top. Two times up there for Seth. Connectivity on the inside, just right out of it. Get in front of the white water. Doug is clapping, just needs a 4.54. It's going to be really close.
If there's anything that cost him, it's the size of the wave. With a minute 20, you pull the trigger when I was thinking, okay, this is probably the wave that you do need to go on. Surfed it as well as you could have, Kaipo. I mean, the first and second turn, real crisp and nice. There's a lot to compare to, once again. A lot of fours in this heat. You're needing something right around there. And with 30 seconds to go, this might have been the last chance that Moniz gets to get that score.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be, I mean, when it's grindy like this, I just feel all the heats are going to be tight.
Yeah. But back to the QS. Make sure you know where you come from, man. Every now and then, you got to just get the job done, regardless of how it is and regardless of what numbers say. Seems like this heat's going to be decided on the beach, Kipes.
Seth heading to the beach, still yet to have any indication of his last wave score. Needs a 4.54 celebration in the MEO camp, because we know he's through. It's going to be whether it's Joao Shianka or Seth Moniz in the second and advancing position.
Really close heat, as you were mentioning. Just over 2 points separating first and third at the end of this heat right now, and waiting on a score for Moniz. MEO, whether he's first or second, he's moving through. He's currently number 1.
Yeah, that's why we saw the celebration, you know, on his camp.
Yeah.
They know he's got it already. It's really Seth wanting the information. Wants to hear his score.
Well,
judges deliberating.
They're looking at it and they're making, you know, a big decision right here. Is it red or blue who should be moving through?
Really is what it's going to come down to, right?
And overall, it's a close heat. You look at the 4.37 from Shianka, had a really nice combination. His 4 was okay, but Moniz, I just feel like the steepness of this wave might have helped him out, Kipes. First turn wasn't bad.
There you go.
And look at how steep the second one is. Real nice timing on it, too.
You know what they call it, Mitchell? Clutch performance. Seth Moniz pulls it through, a minute 20 on the clock, and another look at this wave.
Big time players make big time plays, Kipes, and right at the end of this heat, it seems like Moniz did just that.
Seth Moniz gets the number and moves on into the round of 32. Last wave, Seth Moniz gets a 4.67. Got the job done there.
Yeah, nearly unanimous too for him to advance through. Real close heat right there. And Chumbinho, former champion, he's out of the draw in the elimination round, Kipes.
Tough one for Joao Shianka, and ecstatic Seth Moniz is going to be surfing another day as competition continues. There's all of our numbers there. An illustration of how grindy it is, a traffic jam of 4s between all 3 surfers. But it is Marco MEO and Seth Moniz moving on into the round of 32. And we're going to move on to a break. And we'll be back with more action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Don't go anywhere. Stick around.
So already standing by for scores and all the 3 competitors out there, and the way heat 3 elimination round. Second row of the MEO Cero Portugal presenting Picklum. Out there, 2 surfers representing Brazil. wearing the red singlet, Edgar Project wearing the white singlet.
From Australia in blue, Liam O'Brien.
Already setting by for scores. Power rating established as well. Red power rating, second power to blue, third power to white. Here's the start of the heat. Will be a clean sweet descent, especially to the right. Management line should by the Liam O'Brien and the right Edgar Project.
The Male Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, is brought to you by MEO, your official network connection in Portugal. By Rip Curl, live the search. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL.
Men's elimination round continues here at Supertubos, Portugal. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro back for 2025. And looking at some sunny skies, but the clouds on the horizon are ominous for surfers, ending up in third and ending up with the last place position. Trying to avoid doing that, Ian Gouveia back on tour after a hiatus. Liam O'Brien, he's had a couple of laps and he's gone from strength to strength doing that. Also, Edgar Gurgia, joined himself, Paul Evans, Jesse Mendes, Strider Wazalewski. How are we feeling, lads?
We're feeling good. I love the guy knowing your roots and the whole conversation about where you came from. And you had that thing, you know, you talked about being there and what it takes to get here. And these guys are having to deal with that right now. What it took to get here, they have to do to stay here at the moment. And this is a clutch round.
And yeah, I was just going to mention that, and you just said this is such a clutch round. It's like one of those that it hurts the soul when you lose. There's only 4 guys on the men's that are going to lose today. And you're going to say bye to the event, and yeah, it is what it is. That's what they have in front of their eyes, and they've done that plenty of times. They've done that basically throughout their whole career until they got to this point, and this is one of those days.
And it's conditions-wise, right? I mean, that's really why they're doing it right now.
So Edgar, white, first of white.
Some fans taking it real hard here. Shanker's out. Meanwhile, Gurgia, he's frisky, he's sprightly. He'll go for a punt. Needs a performance here. Edgardi hasn't been able to really lock in so far yet this year. We know all about what he's got in terms of how explosive he can be in these kind of conditions. And I'm just thinking that performance early on that we saw from David Silva, who just really, you know, he shone out here. He got aggressive, he fired up, and I'd like to see that kind of stuff from Gurgia.
I'm 100% with you, Paul. I think if I could say something to him and to actually go to the air, like this is his time to shine in these conditions. He's so explosive, like you mentioned, has a lot of flair, and he has a very good air game.
Well, he's looking really fast right here on these IC replays and really just having a great flow. And, you know, we were talking about your roots and where you came from. I'm calling that all of the guys that are just coming back on tour right now are going to win these heats because they just came from all of this, right? They have this fresh in their minds. Wow, that was some explosion right there from Liam O'Brien.
We've got a lot of action. Just the 2-piece combo right there. Looks like this is a little bit of a bigger wall for lob. Nice first snap right there. Probably would have hoped to have a better second turn, but finish it off strong, and even another wave here for lob.
It's crazy. You know, we got the conditions out here, right? So we got a huge swell coming with a lot of storm. So these guys are having to get these heats done now. And with the water, what's happening right now is we get the lower tide, and then you've got all of this like wind swell pushing in. So it's really short interval, which means a lot of waves are, you know, arriving. And so you get a lot of work done. You just got to try and find that one, gives you enough open face to get into the heavy section.
I think the positive side of these conditions that we have on offer, it feels like you're surfing against yourself in the ocean, right? Like it's not that cat and mouse type of game. You're going to see all the surfers kind of picking their own part of the lineup, and you can be about 10 foot from your opponent and the waves still only come to you, like which would be different in different scenarios. So we're going to have a lot of opportunities, not good quality opportunities, but they're going to have a lot of opportunities to swing the dice and see how it works, and that's what they had so far, like a few waves under their belt.
But even with that, right, you still have that kind of in the end of the heat. and 5 minutes left, you have to start playing defense and offense, and you start to see each other sitting on it, you know, making sure that your opponent's not catching the wave. It can get aggressive.
And with the very tight heats, most likely you're going to have 2 guys sitting on 3rd place. Like we've seen it already on the previous heats, you know, because everything's so close that you can't, even 1st place can really give an inch or a chance to the opponents.
Things settle a touch after the opening exchanges, which went the way of Liam O'Brien in terms of numbers, and already garnering some scores. Here's edgy guard into it, quick belt, gathers himself. That was nice. So a little point of difference, mixing up the maneuvers in the combo of turns as well. That'll feel better for him. Or look to build momentum throughout this.
It's, you know, Edgar's story's, you know, pretty interesting, huh? He was right there with all of your players and the best Brazilian surfers on tour, and then he lost his sponsors, and he went through a hard time, and he just kind of disappeared off the scene, and now here he is. He's back. You know, he built his way back onto a position to qualify, and now he's on tour. You know, so he's been through some tough times, and now he's back here and trying to prove himself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I took a close attention since Edgar was probably 6 years old, because he's one of my brother's best friends growing up. So he did have a very tough injury career as well from an early age. So a lot of sponsors just let him go. And to tell you the truth, as much as I know how good he is, I even gave up on it, you know? Like, it seems like he was just like, hey, it's done. All of a sudden, got some good people in his corner, started training, got back in first ever QS finals in the US, and then from that on, he got back in the scene, and he's there. He's where he's at right now.
There's the replay, quick, you know, amazing, explosive surfing in that little critical part of the wave, and just getting work done really fast. And that's what you have to be able to do in these kind of conditions, where you can just really react really quickly to every little section. I mean, just being out there, look, just trying to identify the wave, Jesse, it's like your mind is just working overtime at everything that moves.
Yeah, you kind of have to, and mostly with third priority, him sitting right there, you kind of just got to have a look, because I've seen a lot of surfers letting waves go, because when you're sitting out there, you know how it is strider, you know how it is bowl. Like, when it's that messy, it's hard to identify the one that cleans up. So sometimes you can let the good ones go by, and if you keep your mind sharp, you can sneak one.
Gouveia with the boost. Nicely rotated. The landing will get away from him. Still looking to post something of significance in this heat. Let's go and chat with winner of the last heat, Marco Minho. He's with AJ.
Paul and Jesse, I was just listening to what you guys were talking about with the waves, and Jesse, Marco and I were just talking about that, how picking the waves out there is really tricky, because sometimes they get better than you think they look originally. How did you find the nuggets today?
I think, like you said, it's hard to see the good ones, you know. There's a few little double ups that give you this like nice face to do 2 big turns, and you don't see them, you let them go. So yeah, I think that little Challenger series, I could see that little wave, yeah, it kind of came to me, and it was fun.
And now we're heading into the 3rd stop of your CT year. And what is just the biggest thing mentally that is a switch for you between the Challenger series and the CT?
Like I said, it's you gotta be a warrior, you know. It's the way of the warrior. You gotta be tough. You gotta be strong. There's gonna be some moments where you're like, oh, it's hard, you know. You're watching all your heroes and stuff, and you gotta switch that mindset. I'm here to take what's yours, and you're here to take what's mine. So I had to switch that mindset. Yeah, I get inspired from you. You're a hero, but I'm here to beat you. And no more like this feeling rookie vibe. I wanna beat these guys, and I think I had to switch my mindset to like, I'm hungry.
How does winning a heat like today help reinforce that?
I mean, you know, I keep learning, I keep growing. I think, you know, I ask for growth, I ask for strengths, and it gives me challenges. And I had to take these challenges to get stronger, you know. I need to switch them to get that mindset, because it's tough, you know. First round, I get a shocker. I have to switch that mindset to like, let's go. I'm a warrior, I gotta fight through this. There's people who came to watch me like 1,000 kilometers, drove all the way here. There's this little kid who came with his mom, and he's here for me. I was like, if I have to, I'll die trying, I'll die fighting, so let's go.
Well, we have some amazing fans who made the drive down, also some watching back in France. Do you have anything you want to say to them?
I just want to I say it in French. Bon, bah, les gars, faut rester positif parce que des fois, la vie te tape, mais bon, ça fait partie du jeu et voilà. Tout qui ne tue pas nous rend plus forts. Alors, allez, on va vers l'avant.
Congratulations, Marco.
Thank you.
He won the heat. I think he's won the interviews as well. That was amazing for Marco Mignot. Just quickly, life knocks you down, you get back up stronger. That's what he said there in French.
Whatever you do, don't put me on camera. I'm crying.
Yeah, straight up.
That was a tearjerker right there. I love it. And this right here, look at that, just flying to the beach.
Same mentality. Like, you know, that was a very scrappy wave. Barely gave him any time. Just made sure he was positive and found that section and boosted as good as you could in that section. Barely had any opportunity right there. Puts that board up high. Always you're going to see those surfers mostly without the grab. They're going to extend that front foot and move forward to give the stability for landing. Mostly with the low tide right now. The water gets very sticky and very hard to ride it out. So they're using that front part of the board where it has more foam in it.
Little posturing there after the completion as well. The no claim, looking up at the beach. I like that.
Yeah, it's going to feel good for him as well. Like, so far, you know, interesting, Marco talking about like being a rookie on tour and that mindset you have. And Grudgy's been in that role so far. He's not kind of put the best of himself forward. I think it's going to feel good for lots of reasons, just to kind of get that confidence back, almost like wave by wave, Jesse.
Yeah, you have to. And he had a few opportunities actually at Pipe. As crazy as it sounds, probably the toughest wave for you to be a rookie on. And he had the opportunity against Italo with that backdoor wave that he fell right on the end on the first heat of the morning.
Oh, I remember that.
Might have been a 9.5 or
something.
something.
Crazy barrel.
Could have been the difference of his ear maybe. So for you to get back up from all of this, you need to be a warrior for sure.
And when a few things like that do happen, I mean, you'd understand where you can maybe see the shoulder start to slump a bit. Maybe you start off a heat, doesn't go exactly how you want, so you just feel like maybe it's the same thing happening again.
It doesn't start. It does weighs on your shoulders. Like you can see it from anywhere. Like it gets heavy. It gets hard for you to bounce back. But right now he's doing just fine. This is his bread and butter though. Like this is the conditions.
These conditions, huh? Yeah.
So this is probably the easiest way for him to get back up and maybe build some confidence.
That interview too with Marco and understanding who he is and really diving into, if you get a chance, go into his Instagram. There was one that isn't like a little testimonial that he did that I actually reposted that was so powerful. Him talking about what it was taking to get to where he is and what he had to tell himself and how he had to do it. I mean, it's just, there's so many stories. Each one of these guys that has arrived has a story about their journey and how they got here. So it's really fun to dive into their accounts and their Instagrams and their profiles and really kind of pull up all the different things that these guys do.
Cave's going on a journey south. What's he seeing down here, Jesse? Where's he headed?
I mean, I feel like the Goofy should have been there since early this morning. I don't know why they're not taking advantage of the left that he's just about to grab. He was a little bit deep on that one, but there's kind of running down the line, good ramps, and a very good way for Goofy footers.
So multiple peaks here at Super 2 Boss. Cave heading down the beach. Of course, he'll surf back towards the tower zone. No real problem from the judges from the point of view of seeing what he can do. Also, it would be out of the priority rotation as well. He'll have his own swing or whatever comes through. Let's see how that tactic pays off. You quite rightly identified this early on.
I've actually, I talked to a few surfers, and I was like, oh, that left on the left corner of it, south of us, it looks pretty decent, you know, gave a few hints, but, you know, it's sketchy to be the guinea pig. Like, everyone's surfing in front of the judges' tower. You're going to have to move yourself away from it, which there's the good side and the upside and the downside. You're going to be by yourself. Basically, there's no priority rules. You can pick whatever you want, paddle, and sniff whatever you want, but also you're going to need to have guts to do something different that everyone's doing. So Ian is the first one to do that. Let's see if it's going to pay off. But the problem is now he had the added pressure to be in third place on the heat, and the guys with some decent scores for a day like today. So
well, we're halfway through too, over, and we're still looking. Look, he's still looking for a real score of substance, getting that like Rob Machado vibe down the beach on his own. You know, those little runners, and see if he can pick something up, because you know Rob would take that chance, and he was really successful with it. So.
Yeah, most of the times he was doing pretty good. I think first one that comes to mind is Huntington, right?
Yeah.
Gouveia backhand now, after heading a little bit back towards the main structure and then finding a right-hander, not quite getting the connect there. Still looking to improve numbers because his adversaries with the 5s in. That high score for Grgia, 5-5. That was the little flex we saw after. And he knew it was going to be a solid number. It's the highest so far. There's not loads in it between those two, actually, in terms of O'Brien and Grgia. Time now for a bonsai brew break. More live action for the men's elimination round in Super Tubos Portugal real soon. The action continues here in Portugal right now. Heat 3 of the men's elimination round sees Australian Liam O'Brien with something of a lead, not a massive one. Having a look forward, round of 16 for the women. Some of these matchups on the bottom of your screen. Heat 5, Simmers in the yellow jersey against Hopkins of Portugal. Expect that one to be highly entertaining. Heat 8 as well. Gabriella Bryant, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So some really cool looking matchups coming up the women's round of 16. And obviously looking at the forecast, thinking of what we got coming and some of the uncertainty essentially of not knowing. Waves out there at the moment, highly contestable, decent numbers coming in. Round of 16 out there.
I mean, you got to sacrifice, right?
Well, yeah, the water's going to start pushing back in. The wind's not bad. You got some glassy face. I think it's going to stay really fun. So here's a little replay, quick one of Liam O'Brien, who's your current heat leader. It kind of goes over the handlebars there, trying to finish up on the inside. Just looking at those heats, though, from the women's round coming up. I mean, Tyler Wright and Sally, that's going to be fun. Come on. I mean, there's the Caitlyn Simmers, Yolanda, too. Yolanda's going to be just pissed, right? She's just take no prisoners. Oh, really fun. Lakey Peterson coming up against Aaron Brooks. That's going to be the bet against the Grom. Ooh, it's going to be, it's on.
If you don't have your fantasy team locked in, get it done. Because women's round of 16, as soon as that happens, it'll be too late. So get your teams locked in and enjoy those matchups as we look at a lineup which features currently real close numbers between Grgia, O'Brien. There's not a lot to separate them. Studied expression of Samuel Pupo, and another really, really fun-looking heat next. Taking on Hamzi Boukiam, George Pitar. And that matchup should provide us with plenty. Very different skill sets and approaches to wave riding. Let's see how they make best of conditions out here. Jay Thompson looking on with George Pitar. I saw him just studying this lineup with Liam O'Brien. Before they went out, they sat on the steps here at the site and just watched the lineup for a long time. Bots had his little moleskin notebook out, didn't write anything in it, just looked clever by holding it. But Liam O'Brien, we know how much of a student of the sport he is, and he You know, he's kind of quiet. He likes to sort of think first and speak later. Everything he says is quite measured and well considered, but so far so good from him in terms of only a couple of opportunities come, and when they have, he's absolutely taken them.
I'm actually surprised of how many waves he started, how early in the heat. He had back-to-back waves, got in a good rhythm right off the bat, because usually he's the type of guy that sits there and wait, but I mean, it makes sense in the conditions like today, and that's the left that Edgar is looking at it.
Gurgia here with the prio, backhand attack from him, gives it a little spank into the lip, and again with more spice, just gives it a bit more board. That drone view, you can see that board just pivoting and the back foot pressure, which always looks cool. And building up some momentum through the heat and the wave itself.
That was a burner right there for Ian, right? He was sitting right next to him and couldn't take that wave. And this just lights up that last turn. That was just the placement in that lip line, the way the board pivoted in that critical section. Just, you know, this one was sweet, it was clean, but right here, look at the cup and the wave and where he places the board in the lip and just perfectly pivots. Feels so good to do that.
It does, mostly on a day like today that everything, there's not much smooth waters to end up and riding.
Gouveia, backhand attack from him, and you can just instantly, you can't help but make the comparison. Not quite as much there, not much vim from the wave or zip, just compared to what we saw from Edgar.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the time to pull the trigger on that smaller wave as well. It's hard to get the scores today on the smaller waves. As we've seen it, surfers getting big scores with one big crack out the back. And this wave just kind of fading out, unfortunately for Ian. I'd like to see him put himself in a few lefts for some air attempts, because he's so good in the air. We've seen it so many times. Beautiful approach, great surfing, just the wave lacked a little bit of energy.
Yeah, it didn't have what, you know, Edgar's wave had with that curve, and the way the wave was just, you know, coming at him. That one was kind of going away.
And that second turn for Edgar, when he was like transitioning from like he was bottom turn, everything was pretty smooth and clean. Like you could tell that he was just taking his time. He gave him that extra second for him to set up, which is a gift on a day like today.
Low water right now. There's a big dry sandbar down there. Photographers making use of that. We'll be surfing over that in a couple of hours' time. The big, beautiful full moon that we just had. We're getting those moon sets in the morning here. It looks great. What it also means is massive swings in the tide under that 6-minute mark right now. Gurgia up into the lead. O'Brien into it. Smooth as you like. Check the style. Textbook. Really cool. Control. Pushing with the back foot. And it's so polished as ever. You know you're going to get that from him. If you can get a quality wave, all the key ingredients of that, looks really good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the replay. They're picking up on the quickness, but short turns, right? There was not like a full, you know, pivot. So look, we'll see it here. First one I like, it was kind of a climb, and then another down the line hit. All of them a little bit short, so I don't know how big that score is going to be. I don't know if that was a wave where you're looking at less might have been more, maybe just one big gouge off. You're just getting a lot of speed and going after it. But I mean, look at how quick and like precise he's surfing. It's just unbelievable how quick you got to be in these conditions, and he's stepping up.
I think one thing to his side, the flow and the speed that he kept there was very positive, but I'm with you. Like maybe after that first turn, he set it up a little bit longer and just going for one big gouge and maybe forgetting what was ahead of him and finish it off the wave. But
I mean, he's
kind of had to pull the trigger too, like in block Yan as well, because it seems like it was kind of like a good goofy foot wave, like kind of cleaner, you know, like that two-turn combo.
I think it was a great wave, and got a pretty solid score there, the highest score of the heat, it looks like.
6-5 in for Liam O'Brien. Judges rewarding him for the flow. It looked really nice and polished. Just, I'll take your point about going on the attack here, but sometimes that can look a little bit one pace. You kind of know what's coming. I just thought some of those turns, we didn't really know exactly what it was going to do until quite late in the turn. I just thought it looked a little bit more creative and just something a little bit different.
I think the speed that he kept throughout the wave, it's been hard to see it on a day like today. We've seen a lot of people doing like getting those waves that are fading and doing the combination of maneuvers or that one big turn, and he was kind of able to do both of the best words, I guess.
Speaking of power turns, what's this guy going to do out here?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. He's gonna have to get himself into some opened up condition. Like right, he's a big fellow. He's got a lot of power. He blows the turn out so hard that he'd actually, you're like almost too much. He's gonna have to like gauge his power through those sections.
Yeah, massive guy. Just so impressive. I don't know, he sort of fits the body and the legs together. It just looks amazing when he connects. Let's see what he can do.
On those right-hand points in Morocco, some of those placements that he does in the lip there, I mean, it's just textbook. It's as good as you could ever look or just draw or video or anything on a wave. It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
It is. It's very true, and usually pretty solid waves as well. We're talking about like 8-foot faces waves, and he's just demolishing lips. Lob taking a little bit of room from the opponents with sitting with third priority, even in first place. Is like, hey, I want to try and just.
Yeah, but you think about the chessboard and whatever, and your opponent, Gragier, gets the lead, just gets up there with a wave, and then your next move that you make, it didn't move a muscle until that wave came through, and then bang, 6-5, thanks.
Thanks for coming, Lob. Making things interesting for us, obviously.
I feel like Paul knew he was going to get a big score. You were really quiet when we were talking about it.
Yeah. I just, you know what? Whoa, here we go. Oh. Nice rotation, which is put down. I just think sometimes when you see a lot of similar sort of stuff and it's all about the sections a lot of the time, and then you see someone actually be a little more creative with surf with a bit more freedom. I thought the board looked a lot looser from Liam O'Brien. Not that surfers like Gragier haven't been impressive, but this is what he's got as well. He's got so much pop, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just the back foot right there. You could see it. He was landing. The tail whipped a little bit more. The board had more momentum than he actually did. So the foot was kind of in the corner of that board as he was landing and ended up coming stuck. But that was going to be a massive score if he would have landed that. The slob air, which is a different variety that we don't see it so much with the front hand touching that inside rail. It's just very beautiful and technical air.
Final 90 seconds here.
Lob's back at a group now with the second priority, kind of having a look at Edgy.
Ian Gaveo, it's tough for him right now. He's got the priority, but a 7-6, he's just not been at this at all, has he?
He's got it in the bag, though, if he wants to pull it out. I mean, he just gets himself a little open face, and he can throw. I mean, I would think he'd go above the lip to try and, get that big of a score. Don't know if he's going to, a couple of snaps I don't think are going to do it. I think he's going to have to go huge.
I think so too, mostly with the surfing that have previously done already. Always seen it. They're pretty good waves and still in the 5-point, low 6-point range, mid 6-point range. And he had one attempt for an air. I think he just didn't give himself enough opportunities on those lefts. Maybe now.
After a great start at the pipe with a third up against it here he goes, he'll load up here. It's exactly what you boys were calling. Here we go, he'll punt, so ollie high. And he looked like he had that. He looked like he was going to stop the landing.
He had it. Like, he was there. I don't know what happened. Really, I really don't know.
That was bizarre, huh? That was like, it was all just the song was happening. We were all singing it, and then the record scratched right at the end there.
Oh my gosh, I really don't. I don't even know what to say.
Let's watch it here. He's perfectly lifts off, giant frontside grab, clicks in, he's good, and then he goes over the handlebars. He readjusted too much. He just shifted his weight a little bit too much the other way.
Do you think he felt like he already had it and maybe kind of was like, oh, I just got to go, I just got to move up or something? Because he felt like the hardest part he went through, and then all of a sudden he, like you said, he shifted the weight towards where he shouldn't be. Maybe he wasn't paying attention or something, but that could have been the score, I feel like.
Yeah, tough one for him right there, but, well, Liam O'Brien taking the win.
Good heat for O'Brien and Gragier in Gavay. He rallied at the end. He did exactly what he needed to do, apart from stomp that air. He'll bow out of competition here in the elimination round. So a good start of the season. It gets a little tough for him in Europe. We'll look forward to seeing him in El Salvador. Time for a quick break. We'll be right back with more.
My grandfather belonged to one of the first communities to live here. My mom picked surfing from the foreigners. So our backyard is the ocean. We started going to the water since kids. Super Tubos is really special. Sometimes you get like really frustrated because you see perfect barrels and you get none. Then you just need like one single wave and it makes your day or your week or your month. It's a very unique setting. It's not just a single common beach break. The sandbar extends off the coast and then there's a deep drop off, but it's not linear along the coast. So when the swell comes, it refracts from south and north, and then it creates these A-frames and concentrates all the energy to one place. That's why Super Tubos is so consistent.
Keeping it rolling here at Super Tubos on a Sunday morning. Having a look, Hamzi Boukiam, the powerhouse goofy out of Morocco. George Pitart, impressive. Young Australian, very much on the come up. Samuel Pupo, we know all about what he can do, going real deep into events. And you look at this venue, you think about him and what he's got, his all-round game. Could be a really good matchup. These three, this heat from this round particularly stands out for me just in terms of entertainment. Let's see what Samuel can do here.
That board looking very good, like extra spice to it. You see him that bottom turn, he barely had any speed. You can see the wave kind of flat here. Somehow generates some magic and get that pop up and vertical, get that fin all the way out the back, shifting that weight backwards on the back foot in order to not get the nosedive right there. So beautiful surfing from such an average wave for Samuel.
You know, that was, the Rip Curl House over in Hawaii, and they have the whole crew down there, and there's right in front of it, there's Insanities, and there's the little sandbar, little pieces of reef. And it was a pretty small day. It was a little peak out there, and Samuel was out there on a little carbon board like he's riding, right? Or I don't know if that is, but it was a black board, and he was just ripping it to pieces, these little nuggets. But, I mean, the waves were small. I've never seen anybody surf like that on a small wave, that fast, that quick, and just tearing it to pieces. And I feel like he's just, he's so underrated in my
So
book.
underrated.
The guy is unbelievable. And then I saw him at Pipeline on that huge, swell in the event where I think he made it to the semis.
Yep.
He was just going crazy, a massive wave. So, Samuel's a crazy, well-rounded surfer. It's unbelievable.
I feel like he's underrated, but everyone on the surfing community know how good he is. Because obviously you see him in free surf. It's just a matter of him putting together on events. He did a glimpse of it in the first year and then kind of went into a roller coaster of a ride, falling off the tour twice. And
the other thing as well that he's got, ultra competitive, right? I mean, he loves to compete and win. I'm just thinking of it. One heat I saw last year down the coast here in the Challenger against Mateus Hurdy, and I think Samuel basically already qualified. And you think, okay, does he go easy?
on his best friend.
No, he absolutely hammered him, just going crazy, doing mad airs. I mean, I can't remember him ever surfing better. Like, for the conditions, he was just blowing it up. And you need to have that fire. It's got to come from somewhere.
You have to. Like, are you kidding me? Like, those guys have been doing this and thinking about this since the first time they put in a jersey. So, like, you don't let it go ever whatsoever. Remember CJ and Damon Hopgood. It's like, if someone's going to take it down, it's going to be me. And they're twin brothers.
All right, it goes Boukiam onto the backhand. Crisp first hit, doesn't have a lot of room, gets up, doesn't get down. Just a bit of a range finder wave there for Ramsey.
All the equipment, you know, you see this right here. This last turn, he's so late to the lip, and he comes down into the explosion. The equipment, there, you know, these boards are made really well, but they can break under your feet so quick and so easy. It's unbelievable.
Mostly because I feel like obviously they're adapting to the conditions that we have today. Smaller waves in size. This boards are going to be glass way lighter than the usual for Super Tubos when it's bigger, or even for Pipeline and Chopu. So they're going to be eggshells, you know, like they're going to be as light as possible.
Yeah, it's just 4-ounce glass and just, you know, competition weight, sanded down almost to the fibers, you know, taking all the weight out of them.
Thinking about George Pitart, where does he sort of fit in terms of the picture? I think some of the Australian fans have been waiting for a while for some new younger talent to come and maybe compete in the air with a lot of the Brazilians and that sort of side of the surf. And I think some other parts been ticked off. Just thinking about his skill set, we'll revisit that. We know all about what this guy can do. Pupo rips one off the top with some flow and a wave that's always kind of closing out. He's just good enough to join up those dots. Might be a massive number, but surfing up the potential of a wave.
Reading lips there. The scores are thrown out by Pinga.
Yeah, Pinga, he's on point, man. He has farmed the best talent out of Brazil. It's just unbelievable. He picks them. He knows how to do it, huh?
He knows how to do it, and not obvious picks as well. Like, you see Samuel here, beautiful first turn. A little bit late to the party on that last one, but still got the flare. He needs a backup right now. That's the name of the game today. You can't really be sitting around so much, but the board looking nice as we spoke already. Had a little wobble right there. Maybe that's what delayed him a little bit for this one, but he just looks flawless as well, you know? Like, as much as he was late to that one, like, it doesn't seem like he's over pushing the board or trying to over create energy source. He just flows through it. It's very pleasing to watch. And Pinga was right on it because he said a low 4. Right there, 417 for him.
Get back to Pitard there.
Yeah, I'm just interested to know how you see his surfing. What are his skills? What does he need to bring to the CT?
To be honest, I don't know him well enough, but I do see his frame being, you know, favored on open-faced rights and you know, West Oz, you know, the right there, and kind of that point break mentality, J-Bay, you know, waves like that, and just seeing him step into the game there. He stepped up at Pipeline too, which is pretty cool to see as well. So I haven't seen enough of him to really give you a really educated explanation, but just the frame of him and the way that he's attacks, you know, the more open face stuff, I love it.
I think I've seen more than you probably seen it, because that was my last year on the Q West. He was already starting, so I think you're right on it. Like, if I look at him, I don't see much of an air guy, but I just see polished, power surfing, sure-footed, know exactly what he needs to do when he stands up on the board, and he suits it very well on point break rides. Like, that's his bread and butter. Like, he's gonna be stoked with the next few waves that we have ahead of us. Let's just put it this way.
Yeah, El Salvador.
Bells, Snapper, and Margaret River. But still not scared to swing, because we had some 10-foot days at Pipe, and he was killing.
Yeah.
20 minutes with 20 seconds still to go. There's plenty of time for the likes of Samuel Pupo to get his skates on, up with a lip line projection float, and then swinging hard, just trying to join up dots. A little bit frantic maybe in there. Meanwhile, let's see what Bukiam's got to say. Not loads, just a quick punch of a turn. Would have wanted that thing to run, which it didn't do. Still looking for that open wave, really, in terms of these rides.
Yeah, it does. But I think it's smart for him to start feeling the board and finding the right piece of water. And Samuel, kind of back to what we saw on the previous heat. Sometimes that happens. You get caught trying to do too much. First turn. I guess we'll get back to Sammy after this one, but that was a beautiful crack, just one piece right there for him. Probably going to get a median score for that. I would say the wave was clean, it was a little bit bigger. He also had some action from George Pitar, redirecting the board a little bit more. Maybe getting a third turn right there with the wave dying it out a little bit, but good work for him.
Sammy, he looks fast and quick and just having a great time. I was surprised he went for that last turn, but I don't think that's going to take away from the wave much, you know, because he's feeling it. He really does look super, you know, clicked in, and the right-handers are all down the line and speed, like compressions that are going to push you that way, right? And then the left, you can actually get multiple turns off, and it kind of waits for you a little bit more. So there's two different styles of surfing happening on each wave, right? The left is a kind of a more vertical approach, and you can just kind of wait for it and bang it away, and you're going to get more turns in. And on the right, you're doing turns where you're kind of connecting and pushing down the line and projecting, trying to get to the next section.
I agree with you, and that's just all because of the corners. Like, it's kind of being a little bit more pockety on the left-handers today, maybe because of the swell angle or just a short period and how it hits the sandbar.
And you would think Ramsey'd be looking for that, a bit of the lefts more, but I'd say that his compression and his front side is it's not as well rounded as the backhand hit, so maybe that's why he's looking at those rights.
Yeah, when it gets smaller, he seems to really rely on the backhand. I think it's easier for him to fit the body frame to it. He's always been one of those guys that is looking for the backhand. It's his weapon, obviously.
That was a missed opportunity there for Pitar because the first turn looked good and then he didn't finish.
Something of a stock turn for him as well, that closeout hit. First saw that campaign he put together on the challenges, and that was a turn that really paid off for him. What happened here?
I think he just got away from his board there. You see the disconnect happened and just was unable to finish. But I think Samuel Pupo, he's back at in front of the Rip Curl house. He's just feeling it. I love watching him serve.
Another wave there, rhythm for George, but this one a little bit started lateral. Like you mentioned, the waves have not so much down the line, a little bit more pockety, but that one a little bit flat on the beginning. He had to kind of carve it down and finish it up with seems like a decent turn, but I didn't see so much commitment to that wave in order to get a good score. It was a bit far pulled back shot, so hard to break it down perfectly, but it looks like Ramsey heard you and he's going to get a left right now.
Here we go.
Yeah, he's taking your advice. He's going left. He's cracking it. First turn, a tight pocket. There's the wrap in the pocket with that big frame. Redirecting, gets the board going the other way. But then not a load of room on the end. He reached for it. Meanwhile, rotation on the backhand. The spin and a grin. Samuel Pupo will stomp that.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight for second place. Sammy looks too good, too clean, too fast, too crisp.
Yeah, and you can see the difference on the front side for a guy like Ramsey to generate speed compared to Sammy, right? Like you can see that Sammy's just kind of cat reflexes, very light-footed, and obviously Ramsey, he's probably about 90 kilos, and it's much harder for him to move. He sinks a little bit more, so it's harder for him without the energy of the ocean today to generate the speed. As you see it right here, this first turn, a little bit late, and then this one, he tries to like muscle through it, but the wave gets a bit flat, and you really need to be light-footed on a day like today in order to generate speed.
You gotta carry the load. And he's a heavy cat, but this is clean right here. Really quick little 3 off the top there just to get himself some work done. But Sammy, he's connected.
Yeah, you can see it.
In a way that not a lot of surfers are to his equipment. He just looks so planted. It's really fun, really unique and fun to watch. That was the wave we saw from the aerial view, I think, that you were calling there, Jesse. Just, you know, no fireworks, but some fundamentals.
Pupo again. Floats over a section. That was great. Loads of amplitude in that turn. Loads of spray and spark.
You can see how much difference it makes. We got back to that. Just by the amount of energy, lack of energy Samuel needs to do in order to generate the speed, and how much that approach helps him on the lip line, which today is not really much about the bottom turn and having that deep bottom turn. It's just about generating speed to actually look flare on top of the wave. As you see it right there, that bottom turn generates so much speed for him to crack that one up, redirect the board, and hits it once again. That was nothing really.
It's just kind of foxing me a little bit because the actual numbers don't really show the separation and how well Sammy seems to be surfing.
Yeah. Let's get down and chat with Liam O'Brien with AJ.
Thanks, Paul. Liam, I caught up with you this morning after your free surf, before you headed out for your heat, and I said, so what's the strategy? And you were like, I'm not sure yet. I'll figure it out. What did you land on?
Yeah, I didn't really end up with much of a strategy. It was pretty random out there, so I just decided I'd try and hunt around and find any half-decent wave I could, and yeah, fortunately it worked out.
When it is a situation where it feels very random out there and you're having to hunt for waves, what are you looking for that you know you can get the scores?
I think out there today you're kind of looking for something with a bit of a sizable wave, because it's a lot of little kind of small closeouts and stuff, and then just something that's got a corner on it. That's pretty much all I was thinking. So just sort of roaming around the lineup looking for that, and yeah, there weren't heaps of them, but there's a couple out there that corner off and have a few good sections, and yeah, it's lucky I kind of found a couple and got to sneak through that heat.
You found enough of them. We always are curious what goes on between the events. And for you, you end up going back and surfing back home, the cyclone swell. How do you feel like that helps carry some momentum here into this third stop?
It probably just wasted all my energy surfing that swell, to be honest. I've been pretty tired. But no, it was good. It's always fun to surf good waves at home. Like, you can't beat that. So, yeah, it was a nice little reset. And I think, yeah, it just makes you keen to get back on the road again, and you're not too phased about missing good waves at home or anything like that. So, yeah, it was fortunate to be home for that little run as well.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Cheers. Thank you.
The understated, low-drama approach of Liam O'Brien. We got a quick commercial break here, still 12 and a half to go in this. It's Samuel Pupo in the lead right now. George Pitar, Ramsey Bukiem still trying to connect. More live from Portugal real soon. Ramsey Bukiem enjoyed a little break from CT hostilities at home and absolutely pumping conditions. Got the Tarazout Bay on the QS here in Europe. On the podium, runner-up in this, the Jorgan Cousinet, also featuring in this event. Why wouldn't you surf at home when it looks like this? And he lit it up.
The beach scene was amazing. It just had, the vibe was through the roof. Everybody enjoying it. Thousands showing up to root these guys on. Moroccan surfing was just going mental this day. And the vibes down there were high. A lot of people enjoying the surf world.
Yeah, that was very fun to watch. Some of the greatest performance we've probably seen, the best wave we've seen on the QS side.
Different looking ocean for him right now and a different vibe as well. It does feel a little bit like one of those surfs. If he gets in the strong start, look out. And if he struggles a little bit, he can seem to find it hard to dig deep within himself and maybe turn around that mindset a little bit. We've seen a little bit of that from Ramsey down the years.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I competed with him so much. He can get pretty negative, mostly with conditions not being so good. So if he can bounce out of that, because he's a big guy, but he's very good in small conditions.
It's funny you say that. He gets in his head.
Yeah, he does.
And we were surfing in Abu Dhabi in a perfect wave, and he couldn't get the left right, and he was just killing himself over it. Oh, here's the quickness of Sammy having a good time out there. But look at the, you know, in this heat right here, you know, all three surfers are surfing well. Sammy seems to be surfing the best to me, but the scores are, you know, pretty level. And looking at Ramsey's one wave, you know, all he needs is one turn.
Yeah.
All he's got to do that is one more time, and he's in the advancing position.
That's why you just got to be on the positive side of Ramsey. If he can keep it clear, erase what's behind him, and focus, hey, this is what I have in front of me. The waves aren't the best, but one big turn, I get a 4.93, and I'm back in the game.
Samuel right now loading up, a ton of speed, loads of pop. Rotation will be an incomplete one for him. Meanwhile, back at it, Ramsey sets up the float all the way back on the tail of the board to push hard. And the wave not quite matching in terms of power, in terms of physical presence. Didn't really offer him enough resistance to really tee off.
Ramsey's got to wait for a bigger wave and find some, you know, that one, all he needs is that one section to display the power in the critical part of the wave, and he'll get the score he needs.
Had to kind of run down the line on this one. That's the problem when you have that low tide. Like the transition from the sand to the out the back is very tight, so the wave loses power very quickly. So you need to try and identify that section right off the bat, because it's going to make it look bigger, and this is almost a massive attempt for Sammy. Beautiful rotation, just landing on that awkward spot.
Back at it again, Bukiam, 7.5. Needs to get going here. Touch sticky, maybe to finish that. Did he emerge out of the white water there? It's the sort of stuff the judges are going to look at.
I feel like he did. I feel like it was well-surfed wave, but on the smaller side. Like, I don't see, from what we've seen it before, as far as fours have been thrown down, I personally don't think this is a 504. It's just a smaller wave. He needs something of substance, a little bit more water moving around so he can actually match that power.
He's looking good, man. He just, like we talked about, he's got to wait for that one wave. But maybe he's just staying in the rhythm there. Just a little replay from Pitar, just ditches the fins out of the back really quick. But it's just a grovel on that, really. Just trying to keep it going. Is that his highest score there?
I think we're still going to get score for that wave. We just saw a replay from George. Prior to that, he got the 4.63, didn't he? That was the right with the combo on the end, and it's actually put him sort of consolidated a bit. Just giving him a little distance from this guy, Ramsey Bukiam, who does still need numbers here. 5.04, the requirement at the moment. We've got an improvement from Pupo as well. He drops the 6.
Yeah, now we're seeing a little bit more separation from the surfing that he's showing us. A little bit more, like, actually not a little bit, quite more speed he's showing, more flow and aggressive surfing still. Just seamless. Sometimes seamless surfing makes it not so dramatic. So
I think they've got the broadcast on up there. They heard us.
Yeah.
JK, we're just kidding, but he's definitely looking sharp out there. It was fun to watch.
A little spread as Ramsey steals away slightly. Lefty is shot in the red. He's down the beach a touch. Little elbow room for him. He needs numbers here. 5.04 is what he's after. That's to threaten Pitar, assuming he doesn't improve. Samuel Pupo showing us some of that form, the versatility really, and the ability to produce scores and performances whatever conditions offer. Here's Pitar. He's smooth as ever. Wrap to start and a bit of flair. Very nice as he manages to release the tail and then revert back. Meanwhile, your heat leader, just flashy. Speed always there. Variety as well. Different maneuvers. It's not repetitive surfing from Samuel.
George looked a little fired up on that one.
Yeah, I think.
I like that.
I personally think that wave approaching, I almost felt like Sammy should have played defense right there.
He was trying.
Yeah,
I think he was trying to get there.
He didn't get in time.
He couldn't get there. So Sammy, who got the wave behind, which was this one, ditches out a little bit and kind of, you know, doesn't really capitalize on it. But right here, you were talking about it. You know, you can be 10 feet from your opponent and not be able to get to the wave, even if you had priority. And that was a great wave. That first turn was quick and really down carved into it. And then the finish was just, you know, placed the board perfectly, blew the tail out towards the, you know, across the lip line towards the beach, and then readjusted to come out of it. That was some solid surfing right
and that was the point of difference on this heat. Now, like, obviously I feel like Sammy overall has been more consistent, but this was something of substance. We haven't seen it. A big blowtail. That was, I mean, for that section, you couldn't go much bigger than that if you actually could. So I personally think this is going to be a good score for George. That was very high risk, kind of a nose pick blowtail, power blowtail. It wasn't really just like, you know, that tricky one that you just placed the board in the right position, but he really pushed through that turn. And Almost felt like he was going to get stuck because he pushed too hard, but came out pretty clean. So,
take the lead with that one, you think?
I could see that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Situation will crystallize shortly when the number comes in for Pitar. Meanwhile, Pupo, he'll just keep surfing here, backhand, loading up high line, and then the ramp, and then corked out, tail high, underwater. He goes, won't help the score. What's Ramsey got? An important wave. There's a big hit from the big man. Now it's a little soupy on the face, which is tough to really unload on. A little fire from him. That's what we want to see.
That first turn was big, but then he got a bit sticky on the second
Maybe
and third one.
half a point for the next two. He could come up with a good score, right?
But his demand's going to go up, right? Because that's a massive first turn. Loads of spray, but right here gets the rail a little bit caught, but cleaned up and then finish it off strong. I think his requirement is not going to be a 504 anymore. That's just my thought.
That's going to change after this next score comes in for George.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Final couple of minutes here, an exciting heat. It's what it promised us on paper in the water. It's been fun to watch it go down, and a pretty significant number for this guy. Pitar might drop shoot soon, and that might make things extra tough for Ramsey Bukiam. He's chasing. He has been all heat, actually. At no point has he ever really got himself set and looked comfortable at all. His best turn for sure, that's what we just saw. Is it going to be enough when the number comes in? We'll find out soon. Pupo, meanwhile, with the flow. Not a great choice. Final minute 40.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. If you think about it, Ramsey's 5.93. I personally thought that turn was better. Looks like George is going to better, but not go to first. So Samuel dodged the bullet right there. He already knows that George didn't go to first, so he's a bit on the safer side right now. Just waiting on that last wave from Ramsey. 6.13.
Like it's going to come just under.
I could see that.
The follow-up, like the turn was there. He got the, like, you know, whatever his first wave was, the 4.9. But then the rest of it was maybe a half a point each, and then he's going to end up in a zone where it's going to come in just right below the score, I think. But maybe not. You never know.
George getting a two-piece combo there for him, but just a little bit more lateral. Not, I mean, if I compare it to the 5.73 that he had, I don't see that coming in into that 5.73 with that pretty big blowtail for a day like today.
The volume is just intense right now. All the amount of waves these guys are catching, you know, up there trying to drop scores. It's not a favorable job today, I'll tell you.
It's not.
That's tough for the judges.
28 waves so far ridden in this heat, with George's last one to come in. Or actually, one of Ramsey's as well, so.
Yeah.
Ramsey's
we got
brother
29
watching on.
waves ridden.
Won't be enjoying what he's seeing at the moment. Ramsey's really up against it here. Still waiting on some numbers, though, for previous waves. Final 10 seconds or so. Not sure we're going to have much more action come through the lineup. It will come down basically scores for previous exchange. Samuel Pupo has led this one from the beginning, and he's been the best surfer in the water throughout, really. But that scrap between Pitar and Bukiam just fired up a bit towards the end. It went George's way most of the way through. We're still waiting on these numbers. It's been a little while, actually. Judges, to their credit, they've actually had quite a bit of judging to do.
A lot of volume. A lot of volume.
Wow, there's been some traffic. They're dealing with it right now.
And like I like to say it, like we usually pay attention to the good waves, but they got to break it down to 1s and 2.7s as well. So they can't forget about this. Obviously, they pay closer attention to what matters the most in this situation, but they still have to write every number down.
Yeah, and each fraction of a point that comes across is going to make a difference. Whoa, look at these scores are dropping.
Number in for Ramsey Bukiam, 6-4. He gets
Bingo!
The high score of the heat, and that first turn, the extra oomph that he generated gets him into second. We're still waiting on a number for George. It needs to be 5.61 or better.
I don't recall the wave well enough to drop a score, but I'm glad I was wrong about Ramsey's score.
Wow.
Because that's a big one.
From nowhere, Ramsey found himself the opportunity. Judges took a while to deliberate, and it's heartbreak for George Pitar. He'll leave Portugal with a last place finish, an elimination round loss. They'll have to just take that on the chin and bounce back. They come back stronger. Pupo looked good throughout. Ramsey looked really out sorts, to be fair. Didn't look great until he absolutely hammered a right with a big opening turn and a bit of drama to finish that one off. A really entertaining heat. A lot's happened. I think we need a rest.
I know, we do need a rest. And good thing we're going to get a rest right now.
I'm in. Let's go to break. We'll bring in Kipes and Mitch for the call. More live action. Women's round of 16. Caroline Marks, Bella Nichols. Stay tuned.
Back at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, we've just completed the men's elimination round, and now we're into women's round of 16. The crowd continues to grow this beautiful Sunday. Kuiper girl, Mitchell Salazar. Say hi, Mitch.
Boom, dia. It's really fun. What a heat the last one between Sam, George, and Ramsey. Ramsey getting the score at the end right there. What a day so far, and even the elimination round had been super exciting. Now women's round of 16 action, Kipes.
We're switch from 3 surfer heats to head-to-head competition in the round of 16 for the women, and we have a past champ to open up the round. We have the 2019 champ Caroline Marks and former world champ as well up against Isabella Nichols in this first matchup. Mitchell?
Yeah, Nichols, former world junior champ herself, has a victory at the CT level. That was in WA a few years ago, Kipes, and just looking at the rankings right there, Marks took a couple of quarterfinals in the first 2 events. Nichols started off the year very well at Pipeline with the 5th place finish. Didn't do that well over in Abu Dhabi though, but right now has a chance for redemption against Marksy.
Marksy's a dangerous one in conditions like this.
Yes.
I feel that her quickness that she has in her surfing and just kind of the fast, quick twitch muscles that she has, especially on the backhand, is going to come into play for Caroline Marks. And as you can see in the scoreboard, already has a 5.5.
That's a keeper, you know, and she was so quick off of the bat, literally in the first couple of minutes, and getting the 5.5, anything above 5 to me is really something. It's a strong score by today's standards. And as you said, coming from Florida originally, now living in San Clemente, she is very used to quick beach breaks, and considering the people that she surfs with on a regular basis too, level still keeps getting elevated at Kaipo, which is significant considering how good she already is.
Yeah, talk about Isabella Nichols here, 5th year on the championship tour, 27 years old. Best result has been 9th so far for Bella, and that's pretty much not getting past this round. So this will be a first for her to get past this round in her career here in Portugal onto the quarterfinals.
And it would be major too, because she wouldn't have to really go into a lot of great waves that she can do well at or even potentially win with way less on the line. So now the cut line at 7 events rather than just 5, Kaipo. More importantly, though, you go to right-hand point break right after this in warm water, very similar to where she's from. She's won in WA, of course, great at Snapper Rocks, and we all know what she can do on an open face wave over at Bells Beach, too.
Here goes Bella on her first wave. and just slips off.
Yeah.
So little misfire just to start off with, Mitchell.
Well, luckily for her, 25 minutes still on the clock. Definitely not the way you want to start with a fall. It seemed like a little bit of a slip right there, but for Bella, as of right now, I think a lot of people still tend to forget how good she is going left, Kaipo. And looking at the replay here, just kind of slightly adjust her line and, yeah, maybe pushed a bit too hard for how soft the section was right there. But just going back to how good she is and how dominant she's been throughout her Challenger Series and QS career, she went to Saquarema still looking for a good result, despite having already qualified before that heat that she lost at. So to me, she has potential to become a top 5 surfer, eventually make it to the finals too.
I'd love to see that. So she's going to have to reset. But like you said, Mitchell, plenty of time on the clock. And speaking of time here, it is past the high tide mark. I mean, the low tide. So we saw that low tide draining out through the morning. Women hit the water. Incoming tide should improve the conditions for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and it seems like Marksy here looking left, Kipes.
Caroline Marks eyes up this section. Ooh. Big snap on the Mayhem surfboard. One turn, but it was a dynamic turn. She's going to back up that 5.5 and apply some pressure onto Isabella Nichols.
That's a drumstick with a soda and fries right there, Kipes. So real good stuff. And judges did say they're going to reward single maneuver, especially if they're committed. One strong section right there. Personally, I like it a lot, and I think to back up the 5.5 immediately, she's already going to have 2 solid scores in the first 6.5 on the clock.
Yeah, talk about the psychology. You know, when you have a good start against your competitor in the head-to-head competition, it's got to play on the mind.
No doubt. As we see Nichols here going right.
Looking to answer back, Bella. Nice snap on the DHD, and she's going to settle on one turn, but that's at least going to get on the board with a meaningful score.
Exactly. A completion. That fall at the beginning doesn't matter right now. Now you got things going a little bit, and a decent section right here for Bella too. Deep off of the bottom. Little crumbly one right there, so not as significant as the last one we saw from Marks, but still her personal best at the moment. I really like this, the use of the speed, especially throwing the tail a little bit more towards the end right there, Kaipo. Real dynamic surfing from Marks, and yeah, of course, the way you compete and your approach is different when you have such a good start. Former champion out here in 2019, Marks.
Yeah, and the 2023 world champion, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, and runner-up last year. I mean, she forced match number 3 against Caitlyn Simmers, and talking about a generational talent, somebody who's changed the game, and also an Olympic gold medalist last year in Paris.
Talk about Caroline Marks. She's just 23 years old. Has been on tour for 7 seasons now.
And first year she was on tour, top 10 surfer, was already competing for a world championship, and the next year actually was runner-up.
Yeah, qualified for the championship tour at a very young age, only 15 years old for Caroline Marks.
Youngest ever,
I think the
right?
youngest ever on the women's side.
It's crazy. I mean, considering how good a lot of these women are, especially Erin Brooks, you have Katie now. Speaking of Caroline, here she goes.
On the backhand, lines it up. Nice bottom turn, snap combo. Good rhythm here through this section. Has to hop over a dead spot. She's going to settle for 2 turns, looking to improve upon a 3.67.
I want to pick your brain, Kaipo, because you've been around the game for a while too, but in the last decade or so, I feel like we've seen generational talents a lot more lately. Not necessarily the dominance of Riss, Tyler, Courtney Conlog, among others anymore as we look at the replay here of Marksy. What's the one thing that you think changed and maybe elevated the game for a lot of these young women?
The quickness and the leverage that you see, and just putting it all into turns and putting meaningful turns, as well as waves of consequence too. So I would say progression on the rail game. The new generation, we're talking like the new 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds. That's going to be the beginning of the air generation, you know, into Erin Brooks and Sarah Kerr. But Caroline Marks, I think it's progression and then also performance in waves of consequence.
Right. So having Tahiti on the schedule, having Pipe on the schedule for them has obviously made big dividends too. But you're right, Kiara Gould just got the wild card for the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. She's one of the best aerialists on the female side in the world. Mila Coco Brown right now, also one of those young ladies coming up.
And to talk about waves of consequence, let me be more specific on barreling waves of consequence, because women have been surfing big waves for decades now. There was always, you know, sunset on the plate. Women like Margot Olberg and Lynn Boyer, Jericho Poplar, really good in big surf on the North Shore of Oahu. But now talking about just those hollow, slabby waves like Pipeline, like you said, as well as Tahiti.
Hopefully we get a day at the box over there in WA too. That's Katie's bread and butter over there.
Isabella, smooth there, a little caught up actually, and then gets back up there, tries some salvage that wave, completes her ride, first ride of really meaningful number, 2.83. She's still trying to get back into the game. That 5.5 for Caroline Marks is just glaring at me right now.
At the moment it is, and even the 3.67, she gets another turn off of that. We're probably seeing the best score of the heat right now, but just under 20 minutes, and Bella recovers well after the first one. As you said, draws off of the bottom well, gets a little stuck coming out of it, caught a bit of a rail, but just to be able to use that same amount of speed and get into the lip line for the second time, really difficult. I really love the way she engaged the rail for the first one, slightly catches her edge right there with the nose, makes up for it though with the second banger, and that's really a nice wave, especially with the use of priority right there, back in the heat kipes.
Yeah, 4.4 gets her right back in there for Isabella Nichols. Priority shifts to Caroline Marks. I like the transition. We've been watching 3 surfer heats throughout the morning in the elimination round for both the men and the women. The strategy now is a lot different when it's head-to-head competition.
Right. And especially if you're just watching from the beach the entire time, as you look at CT by the numbers, average heat scores right here in Portugal. Caroline Marks is number 2 in minimum of 2 events, 12.81, so close to a 6 and a 7 every single heat she paddles out.
Shout out to Coco Ho.
Yeah. Well, former champion at this location too. First time they had it, 2009.
Yeah.
Courtney Conlog, that's pretty obvious. She was always very good right here. Sally Fitz.
Sally Fitz is still at it too. Yeah. How's that?
Well, I don't think she is showing any signs of slowing down either, but look at Riss. 7s every single heat she paddles out at the minimum kite. That is extremely impressive for the multiple-time world champ.
And new mom.
Yeah. Congratulations, by the way, to both her and Luke.
Yeah.
Really nice to see them, get to that point in their life. And,
beautiful family.
Yeah. Well-deserving, by the way, too. She's had a long career, a successful one, and just super stoked to see her that way.
Yeah. Time to enjoy some home time.
Get some waves, summertime, too, South Shore.
Kiwanis represent. Here we go. Wham! Wham! That's commentating right there. Sometimes you just have to go to sound effects.
Well, the first one was a drumstick with the fries and the soda. This is a 2-piece and a soda right here, Kipes, and I'm really impressed by this wave. What I tell you in the earlier rounds, spray is your friend when these kind of conditions are happening right now. Good stuff.
Samuka, Samuel Pupo won the last heat. Let's hear from Samuel.
The strategy before you went into that heat, you told me you were just kind of hunting for what you thought you could get a score on. How did you identify what you wanted?
It's really hard, really. Tide was really low, so I knew the conditions were hard and the wave was super quick. But I felt like I had that in my advantage. I feel like speed is probably the main thing in my surfing, so I was like, I can use that in my advantage, and just trying to fit 2 turns in like 2.5 seconds of wave. But it was nice, yeah, just really stoked to make this heat. It's been tricky year so far, but as you were saying, it's almost like I'm starting the year now, 5 events left. It's just like the last 2 years, so trying to get in that mindset, and I'm really happy.
And you got here to Portugal almost 2 weeks before the contest to get in some good time in the water. How are you approaching this 3rd stop and managing the pressure of the cut, getting closer, but not as close as last year?
Yeah, it's nice. I really love this place. When we get here, people just love us, all the Portuguese, all the locals, and just to be able to talk our own language, eat really good food, and surf around this whole area of Peniche is so beautiful. It's like here it's onshore at Super Tubos, and then the other side is offshore, so we're always hunting for waves. We did our off-season here, me and Joao. We caught so many good waves and got some practice in. Yeah, I love this place. Hopefully I can turn a few things around here.
Congratulations, and speaking of Brazil, para o Brasil, me diga sobre sua bateria aqui em Super Tubos esta manhã.
Bateria difícil, foi muito apertada. O George foi muito bem, o Ramzi conseguiu virar no final e ficou todo mundo muito perto, mas feliz de avançar, um round importante. Eu já tive um 33 esse ano, então já tenho meu descarte, não posso contar mais nenhum deles, então daqui para frente só preciso de resultados bons. Mas é isso, eu sinto que esses últimos anos eu convivi muito com a pressão. E eu acho que o que mais me motiva é realmente abraçar ela e viver o momento. Se Deus quiser, o resultado vai ser diferente quando a gente chegar em Margarete. Mas é isso, feliz.
Parabéns, Sammy. And Kaipo, as we switch our attention now to the women in the water, I got a chance to catch up with Isabella Nichols. And before this event, she went to Denmark, where she was born, and she got a chance to surf there for the very first time. And she told me that she's coming into this third stop of the season refreshed and recharged after spending time with the cold water community in Denmark. She told me, AJ, they put so much effort into just being able to surf. The wetsuits are so thick. They have the booties, the gloves, the hoodies. And so she said coming here to Portugal, she was feeling very inspired and very reminded of just how excited she is to surf. She said actually hitting the water here in Portugal felt warm to her compared to Denmark, and getting her feet actually in the wax made a difference for her to start this this stop here in Portugal.
Well, that's a way to acclimate, Mitch.
I went to Copenhagen last year just on vacation, and that was in November. It hadn't started snowing yet. It was already freezing though, and there's a good surfing community there, by the way. You have people that surf in Denmark, and then they can just cross the road over there to Sweden. There's a couple really fun waves too, Kaipo, but there's a reason why she thinks it's warm right here, because it's freezing cold over there.
Yeah, Isabella speaks Dutch. She's also, another curious thing about Isabella Nichols, she has a degree in mechanical engineering.
Yep, which is really cool. Hopefully she can use that to improve our kind of analysis and maybe even do some more wave pool technology overall in surfing. I like that wave personally from Marks. Came in as a 6.67. I'm on the high end of that. There were a couple of 7s thrown out. I thought that was deserving of it. And personally, given how tough it is out there right now, you get a combination as quick as that. That's precise surfing, Kipes.
Yeah, big number. And now Isabella needs to feel lucky. She needs a 7.77 to take the lead off of Caroline Marks. And just with that turnaround right there, Marksy also has priority. So total heat control for Caroline Marks.
And you saw her average heat total here in Portugal around the 12-point mark. She's already achieved that in that heat right here, Kaipo, off of 4 waves.
She's at it again.
Yeah, and it just comes to the consistency of the break, as you were mentioning. Coming from Florida, you tend to surf Sebastian, Melbourne, where she's from, Coco every now and then, and now transitioning to California, you have a lot better quality waves, so you're able to improve on the other locations. Big mistake, though.
Let's switch that priority. There he goes. Now priority switches to Isabella Nichols.
Good pressure by Bella right there. And as he said, needs a lucky number, 7.77, close to an 8. Heat's not over, Kaipo. Could still see an excellent score. I don't think it's easily achievable, but it's not impossible out there.
Yeah, well, the priority's working in Isabella's favor right now, and she's got plenty of time on the clock, so can take a break. Hey, speaking of taking a break, let's take a break. A Bonzoy Brew Break will be right after this Bonzoy Brew Break with the completion of this heat number 1. Hey, go to WSLStore.com. You can buy athlete jerseys. You can get a number 3 jersey, just like Caroline Marks, or a number 20 jersey, like Isabella Nichols. Both are here matched up in the round of 16. Heat number 1, 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It's Kai Guerrero. Mitchell Salazar on the call here in beautiful Super Tubos in the Peniche region of Portugal.
Great weather today, a bit windy, but the sun's out. And anytime that's out, especially for our melanin boys like you and myself, Kaipo, we need that to survive, you know? So it's definitely a big difference maker right here. And of course, a big factor when it comes to influencing the way you compete too. I personally think that anytime the sun's out in comparison to when it's gloomy, you're able to see the wave differently. And of course, those sets approaching, especially with the low tide like it is right now, makes a massive difference.
Great point, Mitch, because, you know, sometimes it's when it's gray, especially in Europe, and you have that overcast gray, it's what you call like flat light, right? And that flat light is really hard on your depth perception, and it can play tricks on your mind when you're, you know, trying to surf a wave, find the lip, or even catch a wave. Here goes Caroline Marks. She caught a left. Just lines up. Just almost like a roller coaster off the top there, and a snap to finish. Looking to improve upon a 5.5. Staying busy under the priority of Isabella Nichols. I don't think the situation is going to change with that wave, but took a chance. Why not? Roll the dice.
And you got Bella to maybe think about it a little bit more. Was that a wave that I wanted to be on? Here's Nichols with the response.
She's on the left as well. Hangs it up there. Double hangers on the backhand for Isabella Nichols. Likely not that 7.77 though that she needs.
Yeah, probably not even better than her 4.4 either, and a bit hung up as you were mentioning on both turns right there for Bella. I mean, gets up to it well, and just coming out of this, not a lot of speed. She had to put her back foot just a bit more back coming out of the first turn just because she didn't want to pearl, and with how low the tide is, once again, it is really difficult to be able to not do that. Then Marksy right here. See how her projection's different? But that's because she's a goofy footer and she's approaching the wave differently with a different kind of angle.
Yeah, and the finish is really nice, but how she got there was that lip glide or roller coaster, like I call it, the high line, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you're in the top third of the wave, you are gaining speed.
And that usually
that's how you want to go down the line.
Right, but it tends to happen usually only on the forehand, though. You don't see that too much on the backhand.
True.
But the one thing I will say about surfers going on the backhand, whether left or right here today, you can get that steepness factor, which has obviously been very impressive for somebody like Ramsey Bukim, who got that buzzer beater finish in the last heat.
Bella finds a right, and just an up and out for Isabella Nichols.
And scores Enkai both 3.5, so doesn't even improve on the 4.4, and heat control right now to Caroline. Talking about how good she's been to close out heats, average heat total around the 12-point mark every single time she paddles out. And she's got more than that in this heat alone. Difference maker when it comes to generations, Kipes.
Yeah, and she's paddling with a sneaky smile as well. Feeling in control.
I'd be smiling too if I were leading this heat this way. But Bella, you were mentioning, was actually studying that mechanical engineering degree while she had already qualified for the CT. So having to balance both duties right there, that's extremely impressive, first of all. And in that time period, Kaipo, she won her first and only championship tour event over there in WA too.
Yeah. Had a great junior career. She was a 2015 World Junior Champion, Isabella Nichols. So came on the scene real. And speaking of World Junior Champions, there's another former World Junior Champion in the way of Vahine Fierro, who's coming up against our defending champ here at Super Tubos, Joanne Defay, in the second matchup of this round.
Yeah, two surfers representing France from a couple of French territories. Joanne from Reunion Island and Vahine from French Polynesia.
France just dominated a couple of island acquisitions during the colonial days, didn't they? Huh?
And I don't know if those guys were surfers or what was going on, but they went to a lot of places with great surf too.
Bella just keeps on swinging at it. She's under the priority of Caroline Marks. Caroline not even flinching right there. And so Isabella may be trying to create some distance between herself and Caroline.
But surfers tend to migrate quite a bit. I mean, just the two in this heat alone. Marks originally from Florida. She moved over to California, still spends a good amount of time on the East Coast though. Bella was born in Denmark, grew up in Australia though, and has happily represented both of them on tour. And of course, we just love to travel. And there's a reason we get to do this lifestyle and we enjoy it so much, because being at home is cool. After a couple of weeks, it tends to get stale though, unless the waves are really good, Kipes.
Yeah. Wakes me pretty good.
Rub it in. It's not like I haven't seen your posts every single day and I'm just texting you like, hey,
I'm kidding.
Go get a couple for me.
Oh, good. Let's take a look at our heat recap. Caitlyn Marks started off with a 5.5.
She did, and was able to get the 6.67 afterwards. Both of her 2 waves have been on sets, making sure she got the completion on her very first one, though, right off of the bat right there. And Eccles with a good answer afterwards. 4.4 on this one, her high mark in this heat. A little stuck on most of her waves, though, Kaipo, and that's cost her to get some larger scores in this one. And then Marksy close to a 7 on this one, 6.67 to be precise.
Talk about backhand stings. A couple of stings to the lip right there by Caitlyn Marks.
And you know what? Working with Luke Egan, 2 goofy footers with very similar styles and actually, I would say stances even too, has really worked out in her favor, especially when it comes to technique.
Yeah, cool hand Luke. Former world runner-up and just an icon in surfing.
Yeah, and one of the all-time great
still
goofy
surfing
footers,
really well. Yeah, geez.
And I actually asked him this morning, are you still like on your weight loss journey or what's going on?
Looks good, bro.
Every single time I see him, I feel like he's even more fit.
Gromps for life. You said it before.
Hashtag. Put that on every single Instagram post you got. A couple people call me out on that. They're like, hey, you're 30 already. You should stop doing that, man.
No.
I'm never going to stop doing that.
No. Gromps for life. 3 minutes, 25 seconds, and Caitlyn Marks, pretty much a Grom when at only 23 years old. Seems like she's in a dominant position in the final 3 minutes. I mean, this should be a pretty easy play for her. This 3-minute drill, she's done it so many times.
Yeah, and for Bella right here, you either got to force the issue to make Caroline commit to a paddle and give up that priority right there, or just be on a closeout and try to get that 8 with just a single re-entry. Kaipa, 3 minutes to go. As you said, Caroline's done this plenty of times. But Bella working with Jay Thompson, who's a former CT surfer, comes from Surfing Australia. She knows how to compete, former world junior champ, former QS champ when we used to have the previous kind of system. So she has the experience, and especially at a break like this, tricky. With 2.5, there's still time.
She's eyeing up a left. No, decides not to go. Caroline sprinting on out. She sees a set coming, and you can see that wave looming. Decision time for Caitlyn Marks.
And both times that Bella's won the challenger over there in Sydney, most of the waves that she's caught have been lefts, which is really impressive considering that a lot of people only think that she's good on the right. No, she's just as strong and lethal on the backhand, Kaipo.
Well, 2 minutes now, and Caroline's still controlling the lineup. Isabella trying to bait Caroline into something. Puts an urgent paddle there, but Caroline just keeps her cool.
In a minute 50 to go, this should just be good potential block for Caroline. If a wave does come through, she has the inside for the right-hander and the outside for the left.
Ooh.
Seems like a peak coming through. Ooh, Bella might make a break for it, though.
Bella's going to get away. Oh. And it's going to be turn our attention to the left for Caitlyn Marks. Big hack there. Beautiful first turn. She's going to take a low road on this double up, and she is going to increase her score line, is what I'm feeling after that performance.
Well, and you got to give her just a lot of credit for even trying to improve on the 5.5 right there, too. She didn't necessarily need to do that. The goal really just to block Nichols with the IC replay right here. A lot of commitment on the first turn. More of a setup on the second one, but straight into the lip for the third. So combination of major maneuvers, especially the first one, Kaipo. Degree of difficulty there, too. She had a bit of a tail slide there on the first one. And once again, it comes down to consistency on both the results and waves ridden in each and every heat. Marks has had that so far in these first 30 minutes of this one.
Yeah, that tail throw, beautiful. Then really quick and explosive at the end.
That board looks great, too. Matt Biolis and the crew over there at Mayhem have been doing amazing jobs with their riders so far this season. And back in the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings, too.
And beautiful art by
Ryder Biolis.
Ryder Biolis on all the team riders. I've been admiring the art on their boards.
Yeah. Getting a little jealous, honestly. I think I need to get a little bit of a spray job like that.
It's amazing that Ryder's able to do all of that art. I mean, that's brushwork too, so yeah. It's beautiful.
And for a lot of boards, as you were saying, most of the riders getting a lot of spray jobs.
Hey, look at what happened. 6.57 for Caitlyn Marks. She does increase the scoreline as we thought, and Caroline's on to the quarterfinal. Our first quarterfinalist decided in this heat is going to be Caroline Marks with some big numbers.
Yeah, and good heat total right there, 13.24, especially by today's standards. Bella Nichols, we're going to see her at Punta Roca, which is a great wave for her. And fortunately, there's still a few more events to go before the cut line, Kipes.
Well, coming up next, we're going to have friendly fire for France, where it's going to be Vahine Fierro up against Joanne Defay. Stick around. Heat number 2 of round of 16 coming up right after this. Joanne Defay on the backhand, sturdy, solid, and it equaled a W here in 2024 at Super Tubos.
Yeah, and of course, one of the greatest female Europeans of all time, too, defeating Tyler Wright in that final here with really great waves, too. Talking about performing under pressure, basically at home in Europe, Kaipo, being able to do that, taking out your maiden victory right here, and of course, great celebration with the amazing crowd we always have on the beach right here in Peniche. Major moment in her career.
That's a great feeling right there for Joanne Defay with 6 CT career wins in her 11 years on the championship tour.
And from 2014 all the way to 2022, her lowest ranking on the championship tour, 9th. She got up to number 3 in the world that year in 2022 once we had the finals over at Lowers. One of the most consistent surfers, and I'd probably say one of the best competitive surfers ever on the female tour. And of course, still with a lot more to go, Kaipo. She's looking for back-to-back championships right here in Portugal.
Well, she's up against a rookie on tour, the Tahitian representing France. 25-year-old Vahine Fierro, first year on tour, but we've already seen some impressive surfing from Vahine.
Well, and the win last year in Tahiti as a wild card too, is, you know, going into that event with a lot of pressure on your shoulders, having the Olympics come up right after that too. A lot of people were thinking, okay, can she get it done, especially in a jersey? She did in a big way, as it seemed like Joanne was up and riding during the break. 2.83 on this one just to get things started, Kipes. Little decent opener right there, and then Vahine behind her. 2.67 for this one, just the one turn. Strong backhand though by Vahine.
Yeah, Vahine's got some great people in her corner. Jerry Flormes as the coach.
That's one of the all-time greats right there.
Yeah. Also Hira Teri'i Natoofa in Tahiti.
One of the OGs of Polynesian surfing.
Yeah.
And always represented France too. I believe.
I think he won a junior title either.
ISAs, I want to say. Yeah. Maybe even an open title.
Yeah, I think
too.
an open title too. Yeah.
Under the radar kind of guy right there.
Yeah, that's kind of legends we love in surfing, and that we, you know, enjoy presenting it to people, right?
But the amount of experience just with those 3 people alone, including Vahine, has the World Junior Championship, has obviously done very well at the Challenger Series level, and now having qualified, those are 3 separate and different minds that kind of put things into perspective at a location like this. first time competing here in Peniche as a CT surfer, Kaipo.
So she's off to a start with 2.67. She's got a throwaway half-pointer, so she's going to have to do better than that. She does have priority, Vahine Fierro. On the Channel Islands crew, Britt Merrick and the guys putting some great equipment under the feet of Vahine Fierro. It looks like it's worked, you know, everywhere from the North Shore onto Abu Dhabi and now here at Super Tubos. We'll see that backhand one more time here from Vahine. Snaps it up and it's a beautiful release in that.
Yorana, Maitairoa. How was that snap right there, Kaipo? Even drifting the fins a little bit right there towards the tail end. Really like the approach. You know, people forget how good she is on rail too. This is how she made the final in Saquarema last year. Real strong maneuver right there from Vahine. And coming from Joaquine in French Polynesia, there's a lot of great right-handers over there. I know Tim McKenna told me that there were a couple places close to the airport. He was like, hey, I'm not going to show you photos. I'm just going to tell you I've shot some days there that have been just as good as anywhere else worldwide. I know I'm blowing it. Sorry.
It's fine. It's good.
It's hard to get there. So
yeah,
unless you're willing to spend a couple grand to get there, then it might not be achievable for you.
4.33 on the last wave, and Vahine stays busy on one more, but smaller wave just with a quick backhand off the top. Joanne Defay punches it up there. A quick up and out for our defending champ.
Yeah, it seemed like she was a little late to the section right there was Joanne, but still only looking to improve on a 2.83 as her only wave so far in the heat previous to this one. Lots of time though, and you know, I don't, you know, necessarily want to say that Joanne's on her way out because it doesn't seem like she is, but could potentially be a passing of the torch right here when it comes to the French surfers out there, Kipes. Joanne, been on tour for a long time, more than a decade now, and of course Vahine, first year on tour this year in 2025. So it was a decent snap, nothing crazy, but it'll do the job for right now. And then Vahine looking to improve on her mid-2, doesn't seem like she's going to do that, so going to be a quick one for her.
Yeah, the scene set. Vahine in the lead over Joanne Defay. Defay needing a 4.18 to turn the heat at this moment. 22 minutes on the clock. Tide's coming in, filling up. You can see a little bit of ruffle in the wave created by some of the rips that are going to start forming as all this energy starts feeling the sand bottom, and the beach gets smaller. And the waves should actually, the pace of the waves should actually be a lot more user-friendly with a little bit more tide. Here we go. That one, it's just a straight hander.
I think there's one really important thing to point out about these two women. First of all, they come from beautiful locations with warm waters. They have to tend to compete in real cold locations in Europe because they represent France. Yeah. So if you were just representing French Polynesia, you could compete in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. Yeah. A lot more travel involved because they compete for France. They have to come to mainland Europe for the most part to be able to compete in these events and qualify for the challengers. Eventually you make your way onto the championship tour, but it's a big difference rather than just competing at home in way better waves too.
I think moving to France for a lot of these surfers is strategic, and there's more endorsement opportunities when you open up, you know, into the European portfolio, if you would. And, you know, it's a kind of a bigger fishbowl, right, that you're going to be swimming in when you're competing in the European region.
100%, and I honestly wish we saw that kind of commitment more from regions we're from. I feel like there's too much talent that's left on the plate because people don't want to leave because the waves are so good at home.
Yeah, let's hear from Caroline Marks. She's into the quarterfinals. She's with AJ.
Well, we're actually down here with Strider, but it's okay.
That's okay. You definitely don't look like AJ Strider.
Caroline, talk to me about the surfboard. You, is it brand new? Is it, you've used it once? What's going on?
Yeah, brand new. I rode it this morning for the first time. I caught like 3 waves on it, and I was like, oh, it feels really nice. It kind of reminds me of like Oceanside or Newport out there, just like little crunchy waves. And yeah, it kind of felt like home. But they're debating if they should run it. I was like, it's like 10, you know, it's a lot better than Florida, so I'm psyched on it.
So there's some comfort in knowing, you know, obviously your relationship with Matt Biolis, the surfboard's coming out for you. You basically just feel like you can jump on a brand new board, no worries.
For sure. I mean, Matt's got me so dialed, and I really trust him a lot with my equipment. I don't know too much about surfboards, but Matt sure does. So it's really good to have him in my corner, and I'm really grateful for that whole team. So yeah, brand new board, it felt really good. So thank you, Matt.
And I have to ask, I was trying to get some information out of Luke Egan. He was telling me, he wasn't going to give me any secrets or he'd have to kill me. But, what's it like working with Luke?
Yeah, it's amazing. Luke's got such a calm energy, and he also works with Cole Houshman and Baron MEO, which is really fun to surf with them and learn some things from them as well. So we got a really good team going, and we've been having fun. We're all made it through all of our heats, so it's been going good so far.
Now, what's it going to take to get past the quarters? Because you've had a couple of them.
Yeah, I think the next time we'll surf, it'll be a completely different day. So really just focus on the moment. I might be on a different board and all that. So I think as long as I focus on myself and the ocean kind of cooperates with me, I think those are two things I just need to focus on. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, well, we can't wait to see you back here on the glass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Strider Wazalewski, and congratulations, Caroline Marks.
Few people worldwide that could paddle out on a brand new board and go surf the way she did right there. More than 13 points in her heat. She free surfed on it this morning, but how many waves do you think she caught, Kaipo? Maybe 3 or 4 at the most. Thing looks incredible, and as she said, big testament right there to Matt Biolos and the crew at Mayhem, making some solid equipment for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, I agree. 19 minutes here, and Vahine holding court with heat control, 4.33, 2.67, and priority. Here's Vahine on the hunt for perhaps this left.
It's a paddle, though.
A couple paddles there. We'll see what the priority judge thinks. And priority stays with Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, Joanne's asking for it, though.
Oh,
yeah.
there she gets it.
Yeah. It's definitely a committed right there. Once you get that sort of angle to try to get into the wave, most priority judges are going to be switching things like that. And it's a big moment in the heat because nobody's really broken away with excellent scores or anything big so far in this one, Kipes.
Yeah. Our priority judge, Ian Buchanan.
Former Masters World Champ.
Call him Ratso. I don't know why they call him Ratso, but that's his nickname.
I always call him Ian. I might be the only person on the planet that actually does so. Most people don't know who I'm talking about when I say Ian. They're like, oh, you mean Ratso? And I'm like, yeah, Ian Buchanan. Yeah. I didn't even know his name was Ian.
Nicknames work that way, bitch.
Especially in surfing. We have a lot of them. Well, look, you switch priority,
yeah,
you gain it,
yeah,
and then
it's a priority error.
Yeah, big mistake right there from Joanne. It seems like she saw something on that right that I definitely didn't see. Looked more like a straight hander the entire time.
All right, well, let's take a break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 2, round 16. Currently, Vahine Fierro in the lead over Joanne Defay. Joanne looking for a 4.18. Vahine on fire on the backhand. It's the Pulse. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of day 2 here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Yolanda Hopkins, the wild card, makes it through with a win in the women's elimination round this morning, Mitch.
Yeah, and she was the first person to get here on site, paddled out literally in the dark to get a couple of waves during the free surf, and that eventually translated into the win. Same thing for Luana Silva, too, as you look at Yo-Yo right there, the proud Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, World Junior Champ Luana Silva comes through and wins her heat in the elimination round. Elimination round, big surprise. Brisa Hennessy and Tatiana Westenweb both eliminated from competition.
Yeah, Lulu had a 6.17, the best of the heat right there, and that heat number 2, making sure she got the job done early. But as you said, top 5 surfers in 2024, both of them go down in the ER.
Hugs from mom on the beach for Luana Silva. Taking a look at our local wild card, the pride of Cascais, Federico Moraes goes down to Jake Marshall as well as DVD. But Jake Marshall, grindy affair here. The Encinitas surfers put it together.
Yeah, just another amateur heat for him, and went out, did his job. Able to make sure to hold on to second place right at the end. But it was this guy, DVD, with another stellar performance, especially on the back end, got him the dub.
Whole nother speed for David Silva. David Silva into the round of 32, survives the elimination round with quick surfing on that Slater design.
Then unfortunately for Fred, not enough right here towards the end. Kaipo, we're gonna see him back on the Challenger Series once we start things up in Newcastle, though. All smiles from DVD.
Former champ here at Super Tubos goes down. Joao Chianca, bad news in the elimination round for Chianca, where he was faced up against Seth Moniz and this guy, Marco Mignot, with a big air.
Yeah, and the rookie taken to the sky once again, gets a heat win here in Portugal for the first time. Massive one, especially considering the rankings at the moment too. But it was Chianca who was in the top 2 the entirety of the heat, Kaipo. But right at the end, Seth got him with this one, the 1-2 banger on the backhand.
That's right, Seth Moniz pops the clutch here. Just seconds left in the heat, and Seth Moniz clears the air, gets the score onto the round of 32 for Seth Moniz.
Fast and furious. Fast and furious all day long.
Joao, which would have been a favorite in this competition, eliminated. Surprise.
Yeah, I mean, tears from the fans too after the loss right there from Chimbinho.
And that's the pulse. Here, day number 2 of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal to live action here with 13 minutes on the clock. Heat number 2 of the women's round, the 16. Vahine Fierro up against Joanne Defay. Fierro with the lead, Joanne Defay needing a 4.28. Take a look at a replay. Happened during the break.
Yeah, this came in as a 2.77, so at the moment, she's gonna keep this as her backup, Kaipo. Nice little layback right there to start things off. Does not get the finish at the end, and still a low-scoring affair in this one, 7.1 heat total for Vahine. And Joanne Defay hasn't been able to break the 2-point mark so far in this one. Still a lot of time, 12.5 on the clock, but once again, dumpy conditions, the tide coming up right now, and about a foot an hour, Kaipo, between the low tide and the high tide.
You did some calculations there. Here we go. Priority with Joanne Defay, just taps it there. And a nice hook and finish. I mean, really dependable on the backhand for Joanne Defay, seeking a 4.28.
That's typically been her bread and butter so far throughout her career, winning in Fiji at the US Open, of course, here last season too. And as of right now, only needs a low 4. I wouldn't be surprised to see her get the best wave of her heat, at least on this one. And once again, for Team Sharp, they've had a major season so far, and Joanne being a vital part of their program, Kaipo. So quick snap right there. Second one much better, actually engages the rail on the bottom turn. And I would think they're going to consider that second one complete. The wave just doubled up on the inside, and not a whole lot she could have done to come out fully over that second ride. But I honestly could be wrong.
One word when I think about Sharp Eye surfboards, as we're watching this replay, is fast. Just a single word, fast. And then a single word for Channel Island surfboards that Vahine's on, dependable.
Yes.
Consistent. You like the wordplay on this?
I do.
Surfboards?
Well, pretty accurate too.
Yeah.
How many years did Kelly ride Channel Islands to victory? I mean, close to 3 decades, right? And now you have a good amount of surfers on the championship tour with those kind of boards. GP, a big addition for them this year. Of course, you have Vahine on the women's side too. But when you think about Sharp Eye, you've always thought about Phil.
Yeah.
And with Philippe, it's always been about speed. So you have a contrast, and I think it tends to come from the waves a lot of those shapers are from too. You have Marcy, who's originally from Brazil, settled in San Diego for the most part, you either have reef breaks or really fast beach breaks. In Santa Barbara, where Britt Merrick and Al are from,
got point breaks.
And what do you need at a point break? Something that's just going to work every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day, regardless how it is.
I really like that because sometimes, you know, I'll take a board that's neutral over something that's kind of quirky.
No doubt.
Something that's just like, hey, it's a mainline board, right? And it's just a neutral board that you can count on. Those are the keepers.
Especially when you're traveling the world.
Yeah.
There could be days where you're thinking, oh, it's going to be pumping. You show up to the beach, it's way less than you thought it was going to be. And especially when it turns gutless, you always need something with a little bit of a more even rocker and not that much V in the tail either. So I personally think that not only is it spot on, but it's kind of really been a testament to what they've been able to do in the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings the last 2 years.
And thank goodness we've gotten away from over-rockered V-bottom boards. Those boards, you look back at those, like, it's
90s.
It's amazing trying to surf those things. I mean, it would be very difficult for me to go back to one of those 90s shapes.
And I think Kelly, of course, has a lot to do with that. I think Stu Kennedy in the early 2010s had a lot to do with that too, with those kind of wakeboardy leg boards.
Those Tomos.
Yeah, and of course nowadays, I think more people are getting involved in surfing that aren't necessarily looking to become professionals.
Yes, a lot of fishes out there.
And mid-lengths.
Joanne Defay, though, making that sharp eye work. Just doesn't get that last turn in, but doesn't need a big number. She scored a 3.4 on her last effort, needs a 3.68 to turn the heat.
It's close, too, and, you know, got the 3.43, basically one turn on the backhand. The first one really just a setup. To me, this one could potentially be just slightly better, Kipes.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for that score as the judges take a little video review before they lock in their number.
And got that on the priority, too, by the way. So Vahine a bit further towards the left. That's a really solid snap by Joanne down the line once again.
Yeah. If she finished that off, I would say guaranteed.
No
the
doubt,
number,
yeah.
But she still is going to get pretty close, if not that number. Still waiting for the score. Again, Joanne needing, you can see in the needs column, a 3.68.
Completely different heat, this one in comparison to the last one, though, with the quality of the waves and the consistency of those quality waves, too. They've done do with what they've had in the first 22 of this one, though, Kipes. Waiting on the score for Joanne.
Just under 8 minutes, so plenty of time if Joanne does get the score for Vahine to answer back. And here she goes. Waits patiently before stinging the lip on the backhand. Has to get through a flat section here. A lot of downtime. Needs something spectacular at the end. Quick snap for Vahine Fierro. Needs to improve upon a 2.77. And Joanne Defay gets yet another wave. That's not going to count. That's just going to be an offer. So her previous wave is really going to tell the tale in this matchup.
And during the COVID year, we had a specialty event in the southwest of France, and it was an invitation only. This was the women's final. Joanne Defay up against Vahine. Vahine was leading the majority of it, made a priority error, gave the inside away to Joanne. She got the score right at the end and flipped it. So a little bit of a rematch right here, Kipes.
Yeah. And the score comes in for Joanne Defay, a 3.7. So she does go to the lead. However, we're waiting for the score for this wave on the replay for Vahine.
And doesn't need a whole lot to retake the lead. I'm thinking she's going to get the 2.8 that she needs. Real close battle at the moment. And just an incomplete one right here for Joanne. Was looking for another left, maybe just the one turn. So back and forth stuff right here.
Yeah, back and forth battle. Still waiting for the score for Vahine Fierro. And she's back up and riding again. Smooth character there. A couple of nice turns. You can see the Tahitian smile as she finishes off that wave. Well done for Vahine.
And get a variety on that wave too, despite the poor quality of it. Made sure to get 2 different turns in. Nice little carve to set things up, and then went into the lip straight up, as you said. Channel Islands, they can get you a dependable surfboard for every single condition you could ask for. And major props to Britt and Brent over there at CI, Mike Walters too, as we look at the replay. Good setup, and the second one much stronger. So I'm guaranteeing that that wave gonna replace her low score. And it seems like Joanne had an answer right afterwards.
Oh, wow.
On rail for the first one, frothy section, and that should be one of her top 2. So it's going to be a tight finish right at the end.
Well, Vahine got the score on the previous wave to turn the heat. We're still waiting for a score for Vahine. We're still waiting for a score for Joanne. This has been a seesaw back and forth throughout this entire heat.
whoever came to judge this event knowing that it's at a beach break, it was going to be small and tricky. You're going to type a lot of offers, and you're probably going to have an average of close to 20 waves per heat, especially in a two-person heat.
I would just recommend not taking too much time on the offers because they generally don't determine the finish, the results of the heat.
Get those one in quick. If they don't matter, just type them in.
That's head judge talking right there. I like that, Mitchell. Get the one in quick. And when we talk about an offer, we're talking about a fractional score. Anything under a 1 point ride, we call it offer, just as some judging slang there.
Getting better every single day, at least trying to, be as transparent as they are also being this year. And I feel like not only are they sending out valuable information for the surfers every single morning in terms of the conditions, but really what they want to see given how good the talent is right now on the Championship Tour.
Okay, there goes the seesaw. 4.33 for the last for Vahine. She momentarily took the lead from Joanne Defay. Joanne Defay checks in with a 5.67. Now advantage to Joanne Defay.
Up until her fifth wave, she only had a 3.43 as her personal best. On her last two, 3.7 replaced the low score and now got her best, a 5.67. And for Vahine, she's had 9 waves. Top two are a couple of 4.33. So there's been growth throughout this heat for Joanne. Not a whole lot for Vahine. She needs to do something just a bit different and maybe impress the judges in a different way.
That right that Joanne caught behind Vahine Fierro was magic. The second wave of the set was the one.
Cleaner.
Cleaner. Clearly the best wave in this heat so far, and the numbers reflect that.
Yeah, and that just comes down to experience. Somebody who's competed here before, somebody who's won here before, and that was on the forehand, not on the backhand. Here she goes again.
And just creating a little space between herself and Vahine. Vahine, again, in Tahitian means woman.
And with the V, whereas in
Hawaiian we say wahine.
Yeah. So still in the Polynesias, but the spelling can be a little different, Kaipo?
Yeah, linguistics. I mean, Maori, Tahitian, and Hawaiian, all very similar languages. Let's take a look at this 5.67 for Joanne Defay, because this is what turned the heat for our defending champ.
Yeah, cleaner face, a lot of commitment for the first one, great angle coming out of it too, but that just comes down to experience, somebody who's competed at this level for many years, and of course, not trying to overdo things. You're in second place the majority of the heat. Why try to go for an 8 if you don't necessarily require that at the moment? And that's somebody who's just been doing this for a long time. As I said, from 2014 all the way to 2022, she had never been outside of the top 10 in terms of the rankings at the Championship Tour level.
Okay, Vahine looks like she's out the back and on the move. Couple of wave choices for the Tahitian surfer. Not going to take the first wave of the set. A couple lines formulating and hitting the bank behind that, and Vahine is trying to track this wave down.
Well, and will she go left too? Because I don't think we've really seen her go on another left rather than the 2.77 in this heat. Majority of the waves have really been going right.
Stressing her coach out.
Well, and you had the lead for a good moment, and then all of a sudden, Joanne just drops the best wave of the heat on you on a set that you had control of. You had a priority. You ended up going on the first wave. In her defense, though, there's not a guarantee that you're going to get a second wave out there right now.
You know? I mean, oh, here we go. Joanne, under priority. Lip glide there. A little hung up there. I don't know if that's going to improve upon the 3.7 situation, likely staying the same.
Probably still smart, though, because it's not a huge second best score that she has at the moment as her backup. But with 90 seconds to go, it could potentially come down to a last chance for Vahine right here. Being the second best of the heat, Kaipo, 5.05. Could easily be done with one turn, especially with the amount of power that she has. Needs to be on the right wave, though, and if that set doesn't necessarily come through, you at least want to be on something right here to make things interesting at the end. Give yourself a chance.
Yeah, it's looking tough out there. Here we go.
There she is.
Lines up. Puts it up there. Ooh. Nice start for Vahine, too. And a smile on her face. I don't think it's guaranteed, but her support squad likes it.
Oh, it's going to be close right here at the end.
Close, yeah. I mean,
what a way to close out the heat, though.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right?
What a way to close out the heat.
5.05 is the number. Those were 2 quality turns. She was very patient before she placed the first turn, which I think is to her credit. She didn't try to rush things. We'll take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, good timing, as you said, and a lot of patience, but didn't push too hard, knowing that she still had one more section on offer. And as you said, combined it well, but the timing of that wave was as perfect as it possibly could have gotten right there. 505, so it would have to be her best. I mean, really, when you compare it to the 4s that she has so far in her scoreline, it's no doubt her best, but is it already reaching the 5-point mark? It's close.
Yeah, the size of the wave could suppress the score just a little bit if I had to, you know, be ultra critical. And we're going to hang on for Vahine Fierro, and early indication for Vahine is that it's going to come under the requirement for the Tahitian, and it does, a 4.67. Not enough for Vahine, so our defending champ, Joanne Defay, moves on into the quarterfinals. There's the numbers for Vahine.
Not a single one.
Not enough, yeah.
Not a single judge.
Every judge was under that 5-point mark that she needed.
And, you know, come from behind win right there for our defending event champion, Joanne Defay. Experience prevailed in this one, and it just seems like this is going to be a learning curve for Vahine right now, heading into the 4th stop of the CT this year.
Well, there we go. Quarterfinal number 1 is all set. It will be Joanne Defay coming up against Caroline Marks. We're going to set up more quarterfinals upcoming as we take a look at the numbers here.
Close heat.
And that, yeah, there you go. 5.67, though, that made the difference, that right-hander for Joanne Defay.
Definitely did, and Vahine not breaking the 5 in that one so far, but overall, some good surfing in the first 3 events she's had at the CT level this year. Going to be able to go to El Salvador with a lot more on her mind with an excellent result over there, Kipes.
Yeah. So quarterfinal 1 set. Let's go set more quarterfinals as we continue with the round of 16 for the women here at Peniche at the MEO Rip Curl Pro. Portugal back with more after this.
We just dropped the iPhone. It's just an excuse to dive in Berlengas. Going to Berlengas Island, just 10 kilometers off the coast of Peniche, but you feel like you are in a different world. Tem alma da Berlenga aqui, ó.
Este senhor que era o meu avô, foi o primeiro barco que vi para as Berlengas em 1958.
E o que é que as pessoas dizem, tipo aquelas que vêm aqui a primeira vez, qual é que é a reação?
É pá, ficam encantadas para já, quando vêm aqui, vem esta janela virada para ali, parece um quadro.
When I come here and I make some shots of Berlengas, I realize even more how beautiful this is and how unique it is. You don't hear anything, you're just completely disconnected. That's why I love to come here with friends.
Back into the action here, your defending champ, smile on her dial. Well done to her, Joanne Defay. getting a tight heat win against Fiero, of course, teammates for France on the Olympic program. And a bit of friendly fire for the tricolore of France right there. Round of 16 for the women. That'll keep going. Sun's out. We've still got waves. It's nice and clean. And a great-looking matchup in the water, Jesse.
Yeah, you're right. And actually, it's pretty clean for what we expected. Obviously, a little bit lighter winds, but I didn't think it was going to be as clean as it is right now. And, you know, conditions improving with a little bit more water on the banks. And all of a sudden, we blink and we have a few waves ridden already.
We opened the van door this morning, and the car park is kind of getting buffeted back by the wind. The wind's actually dropped off, right, throughout the day, which, I mean, how often does that happen in surfing? So really nice to see, and I like this matchup. Molly Picklum going great so far. Second in the world. Luana Silva coming in with confidence of that, well, junior title picked up over in the Philippines. And interesting to see how these two approach it, but you expect tenacity from the beginning from Molly.
Yeah, that's what I was talking like. As we blinked, and she already came up, coming out of the gates with two nice waves. Same wave here, first nice step. Maybe pushed a little bit too hard and missed on that last one, but still very critical first turn on the pocket. And this is the second one. A little bit higher score opening up right there. Beautiful carve from her. Finish it off with the wave dying out a little bit, but that first turn basically where she got the 5 point from. And Lulu here, a little bit more white watery face of wave. First turn nice, and then wave dissipates, kind of breaks it up a little bit. It was hard for her to generate speed for that second turn, but beautiful turn from Molly on that second wave. Opened up that carve, brought the shoulders all the way back around, guided that board through it, and drove through that turn very nicely.
Yeah, straight away you can tell she's feeling it, isn't she? And just watching the warm-up that she did here, wasn't really watching at all what happened in that last heat. She was right in front of it, but not looking. So headphones in, going through her warm-up, and really just focusing on herself. And I think when you're in that kind of form, I think she's got a great read on conditions anyway from the morning, but no sort of second guesses about maybe like late decisions, nothing like that. She'll feel that everything's kind of dialed in terms of that roadmap with success. She's going to have to get past someone who's been in really good form, though, in Luana, who's going to have a tough heat on her hands here, though. If she gets good sections, we know about the style and how fluid her surfing looks, but Molly will just bring her own energy and always aggressive in any situation.
Yes, she does, and that's the fierce type of surfer that she is, and that's why I mentioned that she might be the one to, like, you know, they could battle a lot to take the win against Caitlyn Simmers, that is so dominant in the wave and the year that we have right now. Just very good both front side, backhand, big waves, small waves, just dynamic surfer and very powerful young lady. So starting off pretty well. That's, you know, for a day like today, it's a pretty dreamy start. You start with 2 5-point rides, 1 5.1, and is sitting with priority right now. Looks like she's having a look for this next wave coming towards her.
Molly, just a little look, quick glimpse, doesn't fancy it. Glimpse into the immediate future. Next heat will feature Tyler Wright and Sally Fitz. What a great matchup that is. I mentioned Caitlyn Simmers. She's coming up a couple of heats after that as well, taking on Yo-Yo Yolanda Hopkins, surfer out of Portugal. So some really great looking matchups in this round of 16 for the women. 5th place here for Molly. It's not been an amazing event for her the last couple of seasons. She'll expect a bit more. And mainly from the kind of form she's in as well, with the confidence very much back up. And that's the result of results, but also performances, really. And I think no one knows more than the surfers themselves when they're in form and everything's feeling good and you're surfing well. And when you carry that with you, it's sort of with you all the time, right? And away from competition, you're cruising around, but you're just kind of feeling like, just give me waves, I'm on, let's go.
Yeah, sometimes it definitely feels better than others. Obviously, sometimes it feels like you're paddling against current, and you want to take advantage and maximize the moments that fluidity is going towards your way, because it's not easy to find that rhythm. And I was actually speaking to Ian Gouveia just now. He had a pretty close heat. If you would have landed those 2 airs, that last one mostly very high straight air, and we don't even know what happened for him to get buckled off. He seems like he was riding out, and he told me, he was like, hey, since that session we had about a week ago down on the other side of the mountains here, I can't really land a turn, and I don't know the reason, and even the tube riding, that's what he's known for. obviously doing so well at pipe before. Like, man, I was coming out of barrels and I was out and I would just fall off, and I don't have an explanation for it. Like, you know, sometimes you're just off, things are not clicking. So that's why it's very important for Molly to be in such a good rhythm right now. Keep that rolling throughout the year, because last year it felt like she lost it halfway through the year and things weren't really going the way she was probably hoping for, and sometimes there's just no answers. Maximize when things are going your way, because it's not often, you know, sometimes you just have to grind through it.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand really why some sports people get superstitious. They just want to keep the same thing going, because form, it can be evasive, and once it starts to desert you, things can go wrong pretty quick. Right now, so far, so good for Molly. Bit of a platform, the couple of fives from the electric start for her, really straight into it here. And then can afford to breathe at the moment and really be a little bit selective. I think that's a pretty good call as well. Nice stage on the bank as we have a look at that, and nice looking shape with these sandbars.
Yes, I love to watch this mostly on the low tide. You can explain exactly what's happening. You see that greener part of the water right there in between the two sandbanks. There's people actually even standing right there. People will be surfing this later on the high tide, and the girls are right in front of that. And why is that? The banks are very straight right now, which is good for when the waves are bigger, but with the very low tide and smaller swell, it gets things very stretched out. And the girls are right in front of that water exit, which what it does, I think we see Molly up and riding.
Backhand from Molly, just trying to get down the line and make room, and this wave just won't let her, actually. It doesn't want her.
But you see all that water moving out right there. You can see the texture to it. It drags all the sand out of there and makes it a little bit deeper, so it helps the wave open up a little bit more. So we've seen the surfers surfing this part of the bank a lot throughout the day of today and yesterday as well. Sometimes they're moving wider a little bit, mostly yesterday because it was bigger. But today with the small conditions and low tide, like, it's basically the only glimpse of seconds that you're gonna have on top of the wave. It's basically being supported by all that water moving and dragging the sand out and making that spot a little bit deeper and helping the surfers.
A little over 19 minutes remaining, and this time to talk to Joanne DeFay. She's with Strider.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Joanne, an interesting heat you just had. It was a really slow start, and all of a sudden you flipped it.
Yeah, I mean, I got that wave that obviously changed. It was a very picky wave, good ride, couple turns, and it really opened up for me. But yeah, the rest was really hard, actually. I felt like I couldn't find really an open face out there, but happy to get that one.
When you're out there sitting there and it's flip-flopping back and forth with the lead, do you just have to, what do you do mentally?
Well, I guess my goal was kind of not being close from Vainé, because you know, it feels like there's only the end section that's open up. So I thought she was going to look for Wright more, and then every time she was somewhere, I was kind of like going the opposite way just in case I got a wave. So that was kind of like the mindset, and I was like, yeah, you don't really know what wave you're going to get, so it's just like surf whatever you get, and that's it.
Well, it worked out. Coming in on the beach, you know, you notice that massive amount of support you get. It must feel really good.
Yeah, no, it's super cool, and winning last year, I think some people remember, and you know, it's always fun when you know the people that goes in the water and the players, you know, in the water. So I feel super supported, and I'm super happy to have my last contest this year in Europe.
Well, can you give us a couple words in French to all your fans?
Ouais, merci beaucoup à tous de regarder, merci de me soutenir depuis ces longues années sur le tour. Je vais faire un peu moins de compète cette année, hein. Je crois qu'on le sait tous, je suis enceinte et voilà, j'ai envie de profiter de cette dernière compète et puis après aller me reposer.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thanks, Strider, picking up action in the lineup. A vigorous paddle, kind of from Molly in second priority. Had to think about it, decided not to bother. Just checking things out from the lineup as well. And since that quick start from her, not a lot to really get excited about here, Jesse. What's been happening? Here we go, is Molly.
Just driving down the line. Oh, going for an air reverse. That was actually pretty close. Just applying a little bit too much weight on that back foot. As you see it right there, she's going to start to rotate. And as she lands it, oh, actually not really that much from the down shot. It seems like it was more of that, but it just feels like her foot got unbuckled on the end right there. It seems like from the drone shot that she was putting a little bit too much weight on that back foot and went over the handlebars and poked the tail, but that wasn't the case.
So what should she have done there to pull that down exactly? What's she looking to do in terms of that weight shift?
She actually did it pretty well, but I guess if she moved her foot forward a little bit more and landed in where the board has more foam, a little bit more stability would have helped her. She landed with the feet a lot on the deck pad, which tends to happen sometimes if you grab the rail, but it would have helped her if she would have stripped the weight forward more.
Joanna Silva, just a little crumble where she wanted to stay clean. It was awkward that way. But the exact moment she wanted to crack the lip, she has that really nice turn that sort of develops as the turn goes in and mixes the line. But that one, a bit of crumble from the whitewater in exactly the wrong place. She sort of offered the board up, but wasn't able to do too much.
Yeah, right there, just mistimed that section right there. Maybe had to go a little bit down the line more before trying to go up vertical, or maybe place the bottom of the board on top to foam climb that section. And then got stuck, and the rest is done.
Interesting to see the aerial surfing there from Molly, though, and that progressive approach to things being brought to competition there. There are the opportunities out there to do that sort of thing. We saw in the elimination round, Bella Kenworthy, the backside rotation. We haven't seen loads of those at CT level.
Mostly on the backhand. I don't even recall it actually ever seen one on the backhand for the woman. So I thought, technically speaking, that could have been rewarded more because such a technical turn. See it, Lulu up and riding.
Projects out of the lip, Silva up again. A combo of turns, and once again, while it's clean and polished, didn't really have that major standout moment. You think about the fives from Molly, and the 2 5s that she got on each of those waves. They had that one turn that you could kind of get excited about. We'll get another look looking into the wave.
Yeah, that first turn, living a little bit flat, not even lateral, that wasn't the problem, but needed to approach a little bit different, put in that inside rail, a little bit more drive through it to get a better angle out of it. And then the second one was nicer, finish it off strong, but that first one, it's probably going to keep that score on the low side. The judges are going to take notice that it was pretty flat and down the line.
14 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here. Plenty of time for Luana Silva. She's heading in the right direction just in terms of momentum and wave count. She's doing a few more reps, and she will connect with a bit of open face. That's so far just been a little bit awkward in terms of the choices that she's made. At the moment, it will be Molly. I'll have priority again as well with the lead. And Molly's been a little selective for a couple of minutes now. I think she's really looking to find one of these rights with a little bit of wedge to it. Just putting herself in the position with a look and quickly identifying just sloping, shouldering off.
Yeah, and she already has her solid foundation. 2 5s on a day like today is not a bad start of the heat. And now sitting with priority, she's probably, you know, trying to find that smooth water. Get a little bit just on the corner of that rip that I was mentioning. You know, you want to get on the corner of that. You don't want to go through that while you're riding a wave because it makes it very tricky. A lot of noise under your board, a lot of feelings going through the feet. It's hard to engage the rail, but you want to be just on the left side of it, and it looks like she might be on this wave. Might let it go, maybe the wave behind. Looks like it's approaching to her.
Some energy on the sandbar here at Super Tubos. Picklum says no thanks, she'll let that go. And then heading seaward again. Meanwhile, from wider and in a good spot, Luana Silva drives the bottom turn. Doesn't get loads of the carve and then gets a little more, maybe realizing she had to try and speed things up. Getting that a little bit wrong. She's had a couple of mistakes here. She'll be allowed a few of those. She can't make too many against a surfer like Molly Picklum. At the moment, she's in second place and she's a little off the pace here. 12.5 off the clock. Loads more surfing yet to bring you from the round of 16 for the women from Portugal. Stay tuned.
shall we?
Hopefully you got your teams locked in. If you haven't, what are you thinking?
I mean, you're too late already for the women's side.
Still got a bit of time for the boys.
For the boys, yeah, you still do.
I like that little clip, though. It's actually shot in Strider's basement. Saw him in the back there with the cape on. Looks like a good time. Just under 10 minutes to go here. Molly Picklum, the 2.5s from the beginning. Since then, not like really get excited about it. She had a shot here during the break, Jesse.
Yeah, the wave got very whitewatery. It's hard to get the traction and you know, with all the noise that it's happening. Let's talk about that after this wave she rides.
Good looking left. Love the attack from her. It's just the one turn, but the spark that she's got and attack mode, getting on the front foot, pushing up at the lip. Dynamic. We've been waiting for a quality wave, something with a bit of magnitude. Has been a little soft underpowered. That looked much better.
That did look much better. I'm interested to see. I personally like the 5.1 carve better because you're driving through, you're engaging more. But this section very critical, and she had that one big turn, which the judges have been loving it so far. As you see it, this is overhead wave. She does a nice, beautiful bottom turn. That wave bottoms out under her. She airdrops after that stab on the back and just came out pretty clean, critical. But different approach from the 5.1. The 5.1, she was able to open up and really bring the board all the way around. But this one, you can see it, the wave bottoming out under her. She has to airdrop out of the sky. And the judges have been rewarding that very well. And this is the heat IQ. Sometimes the prettier turn doesn't mean it's the most critical. And the judges are going to take note.
Yeah. They rewarded a 5.93, high score of the heat. So she's just improving on her own already. Pretty strong position, and the numbers healthier. 11.03 for Picklum, world number 2 right now. So good at arriving late to the lip, been dynamic, not playing safe. Push in. It's risky. You get rewards. Here she goes down the line. Nice, bringing her step. She just amplifies the turn, gets extra projection out of the lip, and then to finish the combo. A little bit of a head nod into that as well. Bit soft on the inside, but out the back was nice.
Yeah, that was a very nice turn. You can see that her board and the extension to the body, she's in control of it. Board's looking good, it's gliding nicely. When you see people doing that down the line board slide, you can tell that they have a lot of knowledge of what it's under their foot and their equipment.
You see Surfer get a score, and obviously when they do that, they don't have priority. Luana Silva in the lineup, and then Molly on another opportunity here. How is she finding these waves and Luana not connecting?
It's just the rhythm. I feel like Luana actually had a few opportunities. She had the rhythm kind of start to go her way. She had one wave that she misread, and then she had that bigger wave. But we'll talk about that after. Look how beautiful this board slide is. So much control. You have to press your back foot, transfer the body weight to the front foot, and then engage again the fins to get that traction after you're finishing the turn to generate the speed forward. So very technical. Smaller wave in size, so I don't think it's going to better what she has, but beautiful surfing for her. But back to what you're saying, I felt like Luana had that gift without priority of that bigger wave. Kind of mistimed the first turn, went big on the second one, which was very nice, but ended up falling.
Looking at CT by the numbers, highest average heat score so far this year. And no major shock to see Molly Picklum right up there. 12.75 for her. So a couple of decent 6s or better. And it's those kind of numbers which put you in strong positions to come into finals day with confidence as well. Interesting just on that last turn. So throwaway score to 4.4, but almost like a little bit of a flex. You're just showing a bit extra. And in a way, in terms of the judges, next time Luana does a turn, if it doesn't match that sort of technicality, it makes it harder for her to get the number. Here she'll go about doing that good first snap. And again, this is much better from her. Just more on the wave, more speed, and it just looks better as well. So important wave for her. This heat was getting away from her.
It was, and you can't let it get too far from you. And this is the type of surfing. So Leandro just said, now we're in the game. We're back in the game. So that's exactly what I felt like. Like you can see the approach on the turns. Like, you know, the angle that we mentioned on the 2.67, she was going lateral and a bit flat. This one, she opens up more on the bottom turn, gives herself room from the lip so she can actually place the board with the right angle and get more dynamic. And that's what she did in that first turn. You're gonna see right here, she goes straight to the bottom. Nice wrap right there. Once again, goes even deeper, and then she can get up and vertical instead of going lateral and flatter. And then once and twice again. Smaller wave in size, but she's back in the game. No doubt about it. And that's all because of the separation and the room she gave herself from her chest to the lip. She was able to go deep in the bottom turn and give her just a little extra second to have a more rail approach to it, mostly in the second turn right here. She gets up and vertical, generates the speed forward. That wave is dying out, but she gets a third one and finishes it off. I don't think that's a massive score, but she's definitely back in the game with this score.
She's going to reconnect, didn't she? Certainly, and she needed to really in this, and she'll still be chasing a number, but absolutely back in it. 5-2 for her, so comes in just above Molly's back up. Molly with priority now. We'll look to respond. And now we've got a heat on our hands. It's a little bit one-way traffic and a little bit slow and sluggish from Lulu up until that point. And it's just come to life now. Be really interesting to see how Molly responds to this as well, because I think she quite likes it as well. When she's challenged, she tends to respond in the best possible way. That's how she likes to surf and compete. And Luana Silva, the type of surfing that we know she can bring. We're starting to see it here. We just want more waves to pulse through.
How's that? Molly is not letting her paddle by. It's just keeping such a close eye to it. And that's important for Molly, because, you know, you can have the momentum shift so quickly. And it feels like it could almost do that if she doesn't block.
But is there a bit more going on? I mean, does she need to actually be that close to control the line? Is this also just getting in that headspace a little bit as well, applying a bit of pressure?
It's more just getting in headspace, for sure. Mostly with a girl like Luana that is such a nice person, you know, it could play a factor to it. Just make sure that your opponent knows that you're right there. You know, you're breathing in their neck and giving them something to think about. This is the turn that I was talking about. For me, this is my favorite turn of the heat, if not my favorite turn of the day on the woman's side. Just driving through that carve. But this is more critical. That's what the judges have been rewarding all day. Bigger wave as well. And then Lulu. In my opinion, as much as this was a nice wave to surf and get yourself in a rhythm, she had better waves than this, scoring potential. But it felt like she was timid. She didn't have that third, fourth gear on. She was like, didn't have the sure-footed. She just didn't feel like he was Lulu. And right here, she's finding her groove back.
Yeah, she's back in the heat here. She's playing Monopoly. She's out of jail. She's just on the just visiting bit next to it, but she will need a wave. 2.5, and it's Molly Picklum with the priority as well. So Molly will stay real close indeed, apply that pressure, and also have first dibs. So Luana Silva, in terms of what she wants, it's a set with a couple of opportunities.
Yes, and that's what's happening right now. Oh, what happened? That might be a priority change. Interesting to see.
Let's have a look here. Love the intensity. They're asking the question. Priority will switch. Molly doesn't like it. No surprises there. Luana Silva, major opportunity now, Jesse. Under 2 to go. Her requirement, 5.84. It'll need to be just shy of Molly's high score. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we usually like to say if you have that 2 strokes, it's what it makes you commit to a wave. And you can see that she has the first one, second one with more intensity, third one with more intensity. But then as soon as she's doing the third one, she kind of gives up. And it was too late for the judges. So the judges...
You mentioned Luana Silva and just her personality and how nice she is, but that doesn't mean she's not going to play the game. She's been surfing heats her whole life. She knows exactly how to do it.
Yeah, exactly, but it feels like they switch it back, the priority. I don't know if Lulu paddled for something in between that we were watching.
All right.
Or maybe they looked at replay.
Okay, so, well, it looked like Luana Silva did get priority for a bit. She doesn't have it again, so we're pretty much as we were, really. It's just a little bit more time's gone. Final minute here. Molly Picklum back with priority and back keeping very close company to Luana Silva, chasing her down the beach. Luana will look and scan that ocean, hope for a pulse. Can't see loads out the back here.
Luana, it seems like she does not look that happy with the situation right now. And it gets in your head, man, when someone's sniffing you, doesn't give you room, it's something else for you to think about it.
Ruling from the judges is they felt that Luana could have kept paddling and caught the wave, so she didn't get priority.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, there's a 5-second wave. Your opponent's already committing to you, like you know, like, yeah, I'm just gonna get out of this one.
A tight tussle between these two, but ultimately the best surfing was done by Molly Picklum, and the strong start from her built the platform, banged out a critical turn on the backhand as well, kept the campaign alive. Round of 16 is ticked off. A little bit of disappointment from Luana Silva, but really if you're getting down to those kind of close calls as well, what you really want to do is get your scores on the board before that, getting into the final couple of minutes. She'll learn from this, she'll debrief with her coach. We'll certainly be seeing her surfing again soon, but for the time being, she'll bow out of competition here. A great looking matchup about to hit the water. Tyler Wright will take on Sally Fitzgibbons right after the break.
Welcome to the Surf City El Salvador pro, Caitlyn Simmers. Caroline Marks is up and at it. Risa, nice carve there. Gabby with a huge turn outside. Griff pulls it around. Jack, nice air reverse. Italo, Arcal, cranks it off the bottom. Iago Dora. What was that? Brian Chris, this guy's got a massive air game. Whoa! Come on now.
Boulder points of Central America after this. Right now, we're still in temperate beach breaks of Europe in the Atlantic, having a look at Tyler Wright, one of the all-time greats, taking on another one, a legend of Australian and global surfing, Sally Fitzgibbons. All of the experience that these two have will also be peppered with maybe a little bit of history as well, and some previous matchups, and thinking about some rivalries and all of those key ingredients that go towards a surfer bringing out their best. Molly, delighted with her work.
I don't think that might be a case. That is the case for those two surfers coming up right now. Like, you know, you have so much history. It's all on their head. It's always there. They're always thinking about this and how many matches they previously have done, and they know each other better than anyone.
Let's see if anyone can replicate the strong start that Molly Picklum put in. Really opening minute or so of her half-hour heat against Luana Silva previously. Banged out a couple of fives real quick. There's Tyler prowling, top of the peak. This is Tyler's first wave.
Wow, that was a way to start a heat off. Second wave, I'm sorry. She had a 0.5 on the first one, and this is a beautiful blow tail, holding that grab. Sally on a little bit of a flatter section wave right there. Managed to do as much as she could, but that first turn right there from the second wave of Tyler was money. Point of difference, you know, had that blow tail, had that grab holding it. Pretty dynamic, progressive as well. So beautiful start for Tyler. The wave died off a little bit after that, so there wasn't much happening, but the damage was done before. The judges will love it.
Yeah, really interesting to see sort of contrasting approaches in terms of where they express themselves. Sally just talking about how much a pleasure it is always. She's just enjoying life and surfing in general, talking about how beautiful it is. Tyler more dialed in with a bit more intensity and more like, this is the job I want to do and I want to achieve. My goals are in front of me and I want to get there. And it's amazing how, you know, you don't have to have the same approach. There's a lot of different ways of doing it,
Definitely, a lot of different. Sally, it seems like she's going through a different phase of her career, obviously. Tyler almost on her prime still, it feels like. She just won an event not so long ago, and just the surfing has been second to none this year as well. And Sally kind of going through that roller coaster emotions of falling off through a few times and coming back with just such a warrior heart. And different approaches as far as lineup choices on the day like today as well. We've seen the surfers surfing right in front of the rip, right behind where we're sitting right here, Paul, and she's right in the corner of it. You can see the rip right under her. See that little whitewash is just the end of it. So she's sitting on the left, trying to identify those right-handers that run into the bank. As she looks right now, maybe a left coming up to her. Nope. The problem of the left right there, it goes into the rip, so it makes it a little bit trickier to ride. And on the other hand, Sally, it's kind of more down the point where the sandbank's a little bit flatter, less maybe rip going through, but definitely a very fast wave. Different approaches from the surfers. Let's see what's going to pay off. But so far, a great start for Tyler Wright. Probably one of the best starts we've seen it so far in the day like today.
Yeah, it was a sick turn, wasn't it? That's the power she's got as well. Kind of cat-like, really, in just the way she clawed at that turn. 6-1-7 for her. Last year's finalist here, defeated by Joanne Defeat. Out here in a final, which was sort of a low-scoring final, actually. I thought Tyler probably had the waves to get the win. Let's see how motivated she is right now out in the water against one of her long-time competitors on tour, but opening up with the 6 and just connecting with a good bit of energy, with opportunity early on. Someone who also did that was Molly Picklum. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Strider.
I am down here with Molly, the mongrel Picklum. Really did, you know, kind of attack out there. I haven't seen that out of you this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's Portugal, there's fun beaches, and I just trust my surfing, and I feel like I have more surfing than probably what even I know, so I'm enjoying figuring that out.
So you saying you could surprise yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the beauty of our sport. It's like we only know so much of our capabilities, yet the ocean teaches us that you've probably got more.
Well, we love watching it. You know, in that heat, right at the end there, you know, your opponent had a wave to kind of catch up a little bit. Did you start to worry?
Yeah, for sure. Luana's such a good surfer, and honestly, she came out. She's really wanted to prove a point here in Portugal, so she should be making heat. She's a really good surfer and good competitor, and yeah, I knew that was going to be a fight of a heat, and I'm so happy to make it through. But yeah, when I saw her get that wave, it was such a nice wave. And then when I heard she got a 5-something on it, I was like, that was the best wave we've had. And if you get into 5, then hopefully the best wave doesn't come again, because she needed another 5. So yeah, I was kind of just like hoping that another wave didn't come for her. And then we kind of had that battle at the end. I kind of looked at the wave, paddled because I didn't want her to go, even though I actually probably didn't have the score in it. But then I quickly stopped paddling, and she kept paddling, and that's why I kept waving, because I was like, I wanted them to review it to show that like she kept paddling after I'd stopped, which meant that she was more committed than me to the wave. So then I was like, thank you. I was really grateful that the judges went back.
A lot of tactics, a lot of action in that one. Thanks for the entertainment. We can't wait to see you in the next heat.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, staying up at home, and yeah, love you guys.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Strider. I like it. She knows the rule, but she's just underlining the point there.
Yeah, she has a point. She does have a point. She did stop committing a little bit before than Lulu did. And that's something that the judges had a look after and identified that Lulu kept paddling after she did. And that's just how it's almost like in that little split of a second, she lost priority. Lulu got priority on top, but then Lulu already lost it as well. So it kind of goes back and forth. And it's hard to digest that one, though. Like for someone like Lulu, you know, that just happened, like you could see she was bummed about the situation. But I guess Molly has a point on that, on that being said.
Interested. She said she wanted them to look at it again, and they did. So signaling that from the water. Either way, she's through to second quarterfinal. She'll face one of these two. At the moment, Tyler Wright in the ascendancy here.
Yeah, getting buckled off on that last turn. Mostly because she kind of like redirected that first turn nicely, but lost the speed. So as she was going for the second one, it was hard to project down the line and get in front of that foam. Looks like she's up and riding once again.
Tyler Wright with a section, releases the tail, giving it some extra. And a lot of spring in her step, the leg power, and the ability to compress, recover, pull herself out of tight spots. We're seeing quite a bit of it here.
That was a very cool turn once again. Look how much Finch is going to get disengaged, gets the layback and comes out clean. You're going to see her push that back foot, and then she kind of loses a little bit there. Starts to put the weight on her heels. The board starts to get away, but uses that layback, which is kind of a technique that surfers do a lot to kind of get it bounced back. Yo-yo liking it, and it's we mentioned about the surfers that have been on tour for a long time. They always got to bring something new to the table throughout the new year, and that's something that I haven't seen from Tyler so much. Like this 2 turns, I know the score is not going to be massive. It's only a 4.17, but the 617 was also something more progressive that I haven't seen so much lately from Tyler. So maybe she's been working that on the off season and bringing it on today. So this is nice from her and very refreshing.
Yeah, absolutely. Working on that repertoire and just keeping things fresh as well. We're familiar with her surfing, mixing things up though. And the style between the turns as well, the body position she's in, that just opens up all of the options available to her. A little bit of a job facing Sal at the moment. Not an insurmountable task at all, but she just needs to get started really in the heat. Still plenty of time. It's under 19 minutes, but she's not been able to find any juice out here thus far. Waves have been soft, a bit underpowered. She now with priority, maybe a little more patient, really wait for that quality wave.
Yeah, she kind of has to. Like in the situation of the heat, it's pretty set right now already. 10 points, 3-4, and actually with the second pretty low score for how much time we have left on the clock. So you expect Tyler to probably better that 4.17 with the tide increasing for us. We're going to have like more opportunity for the ladies, more time on top of the board, and she's up and riding.
Sal will just keep going here, snaps out the tail, nice face. She'll go up and over a section. Again, with that spring in the step and enough momentum to come out, go the bottom turn, little clip off the whitewash to finish. So the combo at the end of the wave, and you're seeing a lot of completions. You're seeing her emerge from maneuvers with speed. All of those sort of form guides look good for her, whether it goes into the score or not. She does look very dialed in with things in her surfing at the moment.
Yeah, this is a nice first car for her. This is the only issue I see on this wave. Like that second turn, she was looking down the line thinking about a third one, but I almost felt like with that first powerful hack that she had, you're gonna see her, she's gonna redirect, bringing that board all the way around. I feel like she could have put a little bit more energy and finish it off right here. Given something to the judges not to think of what's in front, but just because that last section let her down. She was too late for just a foam climb. She would have made a point of difference on that last turn. Maybe through that fin like she's been doing once again, she would have probably got an even better score. Might help her cause right now, but I think there was a little bit more left on the bone for that wave.
Tyler making her way back out the back. A marginal improvement as you thought, not a lot in it. Just going for that third maneuver. Then she just sort of roller coasted a bit through the seconds. Nevertheless, her lead increases. A little more pressure on Sal with a wry smile out the back. And really just waiting for that one bit of quality. Speaking of quality, how about the yellow jersey?
And I'm like the smallest person on here. Thank you.
Caitlyn Simmers is enjoying her position, leading tour and just seems so comfortable about everything, not loading loads of pressure on herself at all. Talk about surfers who can free surf in heats, and that will bring out your best. And I think she's already identified that's what she wants to try and do, and she looks like she's doing exactly that.
Yes, and I like that you mentioned that, because she gives that vibe of just being a free surfer, soul surfer, which it translates to her surfing very well. She does have a lighter shoulders than most of the surfers that wear a jersey, but did you see it right there, what she mentioned? Oh, and the waves are kind of like home, and I'm also the smaller surfer on tour right now. And she did a little fist bump. So that means she's thinking about everything that is happening, even though some people in the room are probably just watching saying, no, she just doesn't care about it. No, she does care. She is a competitor and she's a fighter, and she just have a little different approach to how she approaches heats.
Good way for Sally here. Banks off a section. It was a nice turn. When she stood up on that wave, I think herself and spectators as well were just hoping for a little bit more. Did look like a great looking wave. It just ran a little bit on the opening section. There's a nice turn. It won't be, I think, the order of magnitude she's looking for. Let's have a look.
Yeah, not dynamic enough, Paul. She had the speed. She had the section crumble a little bit in front of her and needed to go bigger, which she does do that. I remember last year at Bells Beach, she had that beautiful layback on a closeout. Maybe she could have applied in this situation, because as we sit right now, it's pretty clear that she needs to kind of go big, mostly if she's going for one turn only. So felt like she could have maybe gave herself, just didn't care about if she didn't complete the maneuver, but maybe gave herself an opportunity to actually capitalize on a section in a wave that maybe didn't have a 6-point ride. But by going big, the judges would have noticed and give her a reward.
14.5 on the clock here at the moment. It is Tyler Wright in the lead. Set up a matchup. One of these two will be facing Molly Picklum in the quarters. More live action for round of 16 in Portugal right after this.
Why is it going to be incredible for me? Because I'm here and it's amazing. And I don't know, I think like ever since I was young, like I love to work. Like I've just always loved working, and the thought, like my very first job was surfing, and I just know from like just traveling around the world, it's just not every day that everyone gets to do a job that they really love. And I don't want to squander that opportunity. Like I've got this job that I love, and I'll whatever it takes. I just want to know at the end of it all that like I tried my best all the way to the finish line. Like just tried my absolute best and left my heart out there.
Happy to be here, but definitely not here to make up the numbers. Numbers is what she's chasing right now. Sal with 12 on the clock, on the wrong side of a pretty hefty one. 7-3, the requirements. Also, second priority for her. So at the moment, a little bit of do. It's not a mountain to climb, but it's a something of a steep hill right now. However, how do you get out of that? You chip away, you get something, you bring the requirement down, and then you have a look and see where you are.
Yeah, I don't think she's looking for a 7.3 because, I mean, speaking right now, it's not easy to find that wave, but 2 5s will do the job. You know, a 5.5 and a 5.17, and you're right up in there with Tyler Wright. So that's what I'll be looking right now. Try to just put herself in opportunities. I feel like hasn't really put herself in anything of substance. Like everything has been kind of either flat on the left side and on the right side, like she had that one turn, but the wave didn't lacked energy, like for you to be critical. So I think she just needs to put herself in a few spots, and now she's down close to where Tyler is, right in front of us, in that wave that most of the surfers have been every day, and looks like just an in and out for her.
Yeah, there's a reason why Tyler let her go that way. She was a little deeper, wasn't she, Sal? Tyler looked at it, went, I don't think you're making that section, mate. And she was quite right. Why not, from Sally's point of view? And she might try and just poke a little bit wider here. You can see her trajectory from the drone. Just trying to steal away a bit of room in the lineup.
There is some energy approaching, though. Let's see if she's going to try and take advantage of this first one. There's one behind as well. That looks better. That one looks better, a little bit more A-frame. Tyler already having a look as well.
She'll make a decision here. Just as you thought, she'll spin and go on the left now. Was that a good choice? Probably not. 4.5 to back up. Didn't see that there with the one turn.
Not for Tyler. She's definitely not going to better, but I think it was a great way to block, because as you see it, as she was taking off, she had to fade, and Sally was about 3 feet behind her. She probably would have 2 sections on that wave. So I think it was a good defense for her. As you can see right there, she's a bit further up, so Tyler has to actually fade to that wave. And Sally was going to be paddling with the momentum down the line, getting that first crack and probably a second one, and she just needs to better 3.37. So I think it was pretty smart from Tyler to actually, you know, like the rhythm's not going towards Sally. Hey, let's keep that rolling as well. Let's make her wait a little bit longer.
Really interesting to get this tactical analysis here, Jesse. Tyler Wright stifling out her opponent in terms of taking that wave, but now from Sally's point of view, first job, she needed to get priority. She'll do that.
This is awesome for Sally. Like, you know, she blocked her and didn't capitalize, but I think both had like we're smart about it. Maybe just Tyler being a little bit out of position, but she also is blocking the right, which has been dominant the last few heats. So,
and this is where that experience comes in, right? I mean, no one knows the game better than these two in the water right now. Sally with priority, 8.5 minutes. No need to panic just yet and force anything. Really looking at put something on the board to try and compete. Even between the scores, like you said, a 5, something up there or better from Sal will put her right back in this. Let's see what the ocean has to say about it. Ultimately, that's what we're being governed by right now. We'll look for lines to come through. It does seem sets are like, what, sort of 2.5 wave sets? If there is such a thing, you get a couple of opportunities, and then you do have to wait a little while. We are getting these gaps, a couple of minutes between them. Enough time for a couple of sets here. That'll be what Sally's hoping for.
Oh, the good thing about this, like with the tide moving in, we're going to be a little bit slower, but also it's going to help all that noise that gets underneath because of all that swell coming in. Every wave is breaking because it's so shallow. So now it's like smooth waters. You don't want the time to clock in too much, but it's nice because if a wave comes in right now, it's probably going to be a little bit cleaner for Sally. And she's just on the corner of that ripple, which is, I think it's a smart decision for her. You want to be in clear water and try to find that corner right off that deep part of the bank into that shallow that gives a little bit more steepness to it. So smart of her.
Yeah, that sandbar we were looking at from the drone shot, what, a short while ago, previous heat really, that's just covered now. Saw those white waters filling in on that.
If we don't have anyone standing on those banks anymore, that's just how much it changes. How long ago was that? A few minutes, right? Like 30 minutes maybe that we had that drone shot. So it's crazy to think how much things move here with those big tides.
And also that incoming tide, just focus that energy, make the lineup a little easier to read as well. You'd probably say, rather than stretching things out with corners kind of scattered up and down, it would just focus things together. All heading in the right direction in terms of quality right now. It's great to see the wind back right off. Real light winds out there, some energy out the back. Will this pique the interest of Sally Fitzgibbons? She needs to get going now. 6.5 on the clock here. She's chasing numbers down. The strong start from Tyler. Built the platform. It's got a little quiet since then.
That was a missed opportunity. Looking back here, I could see it. There's a wave deeper from them, but she might have another chance out the back. Looks like there might be some waves stacking up for her.
Okay, here we go. So this is exactly what we're saying with that tie, just focusing things into an A-frame. Sally Fitzgibbons from way behind on a section, and she'll pull through the back. Not a great use of the priority there. Not what she was after, Jesse.
Yeah, that's a bummer for her. Looked like a beautiful wave, but just once again, the wave before, I could see it here from the back, like the wave was a little bit deeper and she wasn't able to scratch through it. And the second one came, but she still wasn't there enough. There's that little A-frame that you had to kind of get that chip in order to generate speed, and she was right in the middle. No source of energy for her to drive down the line and get some turns down.
When you're surfing with your friends, you can be vocal. You chat, you maybe even kind of having a pretend heat, you're heckling each other a little bit. We don't see loads of that in surfing, right? It's actually sort of a bit of an anomaly in sport. There's very little interaction. You think about team sports and you got opponents next to each other having a few words. We get very little of that with surfing. Are we ever going to see that right now? There's no chirping going on at all between these two.
Nah, I think when the Hooter biz is, because right now it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. It's too much rivalry for too long. You just want to keep yourself sharp and focused and not have any distractions. The people that usually talk on the water, they're trying to get in your head.
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly Slater sometimes, you know, like to do that because it feels good for him, but he knows for the opponents not that good. It's uncomfortable, so they try to get in your head sometimes. But yeah, you have the other one or two that like to talk a little bit. But most of them are just pretty quiet and serious.
All right, so priority again with Sal. So Tyler had priority for a short amount of time. Surrendered it pretty meekly. It's right back with Sally Fitzgibbons at the moment. And right now, 4 minutes on the clock. Okay, still doesn't need to really focus on that 7, but at some point that will change. She will have to try and go for that. She's got time for a couple of waves here, just about. Let's recap this heat. Round of 16, heat 4 is what it is, and we're sending someone for a quarter with Molly Picklum. At the moment, it's this woman, Tyler Wright.
I mean, it's been the Tyler show. That's the coolest maneuvers I saw on the woman's side today. That was a beautiful blowtail, grabbing that rail, giving some extra spice and style to it. Very dynamic from her. And this is another one. Oh no, this is the two-turn combo. This is the one that I thought she lacked a little bit right there. She could have finished it off instead of trying to go down the line like she did on the previous waves, really applying pressure. And here is the only basically opportunity Sally had. The wave didn't cope her enough for her to actually go big, but that's all kind of the opportunity she had throughout this heat, man. It's been kind of wave star for Sally, mostly starting off on that wider part of the bank down south from us. Maybe not the right choice, because that's exactly the time where Tyler got her first 3 waves and kind of put on a big gap in between the surfers.
Oh, priority updating now. Tyler Wright with it. Sally in second priority and with the 7-3. That's pressure on her now, and inside less than 3 to go. Just about enough time for 2 waves probably, but realistically speaking, the way these sets are coming, it's probably going to have to be one big effort for that score, actually. By the time a wave comes, great looking bit of energy here. Let's see how it shapes up. Tyler's showing a bit of interest, just getting a little wide to get in position and not going. Interesting. All right, let's see where this goes. Priority will flip-flop again. That's happened a lot, actually, without a lot of surfing going down. Meanwhile, Sally, can she take the opportunity? Good looking left. It's steep. She'll crack one, and it will drain and go dry. Sand gargling up the face, and unable to connect that turn. And she needed, really, you're looking at a 7, you need to go pretty big right there.
You definitely do. I don't think there's a 7 on that wave. It looked beautiful as she took off, but that previous wave kind of kept that trek off the wave that Sally was riding with a lot of foam. As you can see, she can't really get traction. It's hard to drive through the water. It's like very noisy, a lot of instability under the board. So it's just unfortunate, because that was a very beautiful shaped wave and a good size, but just too much happening.
A thick lip, that thing just surged up the sandbar and surrounded her. Tyler now with priority again, and with 90 on the clock. She knows exactly what to do here. She's got a strong lead in terms of points. She's also got first pick of whatever comes through. She can block. For that reason, she's going to stick real close to Sally right now. It's looking pretty tough for Sal, Jesse.
Yes, it is looking tough for Sal. With a minute and 14 seconds left, 7.3. I can't recall it, but this might be the highest wave of the day so far. Like, from what I've watched it, I think this might be it. So that just shows how tough it is.
Another quality opportunity. Tyler Wright in full flow here. Great speed from takeoff. Control as she adjusts the feet coming out of the turn and then reaching for a section down the line. It's not offering loads for her, but she's just covering Walter. And she's also covering Sally, not allowing her and anything crazy to happen. It's a big score, but Sally's capable of it. Just making sure that opportunity stays with Tyler Wright. 4-5 the backup score, 6-1-7 the high score. Final 30 seconds. Sally in the lineup all on her own. Here's another look at Tyler's wave.
Yeah, pushing that tail nicely, getting drift, not much lip on that section, so kept that turn a little bit on the flatter side. She had to go through that very flat section, finish it off. I personally think she had probably that 4.5 might have been better. But it was a great way to, you know, defend herself, and looks like Sally coming on a wave that's just very small, not enough for a 7.3.
Yeah, she's swinging, she's rallied, but never really at this. A couple of threes is the best she was able to muster. She's had, what, 7 waves that come in at a point or under, and just not tapping into the potential out here. In terms of scoring opportunities, it's all Tyler Wright, really, who dominated that heat pretty much in every way. And you can see it's taken a toll physically on her. She's on the inside. She puts everything into her heats. She really does, mentally and physically. And she'll be tired right now. She's a worthy recipient of a berth in the quarterfinals against Molly Picklum.
That's my favorite heat of the year so far for Tyler Wright. I feel like she had better heats, but the way she approached this heat, that she brought something new that she hasn't been putting on heats lately. So I was very impressed with it, how dynamic and cool that was.
Great looking matchup. Hitting the water, we'll see the yellow jersey of the world champ, Caitlyn Simmers, Yolanda Hopkins, her opponent. That'll be coming at you live from Portugal real soon.
Three, 2, and 1. 17-year-old Caitlyn Simmers wins the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
What? Insane!
That's right. It's pretty special to have a CT win your rookie season, and that's Caitlyn Simmers. She's gone on to win a world title. She's currently on the top of the leaderboard. Caitlyn Simmers in the round of 16 up against the exciting local wildcard Yolanda Hopkins. As the day continues here at Super Tubo Speech. Sun's out, crowd's out. We got a replay of this wave for Katie Strider.
I see replay. Let's see what, we got. So you got some work done right there, a little warm-ups. I think the casualness of Katie Simmers is actually distracting a little bit because the actual board movement is something to really watch because the body language just seems so chill, but what she's actually doing on the wave, bananas. Just watching the board slip and slide across the lip line there, and fins get ditched out, and she's just charging at pipeline, and the whole thing is pretty amazing to watch.
John-ish, I feel. Quiet upper body, a lot of angulation in the turns, has a knack for tubes. It's kind of a wave magnet, too.
Well, defining a difference, too. Like, I know we're glazing Caitlyn Simmers right now, but
why not? She's world champ.
Doing cutbacks on a wave system.
Yeah.
Like who else did that? Nobody.
Nobody. And so at stop number 2 at the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, nobody else, man or woman, was able to do a roundhouse cutback on that wave.
She wrapped it and went straight back into performance and barrels and everything else. So just finding different lines. I think that's we've seen that out of her, and I think there's a little bit of an old soul inside of her body.
Yeah, in that young chassis, right? Just 19 years old. Katie Simmers, 3rd year on the championship tour, 6 wins already, 6 CT wins and the world title. So that's going to be a big matchup for Yo-Yo. Yolanda Hopkins here, 26 years old, representing Portugal as the wild card. Yolanda won her elimination round heat this morning, so this is her 2nd heat of the day.
Yeah, and you know what? She was the first person here in the morning.
Yeah, she was here before us.
So
and we're here early. We're here at like 4:30 a.m.
She's feisty too. She's excited. Yeah, she said, I'm not going to take the wild card unless I intend to win the event.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the stats on Caitlyn Simmers. We like to call her Katie. 2024 World Champ, 6 career CT wins, and the 2023 Rookie of the Year.
6 wins
already
in 2 years.
Booyah.
What? Are you kidding me? Shows up, Rookie Year, wins this event, shook the ground of all the women on the CT. I loved it.
Yeah, and some of the best interviews in the business.
So fun. She's so casual, but then she just comes at you. Not to mention claiming pipeline for the girls.
Yeah.
It was just...
You brought that out of her, Strider.
That was one of the best
You brought that out
ever.
of her, Strider.
I loved it. I looked away, looked down, and laughed, and just enjoyed every bit of it.
I think you were like, am I going to get in trouble for this, or is it going to be cool? You didn't know until you got to the beach.
Yeah,
everyone's
but you got to let that happen when it's happening.
Hey, we're surfers. This is surfing.
This is surfing. Let's not take it too seriously.
Yeah, and let's not get it too buttoned up either, because one of the beautiful things about surfboard riding is
the characters in surfing.
Yeah, we're a special breed. Proud to be part of the tribe.
And it continues with Caitlyn Simmers. I mean, it's so fun. And this is going to be an interesting heat because, Yolanda, she's had her time out here. She spent, she knows what's going on. And Caitlyn Simmers obviously having a victory here and feeling, the vibes of winning. She feels confident. So we got a couple of confident ladies out there ready to do damage. And I just hope that the ocean provides a little bit back and forth for us because tide's starting to fill in. It's getting a little higher. It might slow down a little bit. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's getting a little sleepy out there. Casual Katie Simmers to a 4.33, but it's been quiet since then. And there we go with Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, and the support there with the flag of Portugal, the coat of arms.
It flies high. I was watching it fly this morning straight on shore and howling in the rain as we walked in the dark. And I was a little worried about the
Me
day.
too.
But look at what happened. The sun is out. We've got glassy conditions. We got peaks. We've had high performance surfing. The surfing of Molly Picklum was insane. We just saw Tyler blow up. This has been fun.
Katie finds the left and just, again, on point. Great angulation of her turns. Just casual. Kicks out. just like that. Yo-yo, Yolanda, matching that. Nice lip glide there. One maneuver, but a powerful maneuver for Yolanda Hopkins.
I'm down with that right there. That was solid. I think that, you know, you said it. Katie Simmers is a wave magnet, but that turn right there in a section like that has that much cup in it that, you know, forms that like nugget coming at you, that was solid. I can't wait to see a replay.
Yeah. Yo-Yo Hopkins, front foot grip, ready to rip.
I love the front grip. I got a board I call the White Cloud because I've got this black bear traction on it that's white, and it just feels so good. Here she goes, bangs right up into that corner. It was just nice cupping out at her, the critical section, so solid. And this was Katie's left. A couple of quick snaps, and then she'll decide not to hit that last section and get out of there.
Yeah, so that was a 3.33 for the left for Katie Simmers, waiting for score for Yolanda Hopkins on her first right to set the situation in this heat. Nice glassy wall coming up here, and it's going to be Katie. Smooth off the bottom, vicious off the top. One turn, but a big turn for Katie Simmers.
How's that board control? That was interesting to watch. You know, she went up. Again, these replays, they tell so much, and watching the way that the athletes are technically savvy in the lip line there is just so fun. Nice easy glide in, but then just throws it into the corner, busts the tail out, does a board slide, then clicks the board off out in front of her. Look at this. Tail's free, beautiful. Board slide, then kicks the board out in front of her for the tail drop. I mean, all that in succession and flow. Board control.
Pretty rad. So talking about, oh, well, we're going to get back to that because we're going to hear for Tyler Wright. She won the last heat. She's with AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, Tyler coming in off of that heat. What did it take to get the win?
I knew, I haven't been feeling that well, so I knew I didn't have much more than 2 waves in me, to be honest. And as you could see towards the end, I was just like, every wave I took of hers was a win for me at that point, because I felt like by that point I couldn't really do too much more. And so, yeah, it was really, it's such when you don't feel well, you get kind of bummed out. But that's all right. It's just part of it. Hopefully I'll bounce back tomorrow, but that's all right.
Well, and you're such a veteran. You've dealt with surfing breaks around the world and conditions around the world, and I'm sure feeling all sorts of types of ways. What routine have you figured out to make sure you can be your best when you need to?
You know what? I kind of draw on 15 years that I'll never forget how to surf sort of vibe. I'm not going to forget how to do this. And, as much as I would have said that I've been surfing heaps, I haven't. I've been super sick. So it's one of those ones where, like 15 minutes before, I kind of like, all right, let's go, and then flip the switch. And then now I'll go probably just sleep, have a nap. And, yeah, like it's one of those ones where you just figure it out. It is kind of what it is. But yeah, the 15 years does help to know that I can produce on kind of demand, and that's something that I've trained into my experience and my skill set. So yeah, I get pretty stoked when I can produce on demand with no sort of warm up.
Congratulations, well done. Get some rest. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
On to the quarterfinals for Tyler Wright. She overcame Sally Fitzgibbons in that last heat. Scores came in for Yolanda Hopkins, a 5-point ride for the lip glide, and a 5.57 for Katie Simmers for the forehand snap. We're going to talk. I was talking about Katie Simmers and her boards. Chris Borse Designs. He built a special shaping machine that is unique. He did it from the ground up. Chris Borse did, and he's able to not just replicate Katie's boards, but his boards. He can make boards straight from the machine, straight to the glass shop. I've seen it. No screens, no sanding blocks, comes off the machine.
Doesn't have to turn the rails, nothing?
The machine does everything, Strider.
That's amazing.
It's unique, and it is and Chris Borse is part of that design thing. And another thing, Chris Borse, he had a part in the skateboarding cult classic, The Search for Animal Chin. It was at Chris's ramp where Lance Mountain, Tony Hawk, and Tommy Guerrero found Chris's ramp
You're
went on to rip it. On their
Kaipo's
search
going
for
deep into
animals
the skate
chin.
culture right there.
It's almost like it's a podcast right now. We got a lull. Okay, here we go. Katie's going to break this one up. Oh, what do we got here? Loads up. Ooh, vicious. Again.
Looking for the wallet, couldn't find it in her back pocket, so she dropped it down to find it. She had to reach back. She finally found it and came out of that thing. That was nice. She winds up right here, gets a little speed, holds it through this flat section, and then throws the tail around. I mean, here we go. This is the angle we want to see because you can see how hard she unloads on this section. Just like,
bro, what's going on?
I mean, that was ridiculous.
What is going on?
That was insane. Board control again. Pushed the tail out over the back of the wave, dips the nose in, pulls the tail all the way around, and then regains composure, lifts herself up out of a laid back position. The core strength right there. She's been working.
Hey,
am
I exaggerating, or is
really good.
that one of the best turns of the day, man or woman today?
Yeah, I'm with you. That was really fun to watch.
Wow. I see, and I want to see that turn one more time, Strider.
Well, she's flying. She's got plenty of speed. Board looks like it's just so fast that she's, whatever Boris is doing, she's utilizing every bit of it. This is this part where we love seeing is the slowed down version of watch the tail release and then the nose dip. And then she's literally laying all the way back for her core strength to get back up out of that and push around, use the water, the momentum of the whole thing. She was moving forward the whole time too. But everything about that, it was just.
So Stride and I get psyched?
Yeah, we're excited.
It's a 5.3. We were psyching on that.
We better stop glazing this thing. Let's get back to raw donuts.
I don't know, man. I'm psyching on that turn.
Well, it was a smaller wave.
Maybe the smaller wave.
It was a smaller wave, but
okay.
what she did was technically advanced, and that's why we're excited.
Wow.
Yolanda's right there in this heat. She only needs a 5.87. She got a big score, 5-point ride just for one turn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's still plenty left, and I'm just. You were going deep on the skate history. But I want to pull it back to the surfboard part of it.
All right.
And the shaping machine that he built. And just so everybody out there knows, the shaping machines pop out boards left and right, but the shaper still has to come in and has like a screen sand where there's this. It's almost like a piece of paper with holes in it, and then you come down the rails. They clean it up. They have to finish the board.
Yeah.
But you're telling me that Chris Boris made one that.
He makes boards.
Comes right off that into the glass room, which is pretty cool.
You know what else is? Well, here we got Lakey Peterson and Leandro Dora getting ready for. It's going to be a big challenge for Lakey. She's coming up against the young buck, Aaron Brooks. But Lakey's been on point.
She has. She looks solid. She kind of goes in from having pressure and then into a freedom of surfing. So I think if she could just get to that freedom of a natural Lakey, when I see her surfing at like Silver Strand and she's just busting tail and doing big carves and rincon and what I know she can do, I want to see that out of her. We saw that for the first time really all year out of Molly Picklum, I felt like today. She started just busting tail and flying around and just felt so free, and that's the purity of the moment in surfing that you want to see out of all these athletes. We see it out of Katie.
So Simmers in the lead right now, 13 minutes going. 5.87 puts Yolanda Hopkins right back into this heat. But the other thing I was going to talk about with the board, since we're having a little bit of board podcast, is another thing that machine that Chris has. It can cut his logo embossed style in the board. Katie Simmers is ripping. She's in the lead. Yolanda Hopkins got a chance to make it. We're going to take a Bonzoy brew break. Chill out, but be back. It's an exciting heat.
It is a beautiful day here at Super Tubos in Peniche, and I am so excited to be joined by Teresa Abraço. She is one of the pioneers of female surfing here in Portugal. Teresa, it's been so fun to get to know you over the last few years through the Rising Tides program. You've been really invested in the next generation of women surfing. One of them in the water right now, and Yolanda Hopkins. How important is it, or how much growth have you seen in women surfing here?
It's amazing how Portuguese female surfing has been growing, and I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of Yolanda, Teresa Bonvalo, Francisca Vazelko, and others. So it's always a pleasure to be cooperating with WSL, and it's so important to have this female program for the girls, the Rising Tides. We had 25 girls, and I've invited girls from all over the country, which is very important, so that they have access to their idols and to have this surfing experience with them and this moment together.
And you brought over some girls from Madeira, from the Azores. How different of opportunities are there now for these girls in Portugal compared to when you were surfing?
Well, when I was surfing, I started 40 years ago, so I had no access to watch other girls. So I had like 2 years surfing, and I had never seen a girl surfing. So it's really, really amazing that they can watch their idols, they can be side by side with them. So that's so important for to increase their level, their surfing level, and to see that they believe and that they can be professional surfers.
Speaking of believing in themselves, Yo-Yo told me she would not have accepted the wild card for this event if she didn't think she could win it. How much fun is it for you to see someone like Yolanda Hopkins really coming into her own here on the WSL tours?
I must confess, sometimes I feel really moved because, well, my generation, we fought so hard to be respected and accepted in the water, that when I see Yolanda and the others, I'm really happy, and she's doing really well.
She's crushing it. And you guys, I got a chance to surf with Teresa last year when we were here in Portugal. She also still crushes, just for the record. So it's so fun to have you down here on the beach. Send it back to you.
All right, thank you, AJ, as we see Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, up and riding. Incomplete finish there, still chasing a 5.87 Strider.
Yeah, she just needs to find that wave with some opportunity for, you know, a couple of good hits or even a bigger wave with that one big maneuver. There was the difference in scores there that we saw between her and Katie was just the technical ability in the lip line. So, you know, Yolanda's not scared to attack it, but you got to get up in there in the vertical part of the wave in the heavy section, and also get the fins to pop out of the back and get the board to slide across the lip and kind of, you know, and get some technical aspect to it as well as the power.
Here we see a little positioning and a beautiful high pressure afternoon. Like Strider, like you said, we showed up in the dark this morning. It was raining. It was super onshore. Who would have thought that the day would end up like this?
We pulled up. They told us we couldn't park there. Then you find a spot in the mud. Walking out here, it was woe is me, and now look at us. Beautiful sunny day on the beach. The fans are stoked. The waves are fun, and we're having a great time here at Super Tubos.
Yeah, everyone's talking about this storm coming, and I don't know.
This is the calm before the storm.
Is it the calm right now? Weatherman Wazalewski?
Yeah, we're.
Are you sure? Have you been checking the charts?
It's been secured.
Okay.
We're gonna have a big storm coming.
Okay.
Hopefully, I think we might be able to run tomorrow, though.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we still got we'll finish up this and set the quarters for the women. We still got the men's round of 32, and that's a full day of competition on the men's side. So we'll see what tomorrow presents to us.
And right now we've got the tide rushing in. So what's happening is it slows down the progress of the waves. And only the bigger ones will you'll start to see those rise on the sandbars. And, you know, it's not as cupped out and kind of hard to complete your maneuvers now. So things change dramatically in each heat. And it means you got to be on point with your game plan. You got to be able to shift and, you know, change where you're going to be, where you're going to sit as the tide rushes in.
All right, let's check out a heat recap of what's happened so far. 4 waves surfed by each of our surfers. Yolanda Hopkins, 5-point right here.
Yeah, I love the attack into the lip there. A lot of power, but Katie just did it a little bit better with a, you know, nice section there, throwing the tail out, drop out of the sky to finish. So just technically and theatrically, Katie's doing it just a little bit better. Just blasting through the lip. I mean, look at her toes are hanging off her rail. Her foot's so far back on the board. She's having fun out there. That's what we like to see.
And that's reflective in the scores and the lead for Katie Simmers. Heat control for Simmers, priority, and the lead over Yolanda Hopkins. And just calm and cool as ever, Katie Simmers. I never see her rattled in a heat.
You know, she's... It's funny you say that. Remember the heat at Sunset where she just sat there and looked over?
That's what I mean.
She was like, she had a game plan and she knew where she wanted to be, and then she's like, it didn't happen.
Yeah, she was like, oh, over at what? Like...
Yeah, it's like inshallah.
I'm taking
inshallah. It was just
I'm taking
as it is, as it will be,
yeah.
right? And that's something that's if you just let it be what it's going to be, you don't stress out. You don't put a bunch of weight on your shoulders. You don't like take it home with you.
I love that. Here comes Katie. Glassy face in front of her, pops that front side air and puts it down. Now give me a score.
Where did that come from?
Now give me a score.
Tell me, wait a minute here. She looked like she was about to kick out of the wave, Yolanda.
Yolanda cheating that section there, right up there, and a powerful turn. Tries to hang on there, gets caught on the heels, goes incomplete.
All right. Katie casually just looked like, she didn't even look like she was putting much into it. All of a sudden, she's doing a front side grab off the top of this, her wave. I mean, this is Yolanda's answer, which was a, meaty section, tried to ride out of it, didn't happen. And then this is the replay for Katie. She's just cruising, and then bingo. That was so skate, it was ridiculous.
That was just a Ray Underhill front side air at Chris Borst's ramp.
Yeah, that was so clean. Pops it out. Shifts the tail, grabs the rail.
Oh.
I mean, technically, she's done that before. We're just getting to see more of it, which I really like, because I feel like she has got so much to show us still, and she's just, these little pieces are trickling out.
My friend, how many airs have we seen by women in heats in a jersey? I can think of Sierra Kerr, for one. Lakey Peterson, maybe that air reverse, but look at that, was just clean as 7.67 for Katie Simmers.
Yeah, you know what, that was, and well worth the score. I like the 8 points on that, going excellent, I thought, because it was just so clean. The grab was perfect, everything rode out of it, just smooth as a hot knife through the butter, and comes just sliding right out of it. And there was no reaction physically from her. I don't know if you noticed
there wasn't a claim or anything,
right? She didn't claim, she didn't posture, she didn't do anything. She's like, cool, I'm out.
Yeah, how's that?
That was sick.
And there was a lot of lift and pop in that air, too, in a very short amount of time. It's not like she was searching down the line for a ramp. She kind of just got to her feet and just went pop.
Naturally talented. And the crossover, maybe from skateboarding, and enhancing the surf world for her.
Yeah, I mean, skating does help your surfing for sure, 100%. But it can take you out from surfing for quite a while, because it's sooner or later going to break something. It just comes with the territory.
Yolanda needing an 8.24, which is a big hammer of a score right there.
And she's under priority too.
Oof.
Here she goes. Gonna have to throw something at this one. Bangs vertical there, so maybe she can just chip away at it if she improves upon that 5 points that she has in her score line.
It's going to be tough for her to battle back. I think this one is in the fridge right now. Nice cold drink on the porch, watching the sunset for Yolanda. It's over. It's just,
you already put this one in the fridge.
This thing's gone.
The jello's jiggling.
Well, it's just to
Are the eggs cooled? Is the butter hard?
In comparison to the technical ability that we've seen from Katie, I just don't think we're going to be able to see that out of Yolanda.
I want to see it again. I see replay. Let's go.
Off the bottom, bink. You know, look at the graph. Dude, just technical. Everything about it was nice and clean. And you know what's funny is if you ask her about it, she'll probably say, "Yeah, I could have had a little more tail lift, you know, out of it and tweaked it a little harder." You know what I mean? Like, she's such a perfectionist.
That was a straight Archie straight air right there. Archibald, boing.
Archie. We love Archie's garage.
Yeah. All right, down to 20 seconds, and this one, like Strider said, I think the refrigerator door's closed.
Yeah, it was easy to say. It was pretty far down the way in the heat, and the technical side of the surfing that's been done by Simmers is going to be hard to catch. You know, that was really fun to watch. But good event for Hopkins.
Yeah, great showing. Equal ninth for Yolanda Hopkins. On to the quarterfinals for Katie Simmers. 13.24, healthy two-wave total for Katie.
She doesn't look concerned or even happy. She's just like, yeah, cool.
She's contained, man.
Whatever, I'm going to go in.
It's a
and
long
talk
road.
to do my interview and just listen to some music in my new headset that I just designed.
Back with more action. Katie Simmers ripping here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Katie Simmers just put on a show here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, on her way up the beach and into the quarterfinals. What a great performance by number one on the leaderboard, Katie Simmers, and our defending world champ. This is a beautiful day here in Peniche at Super Tubos. That's our whole setup over there. We got the judges tower, we got the VIP, we got this set right here. I'm Kuiper Girl. That's Strider Wazalewski. And this is Lucas Skinner, straight out of Cornwall.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so stoked to be in here.
Yeah. What's your takeaway? What's been impressing you by all the action in this comp?
I mean, it started from the first day before the event started. The waves were just like firing, and I got to watch all the pros like shred and got to surf with them all. And it's just sick to be in at every stop of the CT. It's amazing. I get to learn so much, and yeah, I mean the waves look really fun today, and the action's sick. So. Did you get a couple during those warm-up days? I missed the morning, the really good day. I was on the plane here. I was watching Instagram. I was like, oh, I wish I was
losing
there.
it.
But I got the evening session. It was really
Yeah.
fun. Had a couple. So yeah, I was really stoked.
Yeah.
for you.
Well, you got a bright future, Lucas. We're going to catch up with more of you. Let's just check out this heat that we're going to be calling right now. It's heat number 6 in the round of 16, where it's Lakey Peterson, up against Aaron Brooks for a spot in the quarterfinals. Winner of this heat is going to come up against Caitlyn Simmers. So, you got a pick in this one, Strider?
You know, this is a tough one, but I feel like I want Aaron Brooks and how tight her pivots are up in the corner, and her progression is going to be fun to watch. I think Lakey's going to try and match it maybe, and try and, you know, do some tail wafting of her own. We'll see how that goes. She looked a little bit like she was had some weight on her as far as like the pressure, but look at this replay. She's just looking really clean and light. So maybe she's gotten rid of that pressure and she's just feeling comfortable. Maybe I'm a vet and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to kick this rookie's ass. Maybe I just, you know, it's like whatever the headspace needs to be, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And then as a younger, you know, kind of a rookie, what do you think Aaron Brooks' headspace is?
I mean, I think Erin, she's so young still. She's got nothing to lose. She's just surfing. She wants to show everyone her surfing. And I think these conditions are amazing for her. I think she can throw some variety and maybe we'll see some airs.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. But I mean, Lakey's looked amazing as well. So I think we got a good heat.
Yeah. You're on Rip Curl as well with Aaron.
Yeah.
You've been a part of the Grom search and all that stuff, which is a great institution that Rip Curl puts on for young up-and-coming surfers.
Yeah, I first met Erin at Bells Beach for the first Grom Search International final I did. And we both won together, so that was a real special week. And then I got to spend some time in Hawaii with her surfing in the Rip Curl house. So, I mean, it's been really cool to watch her, like, go where she has. And she's got so good so far. So, yeah, she's mental.
Do you think there's a kind of, you know, as we're watching these replays, Lucas, do you think there's a kind of a collective energy that when you have a lot of young, talented surfers all in one place, that it helps everyone with their performance?
Oh, for sure. It's like, I find it like whoever I surf with, like all the up-and-comers, like I've been surfing against Dylan Donegan this year. Me and him have got a real cool rival, and like Dane Henry and all those names. Like, yeah, it's so cool being around them. It pushes you so much. And yeah, just I think everyone loves that fire between each other.
Yeah.
And we're all friends, but we're all rivals, and we love feeding our energy off each other. So,
as we see Lakey Peterson finishing this one off. But yeah, I mean, and the cool thing about surfing, I'm going to tell you, like, as a kind of senior member of the tribe, bro, like all of the friends that you're making right now, they're going to be your friends for life, and you're still going to be surfing with them and competing with them 20 years from now, 30 years from now, just like me and Strider.
Yeah, for sure. It's
Strider and I.
Strider and I. So I'm tried. I know.
Just giving you a hard time.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about your friends, though. You give them a hard time.
And Lucas has got perfect English, too, being from England. So, sorry about my English. It's my second language.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing about the rookies, even, you know, say coming on tour, that I've noticed, you know, there used to be an intimidation factor, but nowadays it feels like you guys aren't intimidated by your heroes. You want to kick their ass. You want to take them down. You want to beat them. You want to make it on tour. You know, there's how did that kind of shift happen? Do you even think that you even know about that, or where does that go in your head?
I mean, for me, if I surf against someone big, someone in a QS that I'm like, wow, like I've looked up to them, I like feel like I surf so much better. It like pushes me, and I just love it. And they just push you so hard, and you feel like you have nothing to lose because you're surfing against one of your idols. So I think, like Erin, she'll be surfing against all of them, like knowing she can beat them, and she just like has this energy that she has nothing to lose, and she just wants to have fun.
So we're watching right now on the replay, Strider. This is a 3.6 for Lakey Peterson, her backup to a 4.17 that she opened up with. Aaron Brooks on that right-hander opened up with a 4.57. So Brooks trailing, Brooks having priority, just needs a little over a 3-point ride to take the lead.
Kind of in the driver's seat, so to speak, with the higher wave of the heat, but Lakey looking really free and comfortable, which is what I want to see from her, because I know she's got that kind of, you know, I've seen her just kill it before, and that's the thing. I want to just see that freedom like we saw out of a couple other athletes today.
Wow. What a turn there. And another nice slash for Aaron Brooks. Brooks, nice finish there. Gets a little caught up on that outside rail, but did a bunch of damage.
Damage was done out the back.
Left-hander.
How nice did that first turn look?
So smooth and so powerful.
And so clean, like right through just a the way that she executed that, she found this, like, look at this glassy bowl right into the heaviest section of the wave and really just put it down right there. A little follow-up cut back. Finishing would have been great, but I think she got enough work done out the back to continue to have the high wave.
She's going to take the lead.
Yeah, up the heat. Sure. I mean, wow, that was great surfing.
She picked that wave well as well. She was a bit further down the beach and a little peak popped up and she made good damage.
I think after this score drops for this turn alone right here, I mean, pretty quick, drops the tail out, and I feel like she's going to get a pretty solid, run out of this.
Sure.
I think now we're going to see a shift in her surfing, right? Going even a little bit more, a little bit more risky, a little bit more technical, a little bit more above the lip.
Yeah, for sure. Once you get that 1.667 that she's got, you're so much free.
Yeah.
You're so much freer. So hopefully we get to see some action.
Because surfing's mental, right? It's physical, but it's also mental. So when you take that weight off of your shoulder, you're able to perform.
100%.
For yourself, how do you stay focused? How do you free yourself up?
For me, the last couple of years has been learning not to grom out. When I was younger, I used to grom out in heats and used to just go for airs on my first wave, and that was a big thing for me, was trying to take that away and build your heats, get your first 2 waves, and then you can go free and do whatever you want.
Another question for you, Lucas. Your dad, Ben's one of the best longboarders in the entire world. Does he ever pressure you to ride a longboard?
I mean, I love longboarding, but he's never pressured me, which is pretty nice. I love longboarding. At home in the summer when it's small, I'm always out there on the log with him. And I mean, he's got so much competitive experience. That's been a massive part of my career so far. Learning from him, I don't think I'd be where I was without him.
Yeah,
100%.
Well, you're borderline second-generation pro right now. You're getting right there. You got the support of Dad, who's a board builder, so you ride Skin Dog surfboards.
Yeah, I ride Skin Dog surfboards. The boys at Nuki make all my boards. We've got an amazing range of models now, the LKS range. And we've worked super hard, and they're all legends. And I'm so grateful to have them in my corner.
We got 19 minutes on the clock. Talk about some of the models. Sell some Skin Dogs right now.
Yeah, so since I was born, pretty much, since I was 3 years old, we made my first model. It was like a step deck, kind of like egg board.
No way.
It was so good for learning.
Is that how old you were when you started surfing?
Yeah, I was like three or four, so I was super young.
Wow.
And luckily enough, I had my dad to make me boards, and from there we've just made more models, and now we've made this range that I believe is maybe some of the best boards in the world.
Nice.
So I've been real lucky to work with him. We've got my favorite model is my LKS Swallow. It's my all-round go-to. It's flying. It's like they're like Ferraris under my arm.
Describe it. So obviously it's a swallowtail.
Yeah, so it's a swallowtail.
Lower rocker.
Lower rocker, lower rails. I really like low rails. Single concave, and the thing just flies. And it's so good when it's 4 foot and so good when it's 1 foot. So I feel like we've made this magic all-round board.
The lower rails, is that, to give you more bite into the turns and be able to sink it better?
I feel like if I have too much rail, I struggle sinking the rail a little bit. But it's just been a thing I've always had, is low rails. Like my first board was a step deck, like it was thick, and I was able to paddle, but I had low edges,
low rails,
so I could turn the board easy.
That's a little throwback from your dad to even make a step deck, because
I
that
know.
whole design comes from longboarding, right?
Yeah.
And to apply that to a shortboard is pretty brilliant.
Yeah. It was real cool, and then my little brother was the same. He jumped on it. My little sister. And loads of the Groms at home now. They're on them, and they're on the LKSs, and it's pretty sick to see.
Are they all surfing better because of it?
Yeah. Nah, it's pretty cool. So all my old boards we keep at the factory, and all the Groms can come and grab them and try them out, see what they like, and then go surf on them. What they want to change, what they don't want to change, and then they make their own one with Dad, which is pretty cool.
So it's a beautiful day here. Lucas, what's the the pluses and minuses of being a surfer from England?
I mean, coming from England, we do get really good waves. In the winter it's cold, and then in the summer it's real grindy.
Yeah.
But I think coming from somewhere with not as good waves, I feel is a bit of an advantage, being able to go to better waves to learn to get good at them rather than the opposite way.
Right.
But I mean, it's you get used to the cold, you're used to wetsuits all the time.
So this is nothing for you right
no,
here.
this is lush. I mean, it's so nice.
You put some trunks on right now.
Yeah, I know, literally. But like Daddy, he's not a big board short fan. He loves being in a wetsuit, coming from England, and I just think, yeah, and the surf community is amazing. Everyone loves it.
That's cool.
That's been a big part as well.
I think we got to visit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Come down.
Yeah,
Salt
sure.
and pepper showing up over there.
Come down.
Come down and
Show
hang
you
out.
Well, I
around.
love
Yeah,
hanging.
for sure.
I love hanging with Dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ben's. He's an amazing human.
He's a legend. Yeah, I love him a lot.
Yeah, it's like the surfing four.
He is. Yeah.
It sounds like he's giving back to the community quite
Yeah.
a bit with, bringing all the kids in and making boards and just being there for everybody.
Yeah, and that's his biggest thing with making boards for the Groms at home is he wants to build a connection with them that they can have forever, rather than just making them boards and giving them. He wants to like build a connection with them and show them what they want to be on, and let them have their say on their boards as well.
Hey, support your local surf shop, support your local shaper, keep surfing alive, and keep the community a community. And oh, your dad's watching and he says hi.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
There he is.
On the sofa. He's been loving it. He's in the contest area.
Yeah.
He loves it.
But what kind of goals do you have, coming up, and what are you looking at?
I think just keep having fun, traveling the world. It's amazing, going to events.
Pretty good, huh?
It's
Isn't
so
it?
good, yeah. So, and then hopefully qualify for the Challenger, and then the CT. Yeah, I'm just in a really happy place, and I just love traveling so much. So to be able to do that and compete at the same time and watch surfing like this is pretty sick.
How was that? Aaron Brooks on the backhand, and Lakey Peterson wants to match that. Little backwash there, grabs the rail of Peterson, but Aaron Brooks may have just improved upon her scoreline. Needs to better 4.57. It was just one turn started, but it was a big turn.
No, that's going to better it for sure. I mean, she went vertical, blew the tail out in a in a little section of consequence. If you look at the judges' notes, it ticked off all the boxes that they want to see. They want to see that multiple times, but really, having a section that's standing up in front of you and attacking it, that's more of what you want to see.
So here's Lakey. Lakey actually got a couple turns on this wave strider.
Yeah, well, the first turn was pretty clean, and then unfortunately, this last one she did not ride out of. So, that would have been a great score for her, but this was the wave that, we saw where it came up. She was pretty solid section right there, and she blew the tail out. Got a little bit of the fins were free, and the board was sliding into the lip, and came through it. So that's some great surfing.
Well, I've been waiting for this interview. Let's go to AJ McCord with the last heat winner and the number one on the leaderboard, Caitlyn Simmers.
Katie coming out of the water, calm, cool, collected, as if you didn't just throw out that air. And I want to know, how did you identify that was what you wanted to do on that wave?
This is what I practice for every day at Southside of the Pier in Oceanside. So this is just what I wait for all year on tour. We have like 2 days like this ever, so it's like pretty nice to just have small waves. I'm a small person, so.
You're a small person, but we've seen you perform in every size conditions, from big barrels to waves like this. How have you worked on just developing your competition style to match the waves?
I think I just love surfing, and then I also like competing, and I want to do surfing for my job, and I don't think I'll ever stop surfing. So just try to make it work in a heat, like whatever you want to do, like fit. Also try to be creative, because I feel like surfing is a very creative sport. Like there's not a straightforward way to do it. So just try to figure out how to do it your own way.
Well, it's always fun to see your creativity come to life as you move forward here in Portugal. What's the biggest thing that you want to carry from the first few rounds?
I just want to keep feeling good and keep listening to good music and keep hanging out with my friends.
What's the music right now?
It's this German disco song. I don't know. I can't pronounce the name, but it's good. Beeve showed me, my manager.
There we go. All right, we love it. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you.
Well, there you go, Caitlyn Simmers. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 6, round of 16. Currently, Erin Brooks is in the lead over Lakey Peterson. We'll be right back after this.
Erin's been here for like the last couple of months. Almost every day we meet here at Pipeline on the beach in the dark and talk about the conditions and the forecast and what board she's gonna be riding that morning.
Hopefully it's really fun tomorrow. Could be like that, but just big. You know what I mean? Like that, kind of that size, maybe slowly smaller.
When I got to know her as a person and how her mind works and how she's just really resilient and motivated, that's the thing that I was like, whoa, this girl's built different.
Shane has definitely been a big part of my life and a big part of my surf career. He just helps me stay calm because I get really nervous surfing pipe.
If there's a kid that works harder, I've never met him.
I definitely still get scared all the time, but I'm not gonna let my fear keep me from getting the best waves of my life.
That's right. Check out IPS Inside Pro Surfing at worldsurfleague.com. Learn more about the behind the scenes. It's stop number 1 at Lexus Pipe Pro. Got more of that series coming up. And we'll get to some replays right now at the back half of Heat 6 in the round of 16. Here is Erin Brooks Strider.
Yeah, quick little slice and dice right there. Another little smashola. She was, you know, I think she wanted more out of this one, but she just, you know, she's feeling free and easy. But like we just heard in that little interview piece, and you know, watching Shane talk about her work that she does, she's never satisfied, it seems like. She always wants more. And like, I don't know, have you guys seen her workout regimen and what she, I mean, they showed a little bit of it there, but I mean, it's just nuts. It makes you feel like you're just slacking always.
Yeah. Well, her dad, Jeff, said that she's always been a very motivated kid. So as soon as she started surfing, she just wanted to be really good at it, and she applied herself. And that's a special trait. And that's a trait that probably, Lucas, you can attest to, because that's what it takes.
Yeah,
it takes commitment.
Sure. Yeah, and she's really dedicated, which is really cool. But you've got to have that in surfing. You've got to have the love for it, but you've got to have the time put in. And if you want to become the best, then you just got to go for it and do everything you can possible.
Do you train like that?
This year has been a big year for me because I've had a couple injuries now, and I just wasn't training, wasn't stretching, and I just kept noticing these things coming up, and I was like, I got to get on top of this. And Red Bull took me to Austria.
Yeah.
I did loads of testing, and they got me a plan, and now I'm training all the time and stretching, and now I feel like there's no little niggles in me.
So you notice a big difference?
Oh, massive difference, and it makes me want to do it more because I'm noticing such a big difference, and in my surfing and in my mental space, and it's just a massive thing for me.
Nice.
And Lucas, you're going through the typical. You had to visit the Mecca, the North Shore of Oahu, and you got a bomb over there off the wall. Talk a little bit about that wave.
Yeah, thank you. I went to Hawaii to the Rip Curl house. I got invited there, and it was such a sick experience, just like hanging out with everyone, surfing amazing waves. And yeah, one of the days of the contest, it was maxing, it was pumping, and we sat and watched off the wall all morning, and it was just like closeouts, and we were sat with Bam.
I'll never forget looking down and seeing that wave and going, "Who was that?"
Yeah,
well, you make a name for yourself that way.
Thank you. Yeah, it was I was really stoked, and it was just me and Dane Henry out there pushing each other.
Wow.
It was really scary. We paddled out, got pretty smashed, and got out there, and then the wave just came to me. I couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I came out and my face said it all. I was in complete shock.
Well, I mean, just to explain to the public, you know, when pipeline's throbbing like that, in the contest, you can't paddle out from that side. So you have to go around the other way and deal with the, you know, bombs on the head.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic.
Oh.
And Lakey Peterson, that's going to be incomplete. And Erin Brooks, wisely, that was some good heat IQ, Lucas. That she
really
saw
smart.
that, and she wants to keep priority.
Yeah, that was really smart from her. Nice to see some flair from Lakey as well.
Yeah. Well, Lakey's had that move pretty much locked down. Those like air nose pick reverses that she's been able to put together. So still, Lakey Peterson is searching Strider for a big number. She needs an 8.3 at this moment.
Yeah, well, she's incrementally fallen off the chase. Do you know what I mean? She's been outpaced by Brooks, and like you can see the weight on her shoulders when she looked a little bit stiff during that reverse attempt. So that's something you got to shake it, and you got to get back into a place where you're just in the moment surfing.
Let's check out the heat recap for Heat 6s around the 16. Erin Brooks and Lakey Peterson. This is the story of the heat right here, Strider, starting with Lakey.
Yeah, she started off free. I mean, she really did look like she was going to be able to hold this kind of flow and composure through this heat. And you know what? I really liked what I saw when it started out, but then this happened.
Yeah, this was spicy.
I mean, she just looks like she's got a little bit more speed and a little bit more energy coming off the rail. And it's really fun to watch. And you know, I know it's physical, and obviously the surfboards look really great under her feet too.
Yeah, she looks super comfortable. She looks like she can push on any turn she wants in any section.
So Erin in a very comfortable situation right now with 4 minutes on the clock. She has lead, a big lead, and she has priority. She can really control these final 4 minutes.
Yeah, we really, I mean, for Lakey, she's going to have to hope for a couple of good waves to come through so that she can force Erin to take one and then have one waiting for her, you know, in the remainder of the heat.
Yeah, or, you know, move down the beach a bit. There's so many peaks today. There is that opportunity of maybe getting away from Erin and getting a secret peak on her own.
I don't think Erin's going to leave her alone.
Yeah, that's very true. Erin's not going to leave her alone.
I mean, she's young, but she's super savvy with the heat IQ, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And this is another thing, like we were talking about earlier, these rookies, these young athletes coming in against their idols, they don't seem shaken or intimidated whatsoever. You know, they just look like they're looking over going, all right, this is the heat, this is the time, this is what I need to do, and they're not letting anything else affect it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's, I think, getting to watch everyone, you learn so much, and once you're there, you feel like you know so much already, which I feel like that's where she's at right now. And you know, Tia Zabrowski, she's been surfing amazing too, and she is one of the most fierce competitors I've ever met, and I can't wait to see her and Erin battle it out on this stage one day too.
Good call. Yeah.
Ooh, that was good. I like that. Get away from your opponent, like you were talking about.
Yeah, she's sprinting down, but I think Erin's going to be right on her toes.
This thing's winding down pretty quick too. Oh,
Erin's going.
Brooks eyeing up down the line on yet another left. Beautiful hook there. Times a little lip glide to finish. Looking very, very confident in this heat.
Erin's just stacking chips on the table right now.
Yeah, yeah, she just wants some scores. But I feel like in heats like this, when you have a lead, it's kind of good to get your feet in the wax and just get some mojo going. So I think it's good that she's getting waves and just Yeah, surfing.
When you have a great, dominant performance, do you feel it carries over into your next round?
Yeah, I think if you take it the right way and you don't get too like hyped up after, and then you have a big job, if you like stay at a good level, I think you can take it however far you want.
So you're saying you can't let that confidence or that heat get to your head?
Yeah, a little bit, and just not like get too psyched on yourself, and you get so much energy, and then you get in your heat, and maybe your first wave doesn't go to plan. It can definitely have a big switch on your brain, I think.
Leandro watching everything that goes down.
Wow. Erin wants to get her own air in there, and there she goes. Lakey on the comeback. Good looking right here. Lip glide to start. One more time. And finishes it off. So great, well-surfed wave. But is it a little too little, a little too late? Leandro likes it.
Yeah, it was, no, it was a great wave. Could be, you know, right there with the highest wave of the heat. I don't know if it's going to be an 8.30 though. I mean, that's a big ask, right?
Yeah, big ask. She surfed it well. She did so well to get down the beach. But yeah, I don't think it'll be the 8.3, but I think it'll be a solid score. I'm not sure. Oh, there's 40 seconds left. Maybe she's got time for one more.
We'll get back out there, see if she can get some more work done. This turn right here, I felt like was the money turn, though. She really, you know, engaged the finish, too. Threw the tail out a little bit. Some solid surfing. Watching all these heats, it's just, you see so much going on. How did she flick the tail out that high right there?
I have no idea.
That was
you could see as soon as she stood up, she was like, I want to do it now. And it wasn't a very good section, but she made it. She made it work.
She made it work for sure.
So Erin hitting the beach here. We're still waiting for scores. Last left of Erin Brooks and the right for Lakey Peterson to finish off this heat and make things official. 4.57 for Erin Brooks, so it did not change the it did change the requirement actually at 6.17 for Lakey Peterson. So it's official. Erin Brooks on to the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the numbers from this matchup. 13.67 two-wave total stride, of pretty big numbers.
Solid surfing. Erin rising to the occasion and really looking like she's feeling comfortable out here. We heard Katie kind of talking about it, but these little nugget beach breaks and how much fun they can have out here, that like leads right into Erin's wheelhouse.
Yeah, and Erin just built a house that heat. She started off a little bit slow, and she just got into the groove of it. So
thank you for joining us, Lucas, and good luck for the rest of the year. We'll see you around on the Global Surf Tour, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, hey, Strider.
Good to have you.
Thank you, too.
Hey, thank you, bro.
We'll be back with more action from the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal right after this.
grandfather belonged to one of the first communities to live here. My mom picked surfing from the foreigners. So our backyard is the ocean. We started going to the water since kids. Super Tubos is really special. Sometimes you get like really frustrated because you see perfect barrels and you get none. Then you just need like one single wave and it makes your day or your week or your month. It's a very unique setting. It's not just a single common beach break. The sandbar extends off the coast and then there's a deep drop off, but it's not linear along the coast. So when the swell comes, it refracts from south and north, and then it creates these A-frames and concentrates all the energy to one place. That's why Super Tubos is so consistent.
The fresh face of surfing's future right there. You're looking at it, Erin Brooks, an unbelievable addition to tour. An explosive performance, dynamic, all of those key ingredients to go deep into events. She's already done that with wildcard appearances, now on tour proper and looking really good, slightly more weathered on the grid. I'll speak for myself, not Jesse, but we're enjoying seeing some young talent and some great new additions to the tour. We've got a couple in the next heat as well, and it's really dynamic to see these stories unfold.
I mean, it's very exciting, like completely contrast, right? Like you have Lakey, 10 plus years on tour. She has to be around that. And just the young phenom that is cutting water faster than everyone. So it's pretty fun to watch and pretty refreshing for us. She ripped that heat and she actually played a very smart heat as well. It just shows the maturity for such a young age.
Yeah, incredible to see Lakey's 13th season on tour and just still packing loads of power, still got all of those smarts that's seen her surf a couple of finals out here, but the battle between the generations has been something that just keeps going with surfing, and particularly on the women's tour, and I feel like everyone's the beneficiary out of that, from the two generations themselves to us as fans watching.
Yeah, it's so great to see that. Obviously, I mean, it's going to be a contrast. Like, you're going to see something fresh that it's more unexpectable, develop different already. It's a different generation, and then you're going to have some of them more mature that are just powerhouses and barely going to commit any mistakes. But in this situation that we had with Erin and Lakey, it's just obviously the conditions really favor Erin as well. Just fast beach break, and she's lightning fast. So just picking the right waves and kind of demolishing every opportunity she had.
Looking at two great young surfers from America, Sawyer Lindblad, Bella Kenworthy in the water. Bella, a rookie on tour this year, and already showing us that she's got a little extra of her own. She's bringing something new. Her approach is inspired, and she's borrowing from other disciplines, and she's bringing that to the water, which always is exciting. Sawyer Lindblad, her rookie season last year. Are you surprised to see how well she did? I mean, obviously she qualified with that momentum coming in, but to make the step up, it's not easy to do, and she actually looked great. She looked absolutely at home amongst the elite.
Yeah, she definitely does, and I feel like she's like a diamond, a rough diamond still. She, like, you see some surfers and you see how talented they are, but they already like kind of reach how good they can get. But for her, I feel like there's so much improvement yet. Like, she's so powerful. She's good in the barrel on big waves, but there's like a little bit of finesse that once she gets to the maturity that the other surfers have, girls like Lakey obviously on the other side of the draw, obviously, she's gonna be very deadly, because the power and the rail surfing that she already has in such a young age is pretty second to none.
A little bit of attitude about her as well, which you gotta have, right? I mean, it's interesting, we had Marco Minia talking earlier, you come on tour, you're against your heroes, but you're not there to kind of stare at them and go, wow, you know, you're good. You're like, no, you know what? I'm here now, and guess what? Clock's ticking.
You can get starstruck. It's pretty common to happen, but I feel like it happens less on the woman's side. Maybe because they mature themselves a little bit younger than the men's, you know, and they're like, hey, like, this is my job. Like, I'm not going to take anything from you. I'm going to respect you, but hey, it's my time to shine. And yeah, the girls seems to handle that a little bit better, in my opinion.
Let's go down and hear from Erin Brooks. She's standing by with AJ.
Erin, coming out of the water, you just looked like such a pro out there. You knew exactly what you wanted to do, it seemed like. What was the strategy for that heat against Lakey?
Well, I have the best coach, Snake Tails. He's been helping me out this whole week, and he's going to be helping me out the whole year. And we've just been picking our little spots, finding the little lefts for me, and it's just been working out. And I'm so thankful that God sent me those ways and gave us another beautiful day and a much warmer day.
I know, it is very beautiful, very warm. And for you, it seems like you're kind of hitting your rhythm with the competition here on the championship tour. How do you feel you're adjusting to this level of competition and really thriving in it?
Well, I'm just learning heat by heat, and all of these girls are so well experienced. So I'm also just trying to learn from them, being here, watching everyone, seeing how they have their heat strategies, or even just how they warm up and get ready. Because this is my first year, I'm a rookie, and I'm just having so much fun.
What do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned so far this year?
I don't really know just yet, but maybe we'll say that once I have a better result. But hopefully I can continue to go in this one.
Congratulations, Erin. Great start.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's frightening, isn't it, really? Looking at Erin Brooks already, what she's able to do. And then you think you build on that with more experience at all of the venues that you go to. Let's see where she takes the sport. Exciting future ahead of us. Had a wave in, a quick one for Lindblad. 4-17 for her. Let's get a look at it, Jess.
Yeah, nice first wrap right there for her. And you can see that power that I was saying, how much water she usually displays. And once she just cleared that up and, you know, get the maturity of reading a wave perfectly, she's going to be so deadly. That's why I have so much expectation for her. But look how much power she can apply into the board and how much rail work she can get done from such a young age. And that's what she had since the first time she got on tour. This wave just dying off a little bit, so she kind of milked it as much as she could. And funny start for her. She had the same start as she did on the round one against Tachi and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Like, she started in the same spot, identified that left that goes into the deep water, that has that first critical section. It kind of goes a little bit flat, but it's an easy wave to get your rhythm to it. And then as soon as you paddle back out, you have that rip to help you out. So kind of trying to keep that same rhythm as she had before.
I was thinking the same thing. It looked exactly like the waves we saw her surfed. And interesting as well, that when it's dumpy out here, you don't get a lot of time on your board. There's one maneuver waves, and even halfway point in the heat, you might have done combined like 10-second surfing. Yeah. A bit of time to go through the motions, even just pumping across those sections is going to tune her in with everything.
Yeah, it's the easier wave for you to surf, you know, like, so it makes you more relaxed and get more in tune with the ocean. So it's very smart. And both times she did the same exact thing. She started off with, obviously, the first heat she had to pay close attention to it. And she paddled back out with the rip and went into the right in a kind of a zone that no one's been surfing so much, a little bit deeper than all of the surfers. And then she moves in back to the main peak, let's put it this way, once she has priority once again. And it looks like Bella Kenworthy on a wave.
Yeah, got a little hung, didn't she? Just with the paddle in and then the late drop to quick closeout for her. Unable to do major damage there. We were both impressed by the way she surfed the elimination round this morning. It's going to be a different game out here. Obviously just the two surfers in the water.
And look at it, like she's paddling back where she belongs, you know, like she knows that she has a strategy in her head, and it worked in the first heat, and she's actually applying that once again. And there's a reason why surfers tend to get better as the comp goes on, because they get more in tune with the situations that they have. They already went through a few experiences throughout the heat, throughout the previous heats, and they're more in tune, they're more finessed. So that's what she's kind of doing exact the same. Let's see what's going to happen now for her, if it's going to pay off once again.
Next heat looks great. Sakura getting the jersey from the beach marshal, Gabby Bryant. Last input from Dogmarsh as she makes her way down. Let's see if she can find some of those faces to just impose herself. So powerful. She's been explosive. She's in the best form. We've seen her consistently over the first couple of events. Obviously, already had that winning feeling as well on the CT. But putting it together and going from a different continent to another ocean to different parts of the world, and still trying to have that one consistent thing, which is your form and the way you compete. So you can put it all together this year. It's going to be a good match in terms of what she's able to do. And think about this wave and the chance of forcing a tough score. Let's see how she goes about that. Slow-ish start to this one. There's some great energy down the Red Bull athlete zone, and as luck would have it, so's Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, definitely, Paul. I mean, dude, the waves are
literally firing right now. I'm seeing multiple peaks. Both of these women are just really on the one peak right now. But let's talk about the youth and how well they've done in the round of the 16 so far. Really, last year, Lakey Peterson, Tyler Wright, Joanne DeFay, they were kind of the three standouts. We're really seeing the changing of the guard, especially in this next heat coming up. Gabby Bryan, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, median age, early 20s right there. But most importantly, we've seen the progression factor really pick up throughout the entirety of this day. Of course, Aaron Brooks, Caitlyn Simmers, and Molly Picklum. Even Tyler Wright popped out in there earlier today, but just attesting to the conditions, did not necessarily expect this kind of weather this afternoon, and the banks look real fun right now, guys, especially with the mid to high tide coming up. I feel like it could potentially be one of those days that we're looking at that could be one of those best days all year long. And Jesse, just looking at the banks right now, I kind of see it left a little bit up the beach, and then there's still that left down the beach that we were looking at this morning. I'm surprised the two women are only surfing straight out front.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised as well, because mostly goofy footers. Like, goofies are always trying to find those sneaky lefts, right, Mitch? And so, yeah, that far bank, the only problem about the far bank to the left of us, when it gets too high tide, it moves into a little bit too much. So if there's some time, this is going to be the last glimpse of it, and then it's going to move away. But, yeah, I do see that left to the right of us, the north side of the scaffolding, to the right of your screen, that usually gets too shallow with the low tide, and now it's starting to hold up a little bit. But it's like I always mention, you need guts for you to go somewhere that no one has ever been.
Yeah, you do need guts. And as well, you know, we look at it and we think, oh, maybe they're just reacting to something they've seen. But actually, I think a lot of the times there is a clear plan with the coach dialed in. I'm going to go surf this, I'll get a wave up there, get a score, and then I'll make it down and get involved in that priority rotation. That's all part of it as well, is having a plan. They're not just kind of freestyling this.
Yeah, you never really go and just freestyle. Those guys, as much as they can say, like, they adapt to the situation, but they have a plan A, and then, you know, they see how it rolls. It constantly changes the ocean. But it seems like right now, Sawyer Lindblad is actually trying to do exactly the same thing she did on the previous heat. But she started a little bit on the lower side of the score. I think the last heat she started with a 5, this one 4-1-7. But playing the same strategy, starting with that left, going into the right with the rip. As she got priority, moved back again to the same peak and kind of like set anchor and is waiting for a bigger wave, which so far I didn't see any opportunities missed from the ladies. It's just been a little heat, a little bit on the lower side of waves, maybe with the tide filling in. It could happen that, but also we're going to have a little bit more time on top of the board and cleaner faces for the ladies.
These two coming from a similar sort of generation, a little bit more experience with Soy, but they would have surfed plenty of heats together growing up through juniors, coming from a similar part of the world. And it's funny, you go out with your dream of getting on tour, you're on the other side of the world, you're surfing against someone you've basically been seeing in Arashi since you were real small. Right now, you're really just looking at the ocean rather than thinking of the opponent and looking for opportunities. It's gone pretty quiet out here, we thought, as the tide came up. Focus the energy in terms of the shape, but what it'll also do, we'll see a few gaps, but we got a wave and we got some energy. Kenworthy on a rail and then snapping that out to finish, and then she's really patient and she'll hit that whitewater section on the backhand right behind her. Lindblad pushes the first turn on a flatter face and then just about gets up to a crumbly lip. So neither of those waves like crazy steep, but mistake-free surfing in terms of making sure you get your completions.
Gotta give the nod to Bella, though. I think she had a little bit more power, a little bit more time in between the transitions, which gave her the opportunity to open up a little bit more and get more flare out of the lip. Beautiful first carve for her to just kind of set things up and finish it off strong. And Sawyer had that quick one, like had to do those two like kind of down carve into the snap. But we're waiting on scores, and it looks like the girls, they're kind of sitting quite apart from each other. But this is what I'm talking about. Beautiful powerhouse carve right there from her, and that gives her some time to actually set up for this last one. As much as it wasn't critical, like you mentioned, still a nice turn. She pushed it well, and this was from Sawyer. She had to get that two for one, very quick turns, didn't have too much room. But I would say personally, I think it's a close score, but I'll give the nod to Bella. I think she had more time in between to set up, and it was actually able to apply just the speed that she had and the power into the lip better.
We talked a bit about how challenging it is for rookies to come on tour and compete against everyone else with so much experience, but what about in terms of a second season on tour? Because sometimes you're a rookie, you're showing something new, the judges haven't seen you before.
What do you do the next season after that? You can't just do the same surfing again, right? You do need to change and evolve something. Is that what we're seeing Sawyer do?
For the rest of your life, you need to bring something new into the table every year. And that's why I think for her, it just catches my eyes, the fact that how polished she can get with all that power and how aggressive she surfs and how much she charges in places like Chopu. So I think she already is looking way sharper, and she's faster, and she's making smarter decisions. So it's kind of, you got to bring something into the game in both aspects, not just surfing, but also the heat IQ. And that's what guys like Kelly Slater did for 30 years. I don't know how he did, or Mick Fannin, or Joe Parkinson, Gabriel Medina, whatever, Jordy Smith still, you know? Like, guys been bringing something new for so many years. You can only get so creative in my head, but those guys always manage a way to find something.
Yeah, I guess on the one hand, though, you think about the gap, particularly with the way the tour is at the moment. You make the cut yourself. The last event that wrapped up, end of August last year, and then Pipes in January. So there's quite a lot of time that you go on a surf trip, you can work on your surfing, but in terms of like practicing surfing in the heat, making decisions, all of that sort of stuff, that's actually pretty hard to do.
It's very hard, and you can imitate, you can simulate heats, but that energy and the butterflies that you get when the buzzer goes on, for real, it's completely different. So it needs time spent in the water on a jersey. That's all you can do. You can mimic and have some friends, some sparring partners that are very good. Mostly for those girls, they kind of live by each other, so they could take advantage of that. But it's different when it's game on and there's 10,000 points up to grab.
Of course, thinking of a successful campaign on tour, aside from your surfing and your tactics, wielding a sharp blade, that's important too. Let's have a look at our Shaper ranking, see where we are after stop 2 in Surf Abu Dhabi, and which equipment is providing the best platform for our surfers. No major surprise to see names like Sharpai and CI real close together up there. Lost not far behind as well.
That's a different, I feel like last year was kind of just like the year of mayhem, you know, Lost surfboards were kind of taking over, but this year everything's pretty stacked up. Obviously we have the Lone Wolf Force right there with Caitlyn Simmers, but all the rest is pretty tight, like a little bit over 10,000 points from 4th place into 1st place, which that's, you know, someone that wins from DHD could put them up right there.
Interesting to see some surfers making moves as well on the different brands like Sakura now on the Mayhems.
And with Tommy. You could kind of hear him a little bit right there. It said he was mentioning something, I'll get the board and direct to whatever I want you to like reposition or something if you're in the wrong spot, I would think. And then, yeah, like that was a glimpse of what I've understood of what he said.
Quite one this, 10 minutes to go. The 5-5 from Bella. So in that exchange, just as you thought, she got over a point difference in the spread. The 5-5 for her is the high point. There's Rhinos with that directional advice.
That works with surfing, right? Like the nose of the board directs to where do you want to be in. She was actually sitting much further in than what she is right now. So right there, Reyna's pointing into the left if you're looking from the beach to the ocean. Obviously to her right if she's looking towards the beach from the ocean. Just moving out of that water exit that we see it right on the right of her screen. You can see a little bit of turbulence and that rip coming out of it. You want to be in the clear water on the other side of it, or on both sides, but the bank's better on the left side with that right kind of peeling.
Just over 9 to go in this, in the clash between the two young Americans at the moment. It's Sawyer Lindblad with the lead. The rookie Kenworthy's got the best score, though. Will wrap up this heat right after a Bonsai brew break.
We have a lot of incredible surfing, but we don't have that masthead rivalry that was like really exciting back in the day on the men's side. And so
yeah, everyone's meditating preheat together and holding hands rather than slicing throats.
Right.
Yeah, so to see that like starting to make way on the women's tour, I think is really important, creates a lot of discussion, lends exactly into your point that you were just saying, Dave. And every surfer they're kind of only as good as they're pushed, you know? And so to see a lot of fresh faces all coming together right now, really excited to push each other, and they're friends on the beach, but they're like really competitive and excited in the water. You can see that reflect in their surfing.
Welcome back to live coverage of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Zero. Kenworthy, crack of the whip from her. And she's looked pretty good so far in this heat that's not offered up loads of opportunities. When they come through, she's been well positioned. Also, she's been able to execute, identify sections. The 5-5 was a bit of quality in an exchange that she got the better of. And then once again there, nice rhythm from the surf, and all of a sudden, Jesse, I don't know how, there's 6 minutes left in this. We've only had, what, half a dozen waves, less than that ridden. I think that was wave number 6 right there. This has been quiet.
That's pretty crazy, yeah, you know, and that's all because I have a saying here, which you probably agree with me because you live in France. I guess we'll get back to that after this, but you see how the waves are getting flatter because the water is moving in. And when you're watching, you're too late already. Like that's a saying I feel like here in Europe. If you see a good bank, that means you're a little bit too late. It should have been out there already. And we saw that glimpse on the previous heat with a lot of waves. The water just started to fill in a little bit too much, and it's moving inside, and you can see it, how flat the bottom of the wave is, and just not giving that coping for the surfers. And all the in-between that before used to be something that they could look for, it's kind of gone now. It's like moving into deep water, and you can't really ride it. I almost feel like down the beach with the flatter banks, it's getting a little bit better right now, but it's easy for me to say it from here, about 10 foot up high and watching the whole beach, but for them in the water, they don't have that vision.
Yeah, we got a great view on things from up here as well, seeing the whole arena. And the positioning as ever at a place like this will be something which is always a question in our surfers' mind in terms of their plans for the heat, different scenarios. But overall, in terms of this venue, everyone's used to surfing a beach back. All right, the tide's bigger here, but you know, pipe, very much a specialist wave. Surf Abu Dhabi, same thing. Wherever you come from in the world, more or less, everyone's used to surfing a beach in and being able to find scores. That's how you qualified a lot that would have been done at waves. Not wildly dissimilar to this when it's in this kind of a mode. So something of a bit more of a level playing field for everyone as well. And I think maybe less of an advantage maybe in terms of some of that experience between basically being a specialist at this wave. All right, if it's 8 to 10 foot TPs, for sure there's some servers it will favor, but like this, it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game, and it's really about your strategy and the rhythm that you get in the water, because most likely the surfers that are on the best waves are going to have a lot of advantage on a day like that. Maybe earlier today, a little bit less of the wave selection because every wave kind of looked the same, so like whoever felt better on top of it and getting a good rhythm would do well. But right now it's very slow, so if you think about it, look back, Bella Kenworthy was the only one that actually found a little bit of difference on that right-hander that gave her a little bit of steeper section and slowed itself down. Looks like there's some waves out the back.
3.5 on the clock. Let's go down. More thoughts from Mitch Salazar.
Hey guys, well, there's actually a really cool Instagram photo on the WSL socials. There was a final, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago, between Caitlyn Simmers, Sawyer Limblad, and Bella Kenworthy at the WSA, which is Western Surfing Association in California. I think they were still in the U12s back then, but look at the careers that they've had so far when most of them are still in their very young teens. I've known Mark, Sawyer's dad, and Taj's dad for a long time. Obviously a great surfer himself too, but the majority of these people in this draw right now, including these 2 young women out in the water, are second or third generation surfers, especially when you come from Southern California, a big industry. And of course, Jesse, I think you can attest to that, Nike being so big in the early 2010s, and now with the dominance of a lot of these young up and coming brands, including the great support we've seen from Rip Curl, we're probably going to see a lot of these more young women come through these amateur programs and eventually qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mostly in South California, it feels like there's a big push now. And I think at Dave's podcast, Rachel was saying you're only as good as how much you get pushed. And that's the importance of having a good base of a lot of good surfers around you. It's going to make you develop and be a better surfer.
How good being on the CT against the childhood friend and rival. Here goes your heat leader now, Kenworthy, unable to find something to unleash, but she does get the lead by virtue of the 3-7. Marginal improvement on the backup score. It's not a big lead, a little bit less than a point in it, but at the moment it's significant enough in terms of it's sending her to quarterfinals. Lindblad now a priority, and it's all going to come down to this final minute and 40. It looks a little calm for the moment. Out the back when it's glassy like this can be actually sometimes a little bit harder to identify. We've got slightly sort of flat light, but a couple of lumps starting to move through here, Jesse. This will be nail biting for both of them really, but particularly Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, this is gonna be nail biting. I think with a minute and 20 left, I keep looking back here to see if I find something on the lineup that is moving towards her, but it doesn't seem like so far. And if you look back at it, I mean, as far as positioning, maybe she could have tried and gamble somewhere else, but really she didn't put herself in any bad waves. Every wave she caught, it was kind of decent. It had a decent line to it, and there was nothing that I felt like it was missed, you know, like it was just a very slow heat, and sometimes you get that.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to sort of bolt a narrative on with the benefit of retrospect, but we got a score screen. It says how many waves they've ridden, and 5 waves for Bella versus 2 for Sawyer Lindblad. So while the scoreline isn't massively in terms of the difference, it is those extra reps, really, that classic roll in the dice. I mean, that's what it is. You do that enough time, you will find a section eventually, and that more patient approach at the moment, it sees Sawyer facing elimination. She's shown a little interest here. She's got 20-odd seconds. This will be Bella from wide into it, and finding herself a nice shapely right-hander. Look how much the board she shows on that snapping turn. Once again, there's nothing nursed about her. I love the way everything, she doesn't really sell the turns beforehand. You never know exactly what's coming, but there's no half turns at all. Everything looks good and crisp. I really appreciate her surfing.
Yeah, I really do as well. I think she's very explosive, uses her upper body language very well, and she gets the turns very powerful for such a young age. And that was maybe the only problem that came up, those waves coming. That was actually a potential good wave. I think this is going to be a great score for Bella without priority, but Sawyer had to kind of gamble. Like the wave kind of came in 2 places. She went to one side, and then I guess where Bella was, she was more connected with the ocean in this last 30 minutes, and she took the win.
Elimination in the round of 16 for the sophomore on tour, Sawyer Lindblad, the rookie, Bella Kenworthy. She'll come back for quarterfinals. That won't be happening today. Might be even a couple of days away from that. We'll see what happens. We've got a bit of a storm incoming. We're actually thinking, yeah, maybe might even have some favorable conditions tomorrow morning. A lot of those talking points as yet to come. But right now, you have to say well done to Bella, who actually turned the screw in terms of her totals. Got another solid 5 on that last wave. And the rookie on tour, just her 3rd event of the season, showing all sorts of maturity.
Yeah, she is. And that last wave, 5.83 was great. That was the Sawyer was looking for, that whole 15 minutes of the end of that heat.
Time for quick commercial break. When we come back, Gabby Bryan taking on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. That'll wrap up the round of 16 for the women here at Super 2 Boss. Stay tuned. Back out of here at Super Tubos, MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Zero. It's actually a really fun afternoon of competition. Things clean right up. It's glassy out there. There are opportunities. And the prize available for the survey can advance quarterfinals. That's what's up for grabs right now between a couple of Hawaiians. Gabby Bryan, 6th in the world, coming in here. Meanwhile, Sakura a little further down in 15th and really waiting to show us her best this year. This will be an interesting match again. We'll revisit that story of surfers that would have known a fair bit about each other from younger days in the jersey. Here's a good-looking wave, but not a great finish. Meanwhile, this is Gabby Bryan. Into it herself, and you see displacing water, even with a set-up check turn. She's throwing buckets of spray. Here's a nice cooperative cupped-out lip section, so a combo of 3 turns, and crucially, she did get that finish.
I know, and I was actually surprised. It felt like she was going into that deep water with the high tide, but then that wave doubled up and gave her a nice, like, extra bonus section right there with coping. As much as Sakura felt on that wave, I liked how she was going for it. I feel like she's been a little timid the first few heats throughout this last few events, and this is a nice power snap right there for Gabby, and just zigzagging, trying to identify this wave and generate speed and finish it off strong right there. That's a bonus section that we haven't seen it happen so much. This is the first setup, and right here she's just trying to keep that board flat and making sure the board's moving forward for this section. Times it perfectly, gets it up in vertical, and probably pretty happy to finish that one off. It's a nice way to start the heat.
Bryan getting a healthy number, 5.83. And in terms of that exchange, we're going to look at it like this, because if we get that rhythm where not loads coming through, you think how crucial opportunities are. Betty Lou just letting points go on that wave, a 1.93 for her. So significant range in those numbers because she fell, basically. You can't afford to do too much of that.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do too much of that at all. And Gabby, she's been on point this year. Like, I have nothing much else to say, but the amount of water she displayed this year on tour so far, I don't think I've ever seen even Carissa do it on tour, so it's impressive from her. And this is the first wave. She goes a little bit lateral, and she sees that she had to go big, and she went for that layback, which I like seeing it. She's going for it. She's going to need you in order to beat Gabby, because Gabby's on her prime right now. She's in a very good situation. Her boards look good, her surfing looks good, and she's in very good tune.
Yeah, decision making seems like that's improved as well. Here's a really nice looking left. That's a great turn for Sakura. And again, whips that one around. So on the backhand and the steeper section that was out the back, that one goes into that deeper gutter that you were mentioning. But before it did that, it stood up and just quite cooperative, really. Nice rhythm to the combo. And a great way after, you know, falling early on, that can play in mind a little bit. Best thing to do is catch a wave straight away. She did that here.
What a dream wave right there. Beautiful first turn. Kind of projecting and waiting for this section here to push it a little bit harder. From this angle here, it gets a bit tricky for us to see the amplitude and how much she pushed that water. She pushed that board in the second one, but we're going to see it better here. We're going to slow things down. She bottom turns and then pushes that back turn right on the money. You can see the back of her foot. Her back foot is on the tippy toes. That's how much she was pushing that and applying pressure into the perfect place and just finesse it. Like perfect texture, posture from her. Coming out clean in a beautiful wave. She was bigger in size, had more speed than Gabby's because it had more energy, and into another one.
Yeah, straight into a right-hander here. A little softer. She'll wrap one back into the pocket. This is a section that offers her a chance to carve on that rail and spend a bit of time, and then up to the lip. So gets a good left and a decent right as well, and a great way to respond.
The Easter Bunny right there himself, Tommy Witz, stoked about that. And I feel like she's been kind of one of those surfers that have been struggling a little bit in the beginning of the year, you know, having that injury at pipe and can't really find rhythm. Couldn't find rhythm on that round one as well. Had a 3.5 and a 1.7 or something to make the heat. But right now, look how one wave can change everything. Beautiful left, and then comes back into this right without priority with a beautiful double up finish right there. Gets up in vertical. It's going to get another backup wave that is going to be solid, and she's going to put a lot of pressure into Gabby right now. what a good battle to start this heat for the young Hawaiians.
Yeah, it's exactly what we wanted as well, isn't it? Because the rhythm of those sets, really, I mean, that just dictates everything. There's not a lot you can do. There's not decision-making really to be made if nothing comes through. But seeing some momentum from the start of the heat, and that'll also then, therefore, kind of change requirements in terms of what your score, your backup is, and what you need to kind of aim for, what you can let go. Hopefully, we'll just see the quality continue to improve. That's what we'll see from that first significant number, her second wave. So that was the left for Sakura, 6.27. So getting a little more on it. And Gabby Bryan's 5.83 for the right. Multiple turns for Gabby. And then we've got another right-hander as well. I think it might be more modest in numbers, but certainly improve the backup, which is 1.93. She'll be in a solid place here, Sakura.
Yeah, she should be looking very solid right now. I still think there's a lot of time in this heat in order to call anything, but it's a great way to start and for her to get a better rhythm.
Let's go and hear from Bella Kenworthy. She's standing by for a chat.
Bella, continuing some of that momentum that you started building in Abu Dhabi, making it through today. Just what did you want to showcase in your surfing?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to actually surf a wave decently. I feel like I had a really rough start this contest, so yeah, happy to get a heat win.
And each contest is so differently. When you have one of those moments in the opening rounds where you say, oh, I didn't surf as well as I wanted to, how do you reset?
Yeah, I tried to just leave it in the past the second it was over and just focus on making my next heat, and yeah, thankfully.
And you told me you've been in Portugal about a week. What is your sort of overall impression about what is possible for you here at this stop?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I'm just trying to take it heat by heat. Yeah, just take it heat by heat, try and do the best I can, actually surf a couple waves decently, and yeah.
It's worked out so far. Congratulations, Bella.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, AG. You know, great way to simplify the process as well. You don't need to get caught up in going all the way to the final or even all the noise that's going on around Caitlyn Simmers and all that sort of stuff. So I just surf good and let everything else, let the universe sort itself out around you.
Mostly with the conditions that we have right now. She lives in Southern California. This looks like just another day, probably on her, home break. So take advantage of that. Make the most of it and try to make you feel relaxed, mostly in your rookie year. There's a lot of expectation that you put in yourself, first of all, and then everyone else. So for her to feel free, and she looked pretty free on that heat. It was a slow scoring heat at mostly the first half of it, but she looked good. She looked with freedom, and she's looking good on top of the board, and she has a few more. Just take step by step.
She's into quarters. Who'll she face? It'll be one of these two at the moment. Sakura at 5.27, the backup that she put down for the right. Numbers are healthy, 11.54. Gabby Bryan, who opened up strong, literally, figuratively as well, in terms of the number that was decent now. She's fine, she's in a good place, but she will need to try and just not let momentum get away from her here. Just get involved, have something to say. Add to the scoreboard, try and put a little bit of pressure back on. We talked about her surfing, the power, that's baked in. She's always had that since we first saw her, since we saw her qualify, but I just feel like decision-making was problematic for her. She maybe got inside her head a little bit, and that's something that we've really seen improve, that tactical stuff. I guess that just comes mainly from experience.
Yeah, I think we were talking about previously on the previous heat that we just were commentating, and it's just time spent on the jersey. That's how you're going to get the experience, and it's all based on past experience that you previously had and how you reacted to it. So this is all, it's like a computer. Your head's like a computer. You have that in your memory, and situations are going to come in the future, and because you have lived that before, you know how to react better to it. So, and how do you do that? Just by spending time in the water surfing with the best in the world.
Right now, it's all a bit becalmed. You're sitting with priority, and you're just staring out to sea, really, and thinking, all right, let's stick with my process. We're well poised at the moment, and my next move will be something. I'll try and move the scoreboard along, just keep building that momentum. 18 to go right now. It's all rather quiet. We're all the way up with the tide pretty much. I think around about just after 3 p.m. So a little way away from the top of the high, actually, but you can see how much water from that drone shot has moved up over the sandbar that was completely exposed.
I mean, if you're watching us a few hours back, we were just mentioning guys that we're standing on, basically on that, those lines moving in on the left of the screen right there. So that's how much water it switched up. And this is normal for Europeans, like for people that live in extremes, tide change. But for people that are in California, Brazil, like, you know, the Southeast and Australia, it's like usually pretty small tides, and it doesn't make that much of a difference. But here plays a huge factor, and it's probably going to help out on Betty Lou's size in favor, because I think it's going to get pretty slow in the next few moments, you know, not many opportunity.
Yeah, it can change the shape of the wave in other places, but not the shape of the beach. So
yes.
much, right? Like the whole thing looks different here. We're absolutely used to that over here. That's just part of it. And like you said, it's all about that thinking ahead, that kind of planning as well, and kind of envisioning like where you're going to be exactly and what the waves are going to look like. Always, sometimes some surprise factors come involved in that. High tide generally, like most beach breaks in Europe, you can get some good shorey stuff. It's always going to be a little bit of a gamble. You can easily get too deep. At the moment, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a little lull in the action. It is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson at the moment. Couple of solid scores. They're already locked in. Still over 16.5 to go. More live action from Portugal real soon.
Wetsuits used to last 5 years. Now they last like a couple. But that's the price you pay for being so comfortable, so flexible.
Let's get caught up on everything that went down on day 2 of the MEO Ripco Pro Portugal, presented by Corona Cero, a former champ. Bundled out, late drama in this one. Seth was all zen beforehand. It was almost panic stations at the end. MEO looked real good. And he flew literally. Good rotations from him, got him the win. And it all came down really to a dramatic final exchange and position. Xiaoshianka knows all about this wave. He's ripped it apart multiple times to go for that win. But he struggled a little bit this morning, and ultimately Seth Moniz, he needed a little luck to go his way. He got it here this morning, and out of a tight heat, getting the job done. Nervous moments for people watching on in your corner, and you get to breathe that sigh of relief. All smiles for those guys. Emotional for fans of Xiaoshianka as he bows out. Meanwhile, another previous champ, the defending champ, in the form of France's Johanne Defay. And Johanne, in an event which will conclude her season this year, representing in Europe. She was absolutely delighted. This is the turn really that got it done. That was the highest score of the heat. Went up to the 5s for this, and it was super tight between her and Vahine Fierro. Could have gone either way, really. It was that close. And it'll be bitter disappointment for Vahine. An absolute stoke for Johanne Defay. She's delighted. Fans like her around here too. She mentioned how important that was to her. Speaking of fans, well, this was the moment really everyone was looking at Hopkins, the local favourite. Went at it and hammered it, but just a different class from the yellow jersey of Caitlyn Simmers. She looked unbelievable out here today. She is looking more calm and more dangerous at the same time. It is ominous for the fields. How's this flair and the dynamism? Caitlyn Simmers absolutely thriving out there. She's got plenty more yet to come as well. A brilliant performance from her.
How's that straighty?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is all new levels, really, of confidence, which we saw from her performances as well that, okay, she's got something, she's something completely unique and different with her talent, but there was always something she was pulling back a little bit when you heard from her. She was almost not talking herself down, but, you know, just slightly underselling herself a little bit. She just looks so comfortable right now. Speaking of which, someone else that's really finding their feet and their form on tour. Look at this kind of surfing from Brian. Really clutch in terms of late into the turn, and that board so incisive. She belted that. This is an important exchange that went down,
Yeah,
Jesse.
that's definitely an important exchange. It just, that way from Betty Lou going a little bit too flat. Maybe she's going to get an extra section there. Yeah, not much got done on that wave, unfortunately, for Betty Lou. Gabby on the other side got 2 nice turns. I think it's still the wave selection has been a little bit better from Betty Lou's side, and I think she's just going to, you know, take the nod on that exchange because, I mean, not on the exchange itself, but she's going to keep herself in first place.
Yeah, there's less than half a point in it, isn't there? This one's super tight. Brian, 5-3, so not quite enough to get into that position in first and to head to quarters. And Bella Kenworthy, who waits.
And that's nothing related to Gabby surfing. Like, the amount of water she's moving right there, it's pretty impressive. But just every wave she caught, he had that kind of like that gap in between the first turn and the closeout, which wouldn't give her enough steepness and power for her to get a good close. She would still manage to get a good closeout, but just not as dynamic as you're probably hoping for to get something close into the 6-point range.
Yeah, I mean, that classic conversation that we revisit time and time again, but on your backhand, the ability to just drop completely down the face of the wave and use that takeoff momentum to go straight back up vert. That's what Betty Lou was able to do. And ultimately, that's the difference, right? They both got 5s, but it is that 6 that's the difference. And it was that left that Betty Lou was able to get. Priority now with Gabby, and it'll be an important one.
And waves coming out the back, and she still has yet to get something of substance, like as far as wave quality, in my opinion. Betty Lou in a better rhythm of the heat, both surfing very well and aggressive, but Gabby's still yet to find something with more of an open wall, and it seems like that wave's kind of running away from her and from Sakura as well. Both of them having a look, but maybe the water just moving the wave too much inside. But still looks like we have some more waves on the horizon.
Going to see a paddle here from Sakura under priority. Why not? Nice vert though. She goes up the noon at 12 o'clock and then cracks it around. Goes complete 5-7. The backup. Will she threaten that? Judges will let us know. Previous to that, she just dropped a 4-4. Which won't go in her top 2, and she might as well stay in motion. Be wave number 5 for her. Just the 2 rides from Gabby. Next one's significant, you feel. She's going to need to use this priority well. Let's get another look at Sakura here.
Yeah, first nice setup turn, and then the wave gets steeper, closes out. She gets up and vertical. Surfed well. I think she had to roll the dice. You never know, that wave could get steep and like hold up a little bit more, but I don't think that's going to better her situation right now. It looks like Gabby up and riding.
Hello, Brian. She's got herself a nice looking right-hander here. First section is a bit slopey, and she has to wait now. This will need to be a big turn, and it absolutely is. She clatters into it. Let's see where this goes numbers-wise. 5-7, that requirement.
She muscled through that section. Like, she literally teared it apart, a section that was pretty average, you know, not much power to match how much weight she was putting on top of that board, but man, she moved some water right there.
Judges will look at that, figure out where exactly this goes numbers-wise right now. She would have loved a bit more outside.
I know, like it needed more of that coping, but right here, finish it off strong. You can see her face, her head kind of looking backwards, just showing how much attention she was actually given to that back foot, that she was pushing it right there. She's gonna start to push that back foot, and you see her head like looking back at it. Very aggressive from her. That's my favorite turn from her so far as closeouts. Was there enough done previously to that in order for her to get the 5-7?
be interesting to see what the judges think about this.
Under 8 minutes to go here as we conclude the round of 16 for the women. Of course, we've got all the talking points coming up in the Corona Cero post-show as well, on a day which really has surprised us in terms of conditions of just how this wind has sat down. It's completely glassy out there right now. It's mirror smooth, but it's tense as well. We're waiting for numbers. Judges are enjoying the power of Gabby Bryan. She's going to get this by some measure.
Yeah, we already had 4 judges going up.
It's in 6-2-3, and a crucial moment. That little look back from her. She knew she hit that hard, and after that concluding turn, a little look back in, and she goes to first place now. And that's that decision making. Meanwhile, different ways of seeking refreshment on a nice afternoon here down on the beach. One of them is in the Corona bar. Mitch Salazar's down there enjoying himself.
Hey guys, I'm here at the Corona bar at the VIP area, and guess what? We got a Corona Cero grown on the beaches of Mexico, just like myself, with 100% natural ingredients. And this place is awesome here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. A lot of great things to see, and of course, Sunday afternoon here in Peniche. Weather is beautiful, the sun is out, and of course, the Corona Ceros are as cold as always.
Love it. People enjoying their Sunday here and enjoying the show of the surfing as well. Those talking points from that day will be coming up. Corona Cero post-show, 6 minutes or so away from that, and a really entertaining heat with a lot of quality as well. We've had some tight matches because they've been low scoring, but we've seen some really good surfing, and there's healthy numbers from both of them, and there's not a lot to separate. Look at those numbers. What are we? 0.12 of a point between these two surfers out of Hawaii.
I mean, if you think about it, what is that really? You know, like, it's very hard to decipher what could have Betty Lou done better. Like, I feel like with the opportunity she had, mostly on the left, she did as much as she could. Maybe on the right, the first turn lacked a little bit of aggressiveness. She finished it off very strong, but the first and second turn were more rounded, just kind of more of a cutback. That's me just trying to break it down, something that it's very subjective, and I'm sure people are thinking different than me or not, you know?
One theme I think as well we can take from the judging is that there's different ways of getting numbers. There aren't these necessarily these hard and fast rules. Obviously, the criteria is quite broad, but it's not like, okay, it needs to be the first turn to do that, or this is the section you got to hit. It's been a recurring theme. There are different ways of getting these numbers, and basically that aggression and just how fast and aggressive that surfing was on the inside from Gabby Bryan. Got her in the lead. 5 to go here. Let's recap this one. It always promised to be a fun heat. It has been as well. Would have maybe liked a few more sets, but when they've come through, we've seen real quality surfing, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's the difference, the explosiveness and how critical Gabby has been surfing. That's what the judges have been kind of identify all day long. You see that first one. First turn was very aggressive, and this is the best wave from Betty Lou Sakura, but you see right there a little bit more timid, but this one she pushes. So if she would have had 2 of those turns on that wave, she would have probably been looking at something in the 7-point range, and this is the ride that I was mentioning. Kind of gets a little bit more on the cutback situation, and then she finishes it off with a lot of power on that last turn. And Gabby, on the other hand, just every time she has an opportunity, she kind of goes as big as you could. This is not her 6.23, this is a 5.3, so the other wave was actually the one that made the most difference, the one that she pushed that back foot and had a little look at it, because she was just concentrating all her energy into that moment, and she knew how important that was. And judges have been kind of rewarding bigger, more critical turns instead of sometimes more smooth out approaches. Have we seen with Bella Kenworthy, maybe we've seen with Semi Pupo against Ramsey. You know, it's kind of, I feel like it's been the name of the game so far today.
It's actually really interesting as well. You dive into it. We talk about the aggression from her and how obvious that is. Actually some really subtleties to her surfing that make her stand out. The setup turns, she's not just kind of buying time there. She's putting herself back a little deeper behind the section. That allows her to go the full swing. I think that's something as well the judges are enjoying seeing. Let's see how this one goes. Just over 3. Priority with Sakura. Are we going to get another set, another couple?
Yeah, I'd hope so. I feel like we're going to, hopefully we have a few more opportunities, but backing it up to what you said, like also like setting yourself a little bit late right now, not in the low tide, it kind of helps you out because you have very flat bottoms and waves that are not really pushing you to generate speed. So you kind of got to work yourself out. So if you set yourself a little bit later, those guys are so talented and girls are so talented that they can generate speed themselves and kind of drive down the line. So the more room and the more delay they get, it gives them more time to actually move forward for the closeout section. So Gabby doing that very well.
Great read on the conditions from both of these surfers. So far, it's Gabby Bryan heading towards quarters. It is Bella Kenworthy in that fourth quarter final. 2.5 to go. It looks dreamy from above and very calm. I'm pretty sure there's some inner turmoil going on, particularly from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who does need a number right now. And after not doing a whole lot, she made a mistake on her very first wave. Since then, she's looked great throughout. And that's why it's so tight. But with that priority, she needs a wave right now. Couple on the clock. A little reposition. Nothing in major earnest. Just heading a little bit south. Seeing what comes through in the next couple of minutes or so. Trying to stay alive in competition here. Quarterfinals really on the women's tour. Where kind of a decent result begins. This round a little bit in between, isn't it? Round of 16. You've got to get through this and really go deep into the event. Nervous moments on the beach.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough moment right now with this tide getting higher. On her side, the only thing that helps her is the priority. Kind of has the right of way to pick and choose her lineup and where she thinks the next wave is going to come in the next minute and 20 seconds. But looking back, I don't see much moving. Maybe it's something right behind them, but I think it's very A-framey. It's going to go pretty flat.
She's got the priority, not loads out the back. Just in terms of the score she needs as well, 5.79. So that's between her two scores that she's keeping at the moment. She's only ridden one wave better than that in half an hour as well. She's actually going to need to find something slightly above average. Actually needs to be kind of decent. She needs a bit of quality. She's going to need to go at it pretty hard as well. Let's see what comes her way. The first thing really is waiting for a wave to stand up on this sandbar in ever deepening waters. And this time will be absolutely flying by for Sakura as she just kind of scours really, somewhat in vain, just looking around, thinking, where's my opportunity? Gabriella Bryan, just really that one wave, that 6.23 was the moment that turned the heat. And that's exactly the kind of stuff we were talking about with that decision making that's been the difference from her, and the ability really with the pressure on to perform. Let's see if we can get Betty Lou on this wave. She's swinging the arms. She is up and riding here. We're counting down. And the first wrap's really nice. It's cruisy. It's got a lot of flow. Didn't quite have the bites that you need for a high five, did it?
The boys liked it. You see right there. I think that first turn on the bow, I think it was very nice. She was able to open up and get sharp there. If anything led for me, maybe the closeout, but as you see it right here, she gets that first wrap and really brings it around. But the last bit of it was a bit sticky. I think there was more. I think this is the turn that if the score is going to get there, it's all because of this. Beautiful wrap, and then she gets a little bit late into the next section. She likes it. Obviously, you have to like it. You have to believe it's going to be the score. And I'm sure that first turn felt good. I'll leave it for the judges, Paul.
Okay, interesting. 5.79, that requirement. Thinking about a 5.27. That wave in particular, the right-hander that she got for that low five. Thought there was just a bit more on that, but
there was. I agree with you. There might be a bit more on that 5.2. Yeah, let's see maybe another few waves to try and break this down because it's a nail biter.
We got a really similar score from Gabby, right? We got a 5.83. That was her first wave of the heat. Let's get a look at this, Jesse.
Okay, nice first snap down the line. The wave pretty flat, and then this one she's trying to manage and get speed, and that's where she finished it off. So I'll give the nod of finish for Gabby. More power to it, better timing. But this is where she opens up. That's the best turn off the first two waves, but the finish, it lacked a little bit of energy, maybe a little late. It's a tricky one. I'll leave it to the judges. They kind of have to watch the whole heat to actually come back. It's pretty clear for them. It's the last heat of the day. They have time. They can watch the 4 best waves of the heat and come up with whoever won the heat or not. So, because they got to look back, not just those 2 waves, but they also have to look at the 6.27 from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, which is basically tied with the 6.23, which in my opinion could have a little bit more of a gap on that one.
Nervous moments here for all parties concerned. We haven't had a load of buzzer beaters really in the grand scheme of things. A debrief back on the beach, but it's inconclusive at the moment as we don't know the score for that last ride of Betty Lou.
He likes the slice as well.
Score starting to drop in. I tell you what. Wow. The numbers in. It's just under 5.73. Heartbreak for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and her camp elation for Gabby Bryan. It's entertaining when it's so tight. It's crushing when you're on the wrong end of it. Gabby Bryan will head to quarterfinals. She'll meet Bella Kenworthy there, and that'll wrap up a really fun day of competition here at Super Tubos. Conditions cleaned up, performances really went from strength to strength. Tough moment this for Sakura.
It's a tough moment, man. It's hard to swallow those nail biters, but she surfed amazing. I think she should keep her heads up and move into the next one. It's very tricky to go through this moment. Been there before, it's not fun.
That will be just one of many big talking points. We got the Corona Cero post show coming up right after the break.
Welcome to the Cero post-show here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, day number 2 action. And we're gonna break it down here in beautiful Peniche. Super Tubos is the beach. And today, exceeded expectations. The day started cloudy, rainy, and then it turned sunny, glassy. We got through elimination round for the men's, the women's, and the women's round of 16. I'm Caitlyn Simmers. Mitchell Salazar, Strata here too. Mitchell, great day.
No, real fun day, and I think we got a lot more done than we were expecting to. Round of 16 for the women. Conditions turned on in the afternoon. Boy glassed off. The tide got real fun, and most importantly, we were able to run 8 heats, important heats too.
Yeah, great performances today by some of the men and a lot of the women, Strider.
Yeah, I feel like the women were the highlight of the day, to be honest. The way that Molly Picklum surfed and Caitlyn Simmers and just the kind of Tyler Wright, even though she wasn't feeling great, she looked great. And just to see those performances rise to a place to where, you know, we can expect more out of them, and we're getting more out of them, and we're having a great time watching it. So it's really entertaining.
Hey, Mitchell, let's start off and rewind to the beginning of the day with the men's elimination round and how we started things off with David Silva, Jake Marshall, and Kikas, local favorite.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Federico Moraes, been nursing that ankle injury. He broke not only his tibia, but his fibula too, as you were mentioning. And Jake Marshall, I mean, took advantage of these short period waves that we saw on offer here this morning. A lot of wind on the onshore when we first showed up. And Jake, Southern California boy, he knows how to surf this just as good as DVD. Really loved the way he was able to surf with a ton of speed. Kaipo taking away the W in an important way too after a good result in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, David Silva, DVD, looked like he was in a whole different speed in this heat, Strider.
Yeah, I feel like this is all kind of common ground. Like these guys came off the, you know, Challenger Series and QSs and had to rise from somewhere. And these conditions were kind of that feeling this morning. Federico, I think that he surfed really well for having a broken ankle. I mean, but you know, in the end, David Silva was looking the strongest.
Yeah, Marias, one of the crowd favorites here as the wild card. We're hoping that he heals up and gets ready for the Challenger Series starting in June. That's going to be next up for Federico Moraes. And you can see the numbers here, Mitchell. David Silva was on fire in this one.
And by today's standards, more than 12 points. That's a real solid heat. Jake Marshall, he got the job done, just under 10 points. And of course, Fred, as you said, we have 3 months until Newcastle. So I feel like it's more than enough time to be able to get at least close to 100%. Want to see him back on the CT, especially with the new schedule that we have.
Yeah, and we hope the best. You know, we've seen a lot of local heroes make it in different spots, but Federico Moraes is one that stands out to me as in his career as a whole.
No, and especially when it comes to European surfing too, he's always been that guy at the forefront since we saw the last generation come up. So props to him, still putting up the flag up there.
Yes, Strider, we got into the heat round of 16 for the women. And I'm looking at heat number 3 with Molly Picklum and Luana Silva. Luana Silva getting through that elimination round in the moment, but she had to meet up against Molly Picklum. This was a really close matchup.
Yeah, it was, but I feel like Molly just had something special going on in this heat. You know, you watch her style of surfing. That was her opener. I mean, just really ripping into it, looking really free. I don't think I've seen her surfing this well in a contest yet. I mean, just looking really spry and creative too. She was going into the corners, throwing tail, looked really solid.
Luana didn't make it easy for Molly Picklum, however, 5.2 right here to keep it nice and tight.
Well, she basically needed a replica of this wave to take the lead, Kaipo, and unfortunately for her, the back end of the heat, waves never cooperated, but just want to point out, to me, Molly Picklum is really competing like somebody who should be fighting for a world championship this year. And as you see right there, a couple of tussles, thinking priorities should have switched, but overall, Picklum semifinal over at Pipe, runner-up finish in Abu Dhabi, and at least a quarterfinal here, Kipes.
Yeah, it was Pickles in the end, on to the quarterfinals, and there's the final number, Strider.
Yeah, she deserved it, though. I felt like she was definitely the outstanding surfer of the heat, and the way that she was attacking it, I can't wait to see more out of her because she's really stepping up the game and looking like she does want a world title.
one. She's never won an event outside of Sunset Beach either. She's gotten close, but this could potentially be the location, Kaipo.
Yeah, I like it. I like the momentum that we're seeing from Molly Picklum, and I like how she's building her performances throughout the entire event. Another surfer that's going to make it to the quarterfinals. Last heat of the day was won by Gabriella Bryant. Let's hear from Gabby. She's with AJ.
Yeah, Gabby coming in here taking a deep breath after that last heat. What was going through your mind as you waded in the water for that final score?
I honestly, it was completely out of my control. I did everything I could, so it was like, either way it goes, I know I did my best out there. I'm glad it went my way, but it was a little nerve-wracking. But it was one of those ones that was, like I said, completely out of my control, and that's how it goes sometimes, and this time it went my way.
Speaking of what you brought, you told me earlier, I'm going to lean into my power. You did it again today. Talk me through that wave.
Yeah, that 6, I just saw it had like a nice shoulder, but it also had like an end section that I saw down the line. So I was obviously super happy. There's not that many waves out there, so I saw and I just saw the section and I did a carve and a really good end. There was a really good end section that I just laid into because I knew if I didn't, I'd regret it. So glad it all worked out.
We were talking about just how critical this round is for having a keeper result. As you look towards building momentum this season, just how are you finding this consistency event to event?
I honestly don't know how. It's hard. It'd be hard to explain, but I mean, just taking it as cliche as it is, like each heat as it comes. Like I forgot about yesterday, focused on today. Can't even focus on the next round or anything. So. Yeah, just taking each moment as it comes and doing my best. Like, just try to focus on me. Yeah.
The moment was yours today. Congratulations, Gab.
Thank you. And hello to everyone back at home. I know it's super late, so my brothers and dad and sister are probably up watching. I love you guys, and I miss you.
Yay. All right. Shout out to Kauai.
Yeah, lovely place. And close heat, that one. Came down to the very last wave. Personally, might have thought that Sakura got the score right there at the end, but just one of those, as she said, it was out of her control. She did her job, Kipes.
Yeah, 3rd, 9th for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So tough start to the year for Sakura. By no means is it indicating the talent that Betty Lou has, but just sometimes that's the way it goes.
Yeah, and you get those matchups, middle of the rounds, and all of a sudden now you're really needing 4 events. 4 keeper events, by the way, too. So at least quarters, I would be thinking 2 semifinals or better, Kaipo, to be honest.
Yeah. 7 events before the cut, so still some time for all of our surfers who were eliminated today, Strider. But Gabby Bryant, I think power surfing never goes out of style.
It doesn't, and the way that she is engaging the board and the flow and those corners. I said it before, but I think half the men's tour can't compete with her on some of those turns that she does. Really, like if you just put them side by side, watching the replays, watching how she does it, her technique is impeccable. So I love it.
I like it too. Well, let's look into the future right now at our surf line forecast. It's a tricky forecast. We're going to try to decode it for you right now, Mitchell. And we got swell coming.
We do, and was supposed to be way smaller than what's today. Real decent conditions, especially in the afternoon. And as you see, an extra large swell does peak tomorrow in the afternoon. It does start to ease on Tuesday. I spoke to local boy Guy Fonseca right here from Peniche. He said tomorrow afternoon might be one of the best days he's seen in about 10 to 15 years, Kaipo.
Well, it looks like offshore, 12 to 18 feet, Strider.
Oh, that is pumping surf. I mean, it's amazing. You got to ride shortboard to a big board out here. You can ride a big step up in the way that the power is out here. We're going to see all the different faces, obviously, here. But I think, tomorrow we're going to have a big day of competition as well, it looks like.
That is the plan. We'll see what unfolds here at Super Tubos, and if those winds cooperate, we know the swell's on the way.
Exactly.
Could get a lot of surfing done.
Yeah, that's the main thing right here. There's just too much activity in the Atlantic right now, Kaipo, and hopefully for us in the afternoon, if we do have that kind of swell period we're looking at, I think it's going to be one of the best days ever we've seen at CT level.
Okay, let's not jinx it.
Whoa, yeah. Let's go.
Knock on wood, knock on wood.
Put it in the reverse, man. Grind it out. Come on.
Hey, let's check out the activation that happened earlier in this event. We're talking about the rising tides and encouraging all of our girl surfers to enjoy the ocean.
Super G
And a lot of bonding went down.
Most powerful waves I think I've ever surfed.
Really?
Even though it's sand, it's like just the way I think maybe it's really deep to really shallow, and it just like lurches. The next few days are going to be a bit smaller.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll try and connect, go for a surf together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in the beach called Baleal in Peniche. Supers is quite big today, it's really pumping. But here with a group of youngsters. I used to be a youngster and now I'm actually part of the contest, so it's really special for me to be back and give back to the people that I used to be.
I took up surfing 14 years ago, and we were only 3 girls surfing in Portugal, so we had no one to look up to.
Rising Tides to me is to inspire the younger generation of girls wherever we travel.
The girls here are so passionate about surfing, and everyone who organises these events is so passionate about women surfing. And every year there's more and more girls.
I've noticed even free surfing, there's like 10 times more girls in the water nowadays.
I love surfing. It's really good for me. It's my spirit.
Thank you to WSL for such an important program. It's really important because they have the chance to be with role models, to see that we can be professionals.
There you go, the Rising Tides, and now it's time for the top 5 moments of today, day number 2 at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Let's take a look at number 5 coming up. We got a lot of moments. We had to just pick 5. It's a Portuguese party. Yolanda Hopkins. Mitchell won the women's elimination round, heat number 1. That one was for the locals.
And Yo-Yo, as you mentioned, she was the first person to get here to site this morning, literally in the dark, paddled out in the dark, and was able to get a free surf before her heat. Seems like it worked out in her favor, Kaipo. She's our top 5 moment of day 2.
Great surfing by Yolanda Hopkins. Bella Kenworthy. What happened here? This is actually number 4, Bella Kenworthy, and her air reverse. Yolanda Hopkins started the day with a win, and here we go to Bella Kenworthy, strider number 4.
Yeah, Bella showing some progression and having a good time, and she's been solid, you know, throughout the event. And here she is early in the morning having to get out of that dreaded round, but she did well. I mean, she's coming off of an injury, so coming back into some form and having the progression to throw it up above the lip into a reverse and stick it coming around, making it look easy too. Solid surfing right there. Go Bella.
Yeah, we'll see Bella Kenworthy on to the quarterfinals. Number 3, high drama, high stakes in this elimination round. Marco Mignot, João Chianca, and Seth Moniz. This was a tight one.
Yeah, and they knock out Chumbinho, the former champion, in this one. Kaipo Mignot, low-scoring affair, took away the W, and literally in the dying seconds, Seth Moniz was able to get to his feet, get the score that he required. Although Chianca was in the 2nd place for the majority of the heat, surfed well given the conditions. This is the wave, though. Did just enough to be able to get the score, Kaipo. Bang, bang turns on this one on the backhand, especially considering how much spray he threw. Well-deserved moving into the round of 32 as Moniz.
Yeah, nail biter for Seth Moniz. There's a coach, Doug Silva, enjoying the moment. Seth Moniz into the round of 32. Doug keeping the secret.
Fashionista.
We love Doug. We love Seth. Congratulations.
And emotional moment for some fans with João Chianca. Number 2, Ramzi Bukhayam, Sammy Pupo, George Patar. Another nail-biting finish in this heat. Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Sammy he had so much flair and energy and flow in this heat. I was surprised the scores were as close as they were, but I mean, you know, he definitely looked like he dominated the heat to me. So Sammy was on fire. But George came around the corner. This turn right here was just ridiculous. Look at that, just whipping it above the lip. Really momentum shift. And then all of a sudden, this guy comes around the corner and lays down a hammer. And it was really a close score.
Yeah, 6.4 for the advancement for the rockin' Moroccan Ramzi Bukhayam. He's on to the round of 32 in a tight one. And number 1, she wears yellow for a reason, Mitchell. Caitlyn Simmers again. just killing it.
Yeah, no doubt the best female surfer on the planet, had a 5, and then the 6 straight air. We've seen a lot of skate-inspired maneuvers throughout the event so far, especially on the women's side. Nice layback right there from the Surfer for Motion side. And of course, comfort level in the yellow jersey, Kaipo. Speaking of the straight air right there, she looks as good as ever right now, leading the rankings heading into El Salvador, which is another great event for her, looking for her second W in 3 years here in Portugal.
Yeah, on point. Look at calm, cool, collected, and well-paced Caitlyn Simmers. Well, there we go, guys. That's all the highlights for today.
I'm not speaking anymore because I don't want to jinx it for tomorrow.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Short but sweet.
Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you, Strider. And remember, check in tomorrow morning, 6:45 local time at worldsurfleague.com. We could get going as early as 7 a.m. local time. With that, we'll leave you with the end of the day highlights, and aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.